Chapter 18. Adams pulls down the pillars. 1. Meanwhile, the Federalist leaders, having, as they thought, cowed and crushed the Democrats, were engaged in an internecine strife for control. There was to be war at all hazards a war. It was to be a Federalist war, with Jeffersonians rigidly excluded from all places of command. But more than that, it had to be a war personally conducted by Alexander Hamilton with no unseemly interference from John Adams. This was the grim determination of the radical Federalists everywhere, even the Essex junto, in the president's own state, sharing it with the three leading members of the Adams cabinet. Thus, when Adams one day casually asked Pickering who should be made commander-in-chief of the army, and the spectacled Puritan unhesitatingly answered, "Colonel Hamilton," there was an ominous silence. When, on another occasion, the same question elicited the identical answer, with a similar silence, even Pickering must have sensed the situation. But when, after a third question had brought the same answer, and Adams, a little annoyed, had rejected the suggestion with the sharp observation, "It is not his turn by a great deal," Pickering might have dropped his plans without disgrace, but nothing was more remote from his intentions. It was at this time that the conspirators, including the three members of the cabinet, put their heads together to devise ways and means of forcing the appointment of their idol. The chief command would naturally be offered to Washington, who would accept the position in an honorary sense, but old age and infirmities would make his activities and authority but perfunctory. The important thing was to secure the second position for Hamilton, and even there was a rub. Adams was prejudiced. Then, one day, Adams ordered McHenry to Mount Vernon to proffer the chief command to Washington, with a request for advice in the formation of the officers' list. The names of several eligibles for the leading posts, enumerated by Adams, might be mentioned. Hamilton was among them, but he was fourth on the list. That day, McHenry hastened to Pickering, and the conspiracy against the president in his own household began to unfold. It was agreed that Pickering should send a personal letter on ahead urging Hamilton for second place. McHenry should reinforce Pickering's plea in person. Hamilton should be instantly notified, and a letter from him should be delivered to Washington along with the commission from Adams. Thus, when the smug-faced little war secretary, more familiar with the pen of the rhymester than with the sword of the soldier, bade his chief adieu and set out upon his mission, he was the messenger of his chief's dearest enemy, prepared to exhaust his ingenuity in thwarting the plans of the man of whom he was a subordinate and on whose mission he went forth. As early as June, Washington had planned to make Hamilton Inspector General, but without placing him ahead of Pinckney or Knox, both of whom outranked him in the old army. Just what treachery McHenry practiced as he sat on the veranda at Mount Vernon those July days will never be positively known. That he pleaded the cause of Hamilton against the wishes of his chief, there can be no doubt. That it was he who suggested that Washington should make his own acceptance conditional on having absolute power in the selection of his subordinates is more than probable. At any rate, when he returned to Philadelphia, he carried in Washington's handwriting the names of the three major generals Hamilton, Pinckney, and Knox, in the order given. In this order Adams, who assumed that their relative positions would be determined by himself, sent them to the Senate, and they were confirmed. Soon the Federalist camp was in fermentation as to whether Knox, favored by the president, or Hamilton, preferred by the party bosses, should be second in command. Pinckney, who accepted slights with the same contrite spirit with which his brother had stepped aside for Jay in London, agreed to serve under the Federalist leader, but Knox, not so humble, refused, and the crisis came. Personally fond of Knox, the quarrel was embarrassing to Washington, but it had never been the habit of the Hamiltonians to spare him where their wishes were involved. Soon Hamilton was bombarding Mount Vernon with letters strikingly lacking in the spirit of humility. His claims were superior to those of Knox or Pinckney, and the Federalists preferred him to the former. "If I am to be degraded beneath my just claims in public opinion, ought I acquiesce?" he wrote the sympathetic Pickering. To McHenry, he wrote that he would not surrender the first place to which he had been called by the voice of the country. To Washington, that the Federalists of New England favored him over Knox. All the while, the three leading members of the cabinet were concocting plans for the humiliation of Adams, taking their orders from Hamilton, who, from his law office in New York, was directing the fight of the president's trusted advisors against their chief. One day, the angels looked down and smiled through tears on the spectacle of McHenry writing a letter to Knox fixing his status, from a model in the handwriting of Alexander Hamilton. As Adams stubbornly held his ground, one by one all the Hamiltonians of consequence were drawn into the conspiracy against him. One evening, the secretarial conspirators sat about a table, phrasing a persuasive note to Adams which Walcott, the most consummate deceiver of the three, should sign and send as his personal view. Public opinion favored Hamilton, Washington preferred him, and Knox no popular character even in Massachusetts. Having dispatched this cunning letter, Walcott immediately wrote his real chief in New York that measures have been taken to bring all right, and requesting Hamilton neither to do nor to say anything until you hear from me. Another little caucus of conspirators in Boston, present, Cabot, Ames, and Higginson. Purpose, the framing of a letter to Adams that Cabot should sign, assuring the president of a remarkable uniformity of sentiment in New England for Hamilton over Knox. Having sent this letter, Cabot wrote confidentially to Pickering suggesting that General Wadsworth, who was accustomed to tell his faults, should be enlisted in the cause. Meanwhile, Pickering, more sinister, if less deceptive than the others, was seeking to intimidate his chief by having Hamiltonian senators declare that the officers had been confirmed with the understanding that Hamilton stood at the head. All this time, Iago-like letters were going forth from members of the cabinet to Washington, conveying the impression that Adams was contemptuously indifferent to the great man's wishes. The effect was all that could have been desired. In a surprisingly offensive note, Washington wrote peremptorily to the president demanding to know, at once and precisely, what was to be expected. Such a letter from a less popular idol would have elicited an answer sharp and decisive. But taking discretion for the wiser course, Adams swallowed his pride and wrote a conciliatory note, not neglecting, however, to remind the man who had presided over the Constitutional Convention that under the Constitution the President, and no one else, has the authority to determine the rank of the officers. Thus the issue was closed, with Hamilton triumphant, but with Adams awaiting only an opportunity for revenge. The tiny cloud that had appeared in the beginning of the administration was now dark and large and threatening. 2. Having won with Hamilton, the Federalist leaders now turned to another part of their program, the rigid exclusion of Jeffersonians from commissions in the Army. This was to be a Federalist war, nothing less. Even Washington, who had, by this time, become a partisan Federalist, was in sympathy with the view that the friends of Jefferson, Madison, Hancock, and Sam Adams should be proscribed. This appears in his consultations with John Marshall as to the personnel of the Army, and in a letter to McHenry referring to the erroneous political opinions of an applicant. This enlistment of Washington in the prescriptive policies of the Federalists is directly traceable to the Iagos who were writing him all the while. Hamilton was solemnly assuring him that the Democrats were determined to go every length with France, and to form with her a perpetual offensive and defensive alliance, and to give her a monopoly of our trade. Thus, one day Adams sat in conference with Washington on the organization of the Army. Knowing Aaron Burr as a brave and able officer anxious to fight, he wished to recognize the Democrats by giving him a commission. Washington, much under the influence of Hamilton, conceded Burr's capacity, but opposed his appointment because he was a master of intrigue. Through the mind of Adams, hampered in his plans at every turn, flashed the vivid memory of how his predecessor had forced him to humiliate his own friends in the appointment of Hamilton the most restless, impatient, artful, indefatigable, and unprincipled intriguer in the United States. But as he afterward wrote, he was not permitted to nominate Burr. Here again, the traitors in the cabinet had played their part. But the war was not to be national, but Federalist. Every one of them ought to be rejected, and only men of fair property employed in the higher and more confidential grades, wrote a Federalist representative to Walcott. When Adams's son-in-law applied for a commission, his application was held until he sent a certificate that he had not interfered in a gubernatorial election in New York. So zealously did the minor politicians enter into this policy of prescription that some of the wiser leaders began to take alarm. Even a friend of McHenry at Baltimore was moved to protest. They seemed to imagine that nothing was left to be done but to exterminate everyone who had been on the Democratic side, he complained. Even Hamilton finally thought fit to call for a moderation of the program. "It does not seem advisable," he wrote McHenry, "to exclude all hope and to give to appointments too absolute a party feature." But there was no relenting in party circles, and no one had done more to arouse this fanatical spirit than Hamilton himself. The climax of stupidity was reached in the case of Frederick A. Muhlenberg, former Speaker of the House, a leader and oracle among the Germans of Pennsylvania, but no blind follower of federalism. In a spirit of pure patriotism, he had personally offered the service of his sword to Adams, whose wish to accept it was again thwarted by Washington, acting under the inspiration of the Federalist leaders. Whereupon Muhlenberg marched with the Germans as a body into the Jeffersonian camp and enlisted for another war. Under this proscriptive program, the Jeffersonians remained mute, but for a few sarcastic comments in their press. "General Washington must have some very keen reflection," said the Independent Chronicle, "in taking command of the army of the present day, in seeing so many new friends who were his old enemies during the Revolution." When it was reported that Robert Goodhue Harper had been made Commissioner General, it chortled, "What lawyer would not plead for such a fee?" And it had reflected on Adams's pretense for piety in connection with his appointment of Hamilton, who published a book to prove that he was an adulterer. Bitter as were the reflections of Adams on reading such observations, it could have mattered little to Hamilton. Everything he had started out to get he got. He wanted a war with France and got it. He wanted the command directly under Washington as he had wanted nothing else in his life and got it, by striding to his sword over the humiliated pride of the president. He wanted an army of 50,000 men, and, if he fell short in this, he nevertheless had an army. He was on the crest of the wave, the most powerful man in America, and he was happy. 3. Feeling that supreme fortune was within his grasp, Hamilton threw all his enthusiasm and vitality into the task of perfecting the army and organizing the nation for war. "The law has abandoned him, or rather he has forsaken it," wrote a friend to King. Preparing the plan for the fortification of New York Harbor, he personally superintended its execution. He had worked out to the minutest detail the organization of the army, and all he lacked was men and a declaration of war. But alas, he was confronted on every hand by disheartening difficulties. The recruiting fell pathetically short of anticipations, the War Department under the secretary of his own choosing was pitifully inefficient, and while the army was woefully below the provisions of Congress, even the fragment was not adequately clothed or provisioned, and there was a deficiency of tents. In a rage, Hamilton wrote angrily to McHenry, "Why, dear friend, why do you suffer the business of providing to go on as it does? Every moment proves the insufficiency of the existing plan and the necessity of auxiliaries. I have no doubt that at Baltimore, New York, Providence, and Boston, additional supplies of clothing may promptly be procured and prepared by your agents, and it ought to be done, though it may enhance the expense. 'Tis terrible that there should be wants everywhere. So of tents. Calls for them are repeated from Massachusetts, where better and cheaper than anywhere else they can certainly be provided. The truth is that the hysteria for getting at the throat of the French democracy was over almost as soon as it began, and the masses commenced to reflect on the cost as the war measures grew apace. Jefferson, noting the increasing boldness of opposition in Pennsylvania, where petitions were signed by 4,000 people protesting against the alien and sedition laws, standing armies and extraordinary war powers for the president, and observing similar unrest in New Jersey and New York, and even in New Hampshire, was fearful of insurrection. "Nothing could be so fatal," he wrote. "Anything like force would check the progress of public opinion." When Walcott tried to float a loan, he found the moneyed men cold to the regular legal rate of interest, for their patriotic passion had suffered a chill when it came to cash. After all, business was business, and why should the Federalist men of money fail to get in on the profits? It was not hard to persuade Walcott, who had a sentimental weakness for the financiers, and he could see nothing unreasonable in a demand for 8%. The rates for stocks were good, commercial prospects were alluring, and after all, 8% would be but moderate terms. Adams, sore from the unmerciful pummeling from his party, was outraged at such a rate, but Walcott persisted it was the only way. War was war as business was business. Finally, in sheer disgust, Adams capitulated to necessity with the exclamation, "This damned army will be the ruin of this country. If it must be so, it must. I cannot help it. Issue your proposals as you please." When Hamilton had urged that all the resources of revenue be seized upon, Adams thought him mad. But it soon became evident that something of the sort would be necessary. "Aha," said the Independent Chronicle, "millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute." This has been the language of those who are in favor of war. The patriotism of such persons is every day becoming more and more evident. A loan of 5 million has been attempted, but instead of the old legal rate of 6%, these modern patriots have required the moderate premium of 8. At this rate, we shall soon verify the first part of the motto, viz. millions for defense, but whether the latter is not violated by the extra interest is left to the decision of those who are to bear the burdens. And they who were to pay the piper gave an acquiescent nod. The taxes which the war party had levied with such patriotic abandon aroused bitter resentment. Among the Germans of Pennsylvania, the taxes on houses, lands, and windows were considered the beginning of a system which would extend to everything. The immediate outcome was an insurrection led by John Fries, an ignorant son of a German farmer, and the marching of the troops and the easy dissipation of the incipient rebellion against the assessors. About that time Hamilton arrived in Philadelphia. "For what purpose?" inquired the Aurora. "Can it be to foment another insurrection and thereby to increase the energies of the government? What distinguished citizen is there in the counties of Northampton and Bucks that he wishes to glut his vengeance upon? Does he wish that Easton may be burned to afford him a pretext for military execution?" If there were no executions, the people had a touch of military rule. A troop of horse from Lancaster committed outrages on citizens at Reading, and Jacob Schneider, a local editor, commented with severity upon their actions. On their return through Reading, these troops went to the editor's office, tore his clothing from his back, dragged him to the market house, and were preparing to give him 25 lashes when troops from Philadelphia interfered. The brutality of the soldiers shocked the country. The prisoners taken on the expedition were treated with the same unnecessary cruelty which marked the treatment of the rebels in the whiskey insurrection. Ignorant or besotted with partisan passion, under a lax discipline, and contemptuous of the civil government, many soldiers strutting about in uniforms, insulting and attacking citizens, convinced the majority of the people that the Jeffersonians were right in their observations upon the evils of standing armies. No one had denounced these excesses with greater vehemence than William Duane, editor of the Aurora. One day some petty officers in uniforms, swords and pistols on their persons, said by Duane to have numbered 30 and by his enemies to have been 15, entered his office. With drawn pistols, the compositors and pressmen were driven into a corner and kept at bay by a part of the assailants. Some grasped and held Duane's hands, while others beat him over the head with the butt end of a pistol. Then, with 10 gallant soldiers participating in the assault on the one man, he was brutally dragged downstairs into Franklin Court, where the assault was repeated. He was knocked down and kicked. The editor's request to be permitted to fight any one of them was ignored, and had not his 16-year-old son thrown himself across his father's body, and a number of Democrats arrived to give battle, he would have been murdered in cold blood. That night, armed Democrats went to the Aurora, office prepared to give shot for shot if an attempt should be made to destroy the plant. Porcupine chortled, and young Fenno declared that the punishment of this caitiff is of no more consequence than that of any other vagabond. Besides, did not everyone know that the infernal Aurora and the United Irishmen who conducts it were expressly chargeable with the Northampton insurrection? With such encouragement from the organs of the administration, these outrages by soldiers soon became commonplace wherever they were assembled, with uniformed ruffians swaggering down the streets pushing civilians into the gutters, taking liberties with women, picking quarrels while drunk, and slashing and lunging with dirk and sword. This bullying spirit affected the petty officers and reached a climax when civil officials, armed with a warrant for a thief who had escaped to the soldiers near Philadelphia, were literally kicked out of the camp, their warrant cursed and trampled. With the tide rising rapidly against both the war and the army, the recruiting lagged. Adams in later years recalled that the army was as unpopular as if it had been a ferocious wild beast let loose upon the nation to devour it. With the recruiting officers putting forth their utmost efforts, with all the influence of Hamilton, reinforced by the magical name of Washington, they were unable to raise one half of their little army. Duane wrote that before the law creating the army passed, there were 15,000 applications for commissions. Since the passing of the law, there have been only 3,000 soldiers. There is more than a touch of irony in the fact that while the administration papers were vilifying the Irish, 3/5 of the men enlisted were Irish immigrants. But there was another reason for the failure in recruiting. The people soon concluded that someone had cried wolf when there was no wolf. No one, including Hamilton, believed that France had the most remote notion of warring on the United States. The impression grew that the army was intended for purposes other than the protection of the country from a foreign foe. Meanwhile, the taxes were bearing hard, the national debt was mounting, and the passion for peace returned. Right gallantly, the war party sought to reawaken the fine frenzy of the hysterical days of the XYZ papers. The preachers were as distressed over the possibility of peace as the politicians, and a convention of ministers in Boston issued a war cry. "You will see by these things that the clergy are not asleep this way," wrote a Massachusetts man to Walcott. "They ought everywhere to be awake." From the New York Commercial Advertiser came a pathetic attempt to sweep back the rising tide for peace. The necessity in times like the present in cherishing the war spirit is evident. Apropos of the report that the French were ready to make every concession to our interest and pride, the Sentinel in Boston sent forth the warning, "The trying time is now approaching." But the rabble, as the masses were called, could see nothing distressing in winning a war without the loss of a drop of blood. Fenno's Gazette, commenting on the business stagnation, promised that a war with France would within 2 months revivify every department of society, commerce would be invigorated, the funds would rise, and every employment of life would receive new vigor. This sordid note he was soon to strike again, but it was all unavailing. The enlistments dwindled to nothing. Common soldiers were actually cheering the Democratic governor in the streets of Philadelphia. No one feared an invasion, and, as Walcott confided to Fisher Ames, no one has thought it prudent to say that the army is kept to suppress or prevent rebellions. To make matters all the worse, desertions multiplied until the harassed McHenry was writing Hamilton urging executions. The little rhymester was far beyond his depths, scolded by Washington, kicked like a flunky by Hamilton in 1 or 2 letters a day. But the idea of shooting a deserter was a bit too high-toned for Hamilton. "There must be some caution," he wrote, "not to render our military system odious by giving it the appearance of being sanguinary." Adams was prepared for extreme measures, but it was decided to leave the decision with Hamilton and McHenry, which meant with Hamilton. "If the virtuous General Hamilton is determined upon shooting every soldier who deserts," said the Aurora, "Billy Wilcox's court-martial will be kept at pretty constant duty." In a Daily Advertiser of last week, no less than 10 of these strayed gentlemen are advertised for apprehension at $10 a head. But Hamilton was too wise to shoot. 4. The war cry was sinking to a hoarse whisper when Dr. James Logan, who had entertained the Washingtons, and who was a follower of Jefferson, quietly slipped out of Philadelphia one day and sailed for France, and the war hawks were in a frenzy. When Logan, at his own expense and wholly on his own volition, went to Paris, it was to determine the state of the public mind there for himself. He was a leading citizen, his family familiar to society, his home one of the most cultured in the community, and aside from being a friend of the French democracy, he was a Quaker and an enemy of war. He felt that the country had been deceived by war propaganda, and he determined to find out for himself. The war wing of the Federalist Party knew that an investigation in Paris was the one thing they could not afford. No one knew better that war was unnecessary, and that the French were ready if not eager to recede. Harrison Gray Otis knew it best of all because his fellow Federalist of Boston and classmate, Richard Codman, was writing him from Paris of the French disposition for peace and conciliation. But this was being carefully concealed from the American people. Thus, when Logan sailed, it was clearly the cue for the war party to hint darkly of weird conspiracies with the French and a factional embassy from the Democrats. Soon Harper, who had a supersensitive nose for conspiracies and treason, was hinting mysteriously on the floor of the House of a traitorous correspondence between the French Directory and the Jeffersonian Party. The truth is that, when Logan foolishly made a mystery of his departure and almost surreptitiously stole out of Philadelphia, he carried letters from Jefferson and Governor McKean. 4 or 5 days before his departure, he had informed Jefferson of his purpose and asked for letters of introduction and a certification of his citizenship. It was not a secret that Jefferson was opposed to a preventable war, but no instructions were given the doctor, no communication was sent by Jefferson, and there was no conspiracy at all. Thus, on his own volition, Logan went to Paris, talked with Otis's Federalist friend Codman and other Americans, conversed with leading Frenchmen, dined with Merlin, met Talleyrand, and ascertained, as he had expected, that peace could be preserved with honor. A simple, honest man, with none of the crooked mental twists of the professional politician, he returned with the confident expectation that the president and his advisers would be glad to get the benefit of his observations. He reached Philadelphia to find himself the object of immeasurable abuse. Not doubting that Pickering would be glad to have his impressions, Logan went first to him. This was, in truth, a ludicrous performance, and a Federalist paper was moved to mirth because he had actually unfolded his budget to Pickering and, needless to say, returned with a bug in his ear. Going on to Trenton, the temporary seat of government, he saw Washington to be received with more than his customary coldness. He had a message from Lafayette to Washington. "Aye," said the general. "And one from Kosciuszko." "Aye," said Washington. Whereupon Logan courteously proffered him the use of his home, which the Washingtons had often found agreeable, while in Philadelphia, to have his offer curtly declined. Even Pinckney haughtily refused the use of Logan's carriage when the general was seeking a conveyance to the capital. This fellow Logan had the unparalleled effrontery to offer the general a seat in his carriage, sneered a war paper. Some historians insist that Ames treated him contemptuously, and this seems probable in the light of the latter's letter to Pickering, albeit Gibbs records that Ames was much impressed with Logan's story and with his sincerity and candor. The letter was written to Pickering, however, before the interview was granted. When Congress met, Logan found himself the subject of a bitter debate brought on by the introduction of the so-called Logan Law prohibiting unofficial meddling in international affairs. Harper had followed his cue and found his conspiracy. Logan had actually presented a paper to the Directory as from one having authority. The story was all too thin, the facts too badly twisted, and the Jeffersonians under the leadership of Gallatin showed their teeth. The climax came when Harper read the paper which Logan was presumed to have presented. Then, through frank letters in the Aurora, Logan brought out the truth to the discomfiture of the war hawks. In view of the scurvy treatment he has received, his own statement is one of value. He had been met at Hamburg by Lafayette, who had furnished him with the means to proceed to Paris. There he found negotiations at an end. Knowing no law, moral or political, that prevented him from serving his country, he had sought interviews with leading characters and found France anxious for peace. Whereupon he had suggested the lifting of the embargo on American shipping detained in French ports and the release of American sailors held prisoners. He had not gone to Paris, at the direction or on the request or on the advice of any person whatever. He went for his own pleasure, on his own views, and at his own expense. Not only had the memorial Harper had read to the House not been presented by him, it had not been written by him, but by a good Federalist who was an intimate friend and correspondent of Harrison Gray Otis, and he had refused the request to present it on the ground of its having too much the appearance of an official act. The absolute veracity of this story was known to Otis, who was intimate with Harper, for he had a letter from Codman in verification, and to the effect that Logan had told Talleyrand that in the event of war all parties in America would rally around the government and oppose all its enemies. Thus there was a conspiracy, a peculiarly ugly conspiracy, of the war hawks to ruin an honest, patriotic, if quixotic man because of his interference with their plans to manufacture a needless and therefore a criminal war. But there was a special reason for the war party's rage over Logan. About this time, Elbridge Gerry, one of the 3 envoys who had stayed over in Paris on the invitation of Talleyrand, had returned with a similar story. The Federalists had been outraged by his failure to leave with his colleagues, and on his return to his home in Cambridge, he found himself socially ostracized. Ames, who was his friend, had severely condemned him for continuing his conferences in Paris. So bitter was the feeling against him that the war party did not scruple to terrorize his family in his absence. His wife received anonymous letters charging that a woman was responsible for his lingering in Paris. With only women and children in his house, their nights were made hideous with yells and bonfires under their windows, and one morning Mrs. Jerry looked out of the window on a miniature guillotine smeared with blood. On his return, Jerry had gone to Philadelphia and left his dispatches, which Pickering had published with his intemperate comments. The Federalists were well pleased with Pickering's excoriation. And Jefferson? So different was his conception of public opinion that he was delighted. Seizing upon the Jerry correspondence as a complete answer to the XYZ papers, he wrote Edmund Pendleton that it was too voluminous for the masses, and urging him to prepare a capitulation, stating everything, short, simple, and leveled to every capacity. So concise as, omitting nothing material, may yet be printed in handbills, of which we could print and disperse 10 or 12,000 copies under letter covers, through all the United States by the members of Congress when they return home. Meanwhile, Jerry had hastened to Quincy, and in the rambling frame house of the president was going over the situation with him. 5. The restoration of peace with France would mean the end of the army created with so much expense and trouble. So determined were the Hamiltonians on war that they were ready to wreck the Federalist Party on the issue. Many explanations have been offered. Walcott had hinted in his letter to Ames that an army was wanted for domestic use. That was the common charge of the Democrats. That there was another and more portentous reason we may be sure, albeit the public, and even John Adams, was ignorant of it. At that time, a queer little Latin American soldier of fortune, Francesco de Miranda, was living in London, playing about Downing Street, and conferring with Rufus King, the American minister, who, next to Morris, was the ablest of Hamilton's lieutenants. There was a possibility that at any time England might be forced to war on Spain should that country enter into the struggle on the side of France. The United States was then engaged in a quarrel with Spain. It was the idea of Miranda to enlist England and the United States in a grand revolutionary scheme in South America. He had discussed it with the British ministers and with King, who was in correspondence with Hamilton. It involved an alliance between the English-speaking countries. This had been hinted at, as we have seen, long before, by Hamilton in a letter to Pickering, who was in favor of entering into such an alliance without delay. It was the plan of Miranda for England to furnish the ships, not exceeding 20, men and money, the United States to supply no less than 7,000 soldiers, 2,000 of these being cavalry. The lure of Florida and Cuba was held out to the United States. Here was a grand scheme of conquest that appealed irresistibly to Hamilton's ambition for military glory. Entirely unknown to Adams or Washington, Hamilton had been in correspondence with the soldier of fortune, and in communication with him through King, who was managing the London end of the affair. He made it plain to King that, in the event of a successful issue, he would want the United States to be the principal agency. The command in this case would very naturally fall upon me, and I hope I should disappoint no favorable anticipations, he wrote. He thought the country not quite ripe for the enterprise, but we ripen fast, and it may, I think, be rapidly brought to maturity if an efficient negotiation for the purpose is at once set on foot. To Miranda, he was writing that he would not embark in the affair unless patronized by the government of this country. An army of 12,000 men was being raised. General Washington has resumed his station at the head of our armies. I am second in command. In the autumn of 1798, he was writing Senator Gunn on the importance of heavy cannon for fortifications and mortars in the case of a siege. If we engage in war, our game will be to attack where we can. France is not to be considered as separated from her ally. Tempting objects will be within our grasp. In January 1799, Hamilton was writing Otis in the same strain. If universal empire is still to be the pursuit of France, what can tend to defeat that purpose better than to detach South America from Spain? The executive ought to be put in a situation to embrace favorable conjunctures for effecting that separation. With all this, Pickering was familiar and in sympathy, but Adams was in total ignorance. In time, the subject was cautiously broached to him, to be rejected with the curt notation that we were not at war with Spain. But the record is too clear to leave the South American project out of consideration in seeking the reason for the intense desire for war and a large army. Through all this period, Hamilton had visions of himself on horseback, at the head of troops in South America, with England as an ally. Never had Hamilton felt himself so near the top of the world. When Congress met in the fall of 1798, he had a plan ready for a complete change in the formation of the nation. This provided for 80 United States district courts, the division of old states into new ones for any territory having as many as 100,000 people on the request of any considerable number which would or could have made 7 states out of Virginia, and for the extension and more rigid enforcement of the sedition law. It was on this state of affairs that Adams, perplexed, harassed, worried by the serious illness of Abigail, aching under the humiliations visited upon him by the bosses of his party, meditated during the summer and early fall of 1798. And he thought seriously, too, on what Jerry had told him of the temper of France. This had almost persuaded him that a new mission to France was feasible, when a letter from Murray at The Hague, indicating uneasiness in Paris lest the United States be forced into an alliance with England, convinced him. Thus, about the middle of October, in a letter to Pickering, he submitted 2 questions for the consideration of the cabinet. Should there be a declaration of war? Could proposals for further negotiations be made with safety? And should a new envoy be named, prepared to sail on assurances that he would be received? That letter felt like a bomb in the camp of the war conspirators. How Pickering must have scowled, and McHenry grumbled, and Walcott shrugged his shoulders with a cynical grin when they sat down to meditate on its meaning. That more important personages were informed, we may be sure. To that note, however, the cabinet did not deign to reply. Had not Adams declared that he would never send another envoy unless solemnly assured that he would be received? No such assurance had come. Then why discuss it even on the request of the president? However, a message would have to be sent to Congress, and with Adams in a conciliatory frame of mind, it was imperative that something definite await him on his arrival. Thus the conspirators sat down to the framing of a message that would defeat the very purpose the letter had indicated. Hamilton and Pinckney were summoned to the conference. The result was a paragraph putting it squarely up to France to take the initiative in the matter of a renewal of negotiations. Walcott, who, better than any of the others, could hide his treachery behind an ingratiating urbanity, was put forward as the author. Reaching the capital, Adams summoned his cabinet to go over the message. All went well until the fateful paragraph was reached, and instantly the keen eye of the suspicious old man caught its full significance. That he would not accept, and an open struggle began. With earnestness and even heat the obnoxious paragraph was urged upon him, but Adams planted his feet and stood. He would rewrite that paragraph to conform to his personal view of the proprieties. The cabinet conspirators retired with the realization that there were dark days ahead. Adams and his substitute held forth the olive branch to the extent of declaring that no new envoy would be sent unless assurances were forthcoming that he would be properly received. Washington, Hamilton, and Pinckney, in uniforms, sat in the chamber when the message was read. 2 of these, at least, had grave forebodings. Then it was that the conspirators determined to override Adams by meeting his plan for negotiations with an immediate declaration of war. A caucus of the Federalists was called. The most brilliant and fiery orators were primed for the occasion. The proposal was made and supported with eloquence. The vote was taken, and by a small majority Adams triumphed over his foes. This was the most significant incident yet. It meant that Hamilton had lost control of the party councils. With that knowledge, Pickering made no further attempt to conceal his bitter hostility to his chief. Ordered to prepare a treaty that would be acceptable, he ignored the request. Asked to moderate his report on the Jerry dispatches, he refused. Among his associates, he was bitterly resentful, and all this was carried to the president, who cunningly simulated ignorance of what was happening. Then, at length, came the desired assurances from Talleyrand that an envoy would be received as the representative of a great, free, powerful, and independent nation. That was enough. Adams was ready for action. Thus, without further warning to the cabinet, a messenger from the president appeared in the Senate on February 18th with the nomination of Murray as minister to France. The Federalists were paralyzed. Jefferson, equally amazed, managed to conceal his pleasure over the evident discomfiture of his foes. Almost a week later, he still suspected that the nomination had been sent, hoping the Federalists would accept the responsibility of rejecting it. But the Federalist senators had no such suspicion. Their faces betrayed their indignation. That night they met in caucus with their war paint on, and the decision was reached to defeat the confirmation. They still had the whip hand. If Adams would modify in some way at any rate, he should remain in no doubt as to their opinion of his action. A committee, consisting of Bingham, Reed, Sedgwick, Ross, and Stockton, was named to wait upon him, and a note was sent requesting an audience. The reply left them in no doubt as to the fighting mood of the man they sought to intimidate. He would be very glad to receive them, as gentlemen, at his house, at 7 in the evening. At the appointed hour they were ushered into the audience room. No one was there. Then the door opened, and Adams, the picture of dignity on short legs, entered. "Gentlemen, I am glad to see you as friends and senators, but as a committee interfering, as I think you are, with my executive duties, I cannot consent to receive you, and I protest against all such interference. I have a duty to execute, and so have you. I know and shall do mine, and I want neither your opinion nor aid in its execution." At which he politely asked them to be seated. Not a little nonplussed by his masterful manner, Bingham apologetically explained that there was no thought of interference, but merely a disposition to reconcile differences of opinion. "Well then, gentlemen," snapped Adams, "if you are determined to interfere in diplomatic matters, reject Mr. Murray. You have the power to do this, and you may do it, but it will be upon your own responsibility." As mildly as possible, it was suggested that Adams's action, so soon after the insult, would be interpreted as a humiliation. "I know more of diplomatic forms than all of you," Adams hotly replied with perfect truth. "It was in France that we received the insult, and in France I am determined that we shall receive the reparation." Forced to compromise, a commission was then suggested. "Who would you have me send?" Adams demanded, an ugly expression on his face. "Shall I send Theophilus Parsons or some of your other Essex rulers? No, I will send none of them." At this the committee showed its teeth with the threat to defeat the confirmation. Adams, infuriated by the threat, replied that there was a party determined to rule him, but that they would fail. That night when the caucus met again, it was decided to reject the nomination. Meanwhile, the effect outside the Senate was quite as sensational. Duane announced the nomination the day after it reached the Senate in large type. The next day, Porcupine fired a broadside. "For the last 2 days," he said, "there has been a most atrocious falsehood in circulation, that the President has intimated by a messenger to the Senate that he has resolved on sending another plenipotentiary to treat with the French Republic. Everyone must perceive the falsehood on the front of this, yet have audacious wretches dared to promulgate it without hesitation, and they have even named the plenipotentiary Mr. Murray. I will not expatiate upon the consequences of such a step, because I cannot suppose the step within the compass of possibility, but I must observe that had he taken such a step, it would have been instantaneously followed by the loss of every friend worth preserving." Encouraged by the applause of the Federalists, he recurred to it the next day with a denunciation of a mere fabrication intended to alienate the president's friends. At this momentous crisis, and sink his character in the eyes of all Europe and America. But 2 days later, the ferocious Porcupine had changed his tune and was singing low, with the absurd protestation that he had never published a word with regard to the president that could possibly be construed into disrespect. He had discovered he was amenable to the alien law he had so stoutly defended. Adams had asserted himself and was happy, and when Pickering was writing Washington that his successor was suffering the torments of the damned, Adams was writing cheerfully to his wife that he could hardly be chosen president a second time and would be glad of the relief. "Tonight, I must go to the ball, where I suppose I shall get cold and have to eat gruel for breakfast for a week afterwards." The determined little patriot was now on the top of the world, and now it was his enemies that were guessing. The senatorial committee had been an idea of Hamilton S., to whom Sedgwick had hastened the news of the nomination. The committee had failed. Even the suggestion of 2 more envoys had been scorned. Something might still be done through conciliation. Ellsworth, the Chief Justice, had Adams's confidence, and he was sent to try his powers of persuasion, and succeeded. Thus, the nominations of Murray, Ellsworth, and Patrick Henry were sent to the Senate and confirmed without even a whimper from Porcupine. But beneath the surface, the passions were seething. Sedgwick wrote King that he had not conversed with an individual who did not unequivocally reprobate the measure. Tracy, who had wanted to arm the women and children against the French, wrote McHenry that while he had sacrificed much to root out democracy, he thought it to be lost and worse. Cabot assured King that surprise, indignation, grief, and disgust followed each other in quick succession in the breasts of the true friends of the country, and informed Pickering that he had written a piece about it for the Boston papers, but that the Boston press had been fixed by the president's friends and it had not appeared. To King, he ascribed Adams's action to jealousy of Hamilton and Washington. Pickering wrote Cabot that the president's character can never be retrieved. Stephen Higginson, the merchant prince of the Essex junto, found the world dark indeed. Why had not war been declared in the summer of 1798? Even the powers given Adams by the Alien and Sedition laws had not been used. Jonathan Mason was furious because, from being respectable in Europe, from having convinced Great Britain, and from having associated with all the friends of order, property, and society, we must again become soothers and suppliants for peace from a gang of pitiful robbers. Ames wrote that the new embassy disgusts most men here because they thought peace with France an evil. Even at Adams's table, the jeremiads of the Federalists were heard, and the dinners were somber affairs. Bayard of Delaware was loud in his lamentations. "Mr. Bayard, I am surprised to hear you express yourself in this manner," said Adams. "Would you prefer a war with France to a war with England in the present state of the world? Would you wish for an alliance with Great Britain and a war with France? If you would, your opinions are totally different from mine." "Great Britain is very powerful," Bayard replied mournfully. "Her navy is very terrible." When at the end of the session, Adams set forth for his seat at Braintree, Harper expressed the hope that his horses might run away and break his neck. Only John Jay, among the outstanding Federalists, could see no objections to the mission, but he was always bothered by scruples. 7. It was unfortunate that Adams's love for Braintree caused him to desert the capital in this crisis. The policy of the conspirators was to wear out their chief's purpose through procrastination, and, in the meanwhile, to bring all possible pressure to bear to restore his secret enemies to his good graces. He had made the sailing of the envoys conditional on a direct assurance from France as to the reception they would receive. Under the most favorable conditions, this meant months of delay, and the treacherous policy of Pickering made it worse. On March 6, Adams instructed his Secretary of State to inform Murray of the conditions, but it was not until in May that the latter heard from Pickering. Talleyrand was immediately informed, and within a week Murray was in possession of the required official assurances, but it was the last day of July before they reached Philadelphia. Disappointing to the conspirators though these were, a careful study of the Talleyrand note disclosed a touch of annoyance over the delay. The insolence of the man, another insult. The conspirators determined, if possible, to make this the occasion for further delay. If Adams could only be persuaded to insist upon an explanation of the impatient paragraph, more time would be gained, and Pickering strongly recommended this in his note, transmitting the Talleyrand letter to the president. But Adams was too wary now to be easily caught. Replying dryly that he could overlook the language for the deed, he instructed Pickering that, while preparations for war proceeded, the commission should be hurried to Ellsworth and Governor Davie, for the latter had been named in the place of Henry, who had declined with instructions to prepare for embarkation at any moment. Meanwhile, with Pickering taking 6 weeks in the preparations of the instructions, efforts were being made to coax Adams into his enemy's camp. One day, Cabot suavely presented himself at the house at Braintree on a purely social, neighborly visit. He went at the instance of the Hamiltonians to wheedle the old man back into their clutches. That the ablest politician of the Essex junto was affectionately friendly, we may be sure, but his courtesy was matched by that of Adams and Mrs. Adams, and he stayed for dinner. But Abigail never left the room. The president occasionally went out, Abigail never, though she was gracious to a degree. Thus the door of opportunity was closed and locked, and Abigail had the key. Cabot found that every heart was locked, and every tongue was silenced upon all topics that bore affinity to those which I wished to touch. Hamilton was in intimate touch with the leading members of the Adams cabinet, all the while far more so than Adams. But the president knew of the movements of his dearest enemy through the Jeffersonian press. The latter part of April found Hamilton in Philadelphia with Gouverneur Morris, in close communion with Pickering, Walcott, and McHenry. Duane flippantly announced that they had kept the fast in Philadelphia, and that a pair more pious, more chaste, more moral perhaps never mortified the flesh and the spirit since the days of David and the fair Shunammite. At Braintree, Adams was keeping his own counsels, enjoying the serenity of domesticity, with occasional excursions into Boston to attend church or the theater, always accompanied by the marshal of the district. When the Boston troop went to Braintree to accompany him, with military pomp, to the Harvard commencement, he was enormously pleased. But he was on the alert. About the time Pickering's belated instructions reached him with a letter from the cabinet suggesting the suspension of the mission for a time, he read a cautiously worded note from Stoddart, his Secretary of the Navy, hinting at the importance of his presence in Trenton, whither the government had temporarily gone because of the prevalence of yellow fever again in Philadelphia. Adams was able to read between the lines. The silent treatment to which the conspirators were being subjected annoyed them beyond endurance. They were by no means certain it was a hoax when they read in the Aurora, on August 15th, that the executive of the United States has ordered the frigate John Adams to be prepared to carry our envoys without delay to Europe. And the Sentinel in Boston was not able to deny it for several days. In September, Pickering was urging Cabot to persuade Ellsworth to dissuade Adams from sending the mission. "There is nothing in politics he despises more than this mission," he wrote. Ellsworth did as he was bid with a difference. He asked that early notice be given him of the plans because of unusual demands upon his time on the official circuit. The real attitude of Ellsworth is not at all plain, for it was being whispered about that he hoped to reach the presidency through the success of the mission. Then came another pretext for delay. There had come another shift in French politics, with some indications of the restoration of the Jacobins to power, and Talleyrand had resigned. Did this not call for further postponement? Adams replied in the affirmative, fixing the latter part of October as the limit, and promising to be in Trenton by the middle of that month. Rejoicing in this delay, Pickering began to meditate on the possible intervention of the Senate. With this in view, he wrote Cabot for advice. The reply was wholly unsatisfactory. If the Senate should be admitted to possess a right to determine a priori what foreign connections should be sought or shunned, I should fear that they would soon exhibit the humiliating spectacle of cap and hats which so long and so naturally appeared in Sweden, said Cabot. Adams had the power, and he was silent. The conspirators began to mobilize for a desperate attempt at Trenton. 8. On October 6th, Adams drove down the road from Braintree on his way to Trenton with such secrecy that he was halfway there before Cabot knew he had gone. The conspirators were there before him, Pinckney on the ground, Hamilton at Newark within easy call. Ellsworth had been summoned from Hartford. Governor Davie, having received a flattering address from his fellow citizens at Raleigh, was on the road, a troop of horse and a cavalcade of citizens escorting him 4 miles on his way. Adams reached Trenton on Thursday, and on Friday night there was a handsome display of fireworks in his honor, in which Mr. Gimp, the artist, exhibited much skill and ingenuity. The initials of Adams and Washington, displayed in colored fires, was received with shouts of applause. On Saturday, Ellsworth arrived. Hamilton appeared upon the scene. Just at that juncture, the conspirators were much elated with the news of the successes of the British army under the Duke of York in Holland, and the triumphant march of the Russians under Suwarrow in Switzerland. Might not the next report bring the news of the restoration of the Bourbons in France and the end to the hideous nightmare of democracy? Here was a new club, and the conspirators laid eager hands upon it. Hamilton called to urge the point. "Why, sir, by Christmas Louis Roman XVIII will be seated upon his throne," he declared. "By whom?" demanded Adams. "By the coalition," Hamilton replied. "Ah, then," said Adams, "farewell to the independence of Europe." When the president entertained the 2 envoys at dinner, he was amazed to find Ellsworth echoing the views of Hamilton. "Is it possible, Mr. Chief Justice," demanded Adams, "that you can seriously believe that the Bourbons are, or will soon be restored to the throne of France?" "Why," said Ellsworth, smiling sheepishly, "it looks a good deal so. I should not be afraid to stake my life upon it that they will not be restored for 7 years, if they ever are," was Adams's retort. The coincidence in the views of the two men was not lost on Adams, who asked a member of his cabinet if Ellsworth and Hamilton had come all the way from Windsor and New York to persuade me to countermand the mission. That was an ominous comment. The resulting excitement among his advisers did not escape the watchful eye of Adams, who wrote Abigail that it left him calmly cold. On the night of October 15th, Adams, calm, cold, thrice-armed, sat about the table with his cabinet, no longer deceived by any of them save Walcott. The purpose was the consideration of the instructions that had been prepared. Some changes were made. Adams asked advice on certain points. At 11 o'clock, the instructions were unanimously approved. The cabinet lingered, but Adams brought up no new subject. Out into the dark Trenton streets trooped the conspirators, almost hopeful. They were still at breakfast the next morning when orders were received from Adams that the instructions should be put in shape. A frigate be placed in readiness to receive the envoys who should sail not later than the 1st of the month. The conspiracy had failed, and John Adams was actually president. The Jeffersonians were jubilant. Duane wrote that Adams had crossed the Rubicon, but that the rumor that Pickering and Walcott had resigned was groundless. They will never sacrifice their places to squeamish feelings. Hamilton had sought to deter the president, but to his honor, he resisted every seducement and repelled every insinuation. The Hamiltonians were either furious or depressed. The Southern Federalists under Marshall approved, as did Jay, and the Sentinel commended the act, but the men who had made and maintained the prestige of the Federalist Party were in murderous mood. The mission would succeed, they knew it. There would be no war, and the army would have to go. With that would go the instrument for keeping down insurrections in America or for waging a war of conquest in South America. With one masterful effort, Adams had pulled down the pillars of the party temple, and he could not escape in its fall. But it was the proudest and most masterful moment in his life, and he was content. Long after the debacle, he was to write that he asked no better epitaph than the sentence that he had taken upon himself the responsibility of the peace with France. 9. From that moment, the Federalists were a house divided against itself, and the cloud burst and the rain descended and beat upon it, and the days were dark. Dreary, indeed, that winter of 1799. Porcupine was driven from Philadelphia, and young Fenno, disgusted, gave up his paper with a farewell address so contemptuous of democracy and American institutions that the wiser leaders trembled at his temerity. Keene, the Democrat, had been swept into the gubernatorial office. Washington had died and could no longer be used to advance the party interest. Even the dashing Harper, clever in political fight or social frolic, had despaired of the future in politics, resigned his seat, and made arrangements to move to Baltimore as the son-in-law of Carroll of Carrollton. Duane was firing relentlessly at the scandals and finding flesh, and there was no Porcupine to return the fire. The brilliant and audacious Charles Pinckney had appeared in the Senate to give a militant leadership to the Jeffersonians that the Federalists could not match. Into the House had come a giant, in John Marshall, to give to a later-day federalism a sanity that came too late. But he was with Adams, not Hamilton. The shadows even fell on the brilliant Federalist Society. Hamilton was there that winter, to be sure, to keep the watch, as Duane put it, and through an unhappy coincidence, the Aurora was able to add that Mrs. Reynolds, the sentimental heroine, was back in town. But something like tragedy had fallen on the Holland House of Federalism, and weeping was heard in the rooms once given to gaiety and laughter. One night Marie Bingham, not 16, slipped out of the home of her father, with Count de Tilly, age 45, a dissolute scion of the French aristocracy with an eye to the Bingham fortune, and was married at 2 o'clock in the morning. The couple were found in the home of a French milliner in the early morning, and physicians worked over the brilliant Mrs. Bingham, who was in hysterics. Money soon dissolved the union, but the lights were never quite so bright thereafter in the princely mansion of the cleverest hostess in Philadelphia. The rain fell even upon the house of Bingham. Chapter 19. The Grapes of Wrath. 1. When Congress convened in the winter of 1799, the Federalists thoroughly appreciated the desperation of their situation. The tide of public opinion was rising against them rapidly because of their measures, and they were divided against themselves. As the sun of the once brilliant party went down, there was one colossal figure of brilliant promise silhouetted against the darkening sky. But John Marshall, now a member of the House, was not in good odor with the Hamiltonians because of his opposition to the alien and sedition laws. The irrepressible clash of contending policies and ambitions had been foreshadowed. In the difficulties Marshall had encountered in framing a reply to Adams's address that could command the united support of the party. And he had succeeded measurably by giving the reply a meaningless phrasing. For a moment, it seemed that Marshall might regain the confidence of his fellow partisans when, in a speech of brilliancy and force, he had demolished the flimsy case of the Democrats against the president in the matter of Jonathan Robbins. With his characteristic readiness to concede the full strength of an enemy, Jefferson had written Madison that in the debate on Robbins, J. Marshall greatly. But the Federalist cheers for their new leader were speedily turned to groans and hisses, and thereon hangs a tale of political infamy scarcely approached in audacity in American history. Almost 2 years before, when the French war hysteria was at its height and the Federalists were cocks of the walk, the inner circle of the party in the Senate met one night about the table in the Bingham dining room with the more moderate senatorial members. To assure party solidarity on all important party measures, it was proposed to bind all by the votes of the majority in a party caucus. The extremists had a slight majority over the moderate element. Thus, for a season, the government was, to all practical purposes, in the hands of a Senate oligarchy composed of a minority of the senators. From the summer of 1799, the extremists entertained no illusions as to their popularity with the country. The election of Jefferson seemed imminent provided a way could not be found to cheat him of his victory. From that moment on until the hour of his final triumph by the vote of the House in 1801, there was not a moment when the Federalist leaders were not ready to adopt any method, however disreputable and desperate, to accomplish their purpose. In this spirit, they conceived the wicked scheme to rob Jefferson of his victory through an amazing measure prescribing the mode of deciding disputed elections for president and vice president. Senator Ross of Pennsylvania agreed to sponsor the bill. Briefly and baldly, this provided that on the opening and reading of the certificates of the electoral votes in the presence of Congress, the papers should be turned over to a grand committee consisting of 6 members of each branch of Congress, with the Chief Justice as presiding officer. The members of the House and Senate committees should be elected by ballot. These, with the Chief Justice, were to go into secret session behind locked doors. They were to have the power to send for persons and papers, to pass on the qualifications of electors and the manner in which they had cast their votes, to investigate charges that bribery, intimidation, persuasion, or force had been employed, and finally, to decide which votes should be counted and which cast out. This decision was to be final. In other words, it was a criminal scheme and an unconstitutional plot to steal the election. It had the support of the great majority of the best minds in the Federalist Party. In keeping with the sinister nature of this monstrous measure, it was proposed to withhold it carefully from the public until the consummation of the crime. Happily, there were members of Congress who did not consider themselves bound in honor to protect dishonor from the light, and almost immediately 3 copies of the bill found their way to the office of Duane. 2 of these were personally delivered with permission to print and disclose the donors. 1 was mailed under cover. The bill was immediately printed in full in the Aurora with appropriate comments, and the conspirators were dragged into the light. The new electoral council or college may be very fitly compared with the secret council of 10 at Venice of old, wrote the editor. Out of this exposure grew the proceedings culminating in the prosecution for sedition against Duane. With the Federalists in control of both branches of Congress, it did not appear at first to matter much. The leaders of the party had never greatly concerned themselves with public opinion. They mustered their men in the Senate for a vote, leaving a discussion of the measure to the opposition. Behind the sorry smoke screen of the Duane prosecution, they marched unblushingly to their purpose. The final protest was made by Charles Pinckney, the brilliant new leader of the Democrats in the Senate, in a powerful constitutional argument that no one cared to meet. Equal in eloquence and strength of reasoning to anything ever heard within the walls of Congress, said the Aurora. He sat down. No one rose to reply. The question was taken on the passage of the bill, and it passed by a strict party vote of 16 to 12. Meanwhile, the publicity given the rather brazen plan to steal the election was having its reactions on the people, and Federalist members of the House began to protest. There was no one in a more rebellious mood than Marshall, who thought the situation too serious to permit him to leave for home on the birth of his fifth child. With a more far-reaching vision and a greater respect for public opinion than the veteran leaders of his party, he made his objections audible. On the floor of the House, on the street, at the boarding house, he talked boldly and incessantly against the measure. The Federalists were amazed, disgusted. Some of the leaders who appreciated his ability observed his insubordination with sorrow. They had doubted his political judgment, but had counted on swaying him to their views because of his companionable temperament. They took note of his very affectionate disposition, his attachment to pleasures, his conviviality, his seeming indolence, and they cultivated him on the side of his weaknesses. But they found him a difficult psychological problem. He had a timidity due to his tendency to feel the public pulse, was disposed to erotic refinement, and, worse still, to express great respect for the sovereign people. With all this, he possessed a persuasive power that worked with fatal effect on more feeble minds. And he was exerting this power among the members with disastrous results. Theodore Sedgwick, ponderous and pompous, and in politics insinuating, was apparently delegated to coax Marshall into the conspiracy. A number of heart-to-heart talks with the rebel followed. The Virginian doubted the constitutional power of the legislature to delegate such authority to a committee. After a long talk, he confessed himself to be convinced, but shifted, according to Sedgwick, to the ground that the people had authorized the members to decide, each for himself, in the case of election disputes. In its nature, this power was too delicate to be delegated. To Sedgwick, this was so attenuated and unsubstantial as to be beyond his comprehension, and Marshall was persuaded to abandon this ground too. But in the meantime, he had dwelt so much in conversation on these subjects that he had dissipated our majority, Sedgwick wrote King. When the discussions opened in the House, Marshall questioned the propriety of the Senate naming the chairman of the committee and of making the decision final, and offered an amendment. This was followed by other amendments and ultimately by the revamping of the whole measure. The Senate refused to accept the amendments, and thus the measure died between the two houses. Duane was jubilant. Here was evidence of the value of a free press. The odious bill was introduced for party purposes, and a party in the Senate sought to overwhelm by terror and oppression the men who dared to publish the bill, which even after numerous amendments was found too abominable to be countenanced by the House of Representatives. The Federalists were downcast and indignant. Senator Tracy, who had no political scruples, declared that Marshall has spoiled all the fair hopes founded on Mr. Ross's bill. Thus Marshall saved the country from revolution, and Jefferson from defeat regardless of the vote as Hamilton was to save him later. 2. The campaign was now on, but from this time we shall hear little of the activities of Jefferson. His work was done. Back to his beloved hilltop, he hurried on the adjournment of Congress, and there he remained, apparently less concerned with politics than with potatoes. But he had already created the machinery, trained the mechanicians, supplied the munitions of victory, found means for financing the enterprise, and he left the work with his lieutenants. In the leadership of his party, Jefferson had no rival, and he was the idol of his followers, the people's friend. The persecution he had met had but endeared him more to his supporters. He was their Messiah. On New Year's Eve in 1799, a company of Democrats spent the evening in conversation and songs until the new year came. Then, headed by a regimental band, they marched through the dark streets of Philadelphia, past the homes of the rich and fashionable blazing with light, to pay their respects to Jefferson at his lodgings. On the way, they encountered another large group, who, unknown to the first, had conceived the same plan for declaring their allegiance. The two crowds fraternized and marched on together. With cheers and shouts, they summoned their leader to the door. When the tall, familiar figure appeared, the welkin rang, the band played, and a song, written for the occasion, was sung. The incident is significant of the common recognition of Jefferson's leadership. During the 2 preceding years, the consummate political genius of Jefferson had been planning the program for the struggle of 1800. The congressional strategy of his party had been his work, and night after night, he had gathered his lieutenants about him at the dinner table of the Indian Queen and given his orders for the morrow. If the party platform had not then been conceived, he had his program, which met the purpose. Writing Madison in January 1799, he proposed that all possible emphasis be put upon the alien and sedition laws, the direct tax, the army and navy, the usurious loan to set these follies on foot, and on the picture of recruiting officers lounging at every courthouse and decoying the laborer from his plow. About the same time, he was expanding this program in a letter to Gerry. The constitutional rights of the states should be asserted. The right of Congress to its constitutional share in the division of power should be maintained. The government should be rigorously frugal, and all possible savings should be applied to the discharge of the public debt. The multiplication of offices should be stopped. A standing army in time of peace should be attacked. Free commerce should be maintained with all nations, and there should be political connections with none. The liberty of speech and the freedom of the press should be preserved. That same month he was writing Edmund Pendleton in the same vein: the direct tax, the army and navy in time of peace, the usurious interest, the recruiting officers at every courthouse to decoy the laborer from his plow. In these letters, we have the first Jeffersonian platform, and on these points, from that time on, the Democrats harped constantly in Congress, in pamphlets, and through the press. Not least, nor least effective, among the methods of propaganda were the congressional letters with which the Jeffersonian members flooded their constituents, setting forth in vigorous fashion all the counts in the indictment. As these letters fell upon the country like a snowstorm, the Federalists were infuriated. They summoned their federal judges to denounce them in charges to grand juries, and Iredell foolishly responded. In Congress, they hinted darkly that these records of public affairs sent by public servants to the public they served were seditious. Many years afterward, Adams recalled them with rage, these letters that swelled, raged, foamed in all the fury of a tempest at sea against me. A flood so enormous that a collection of those letters would make many volumes. Adams never forgave his party for finding no means for their suppression. These letters were part of the Jeffersonian plan to reach the people and set the tongues to wagging. Everywhere Jefferson was encouraging his followers to establish newspapers. Soon Noah Webster's paper was complaining that the irrepressible Matthew Lyon, in the course of 1 year, has established no less than 4 presses. Was money needed for the publication of pamphlets or the distribution of newspapers? Jefferson made out a subscription list, put his friends down for a contribution, and informed them of his action without apology. Thus, to Monroe, an important measure is under contemplation which will require a considerable sum of money. He had therefore put Monroe down for from $50 to $100. Thus, to Madison, every man must lay his pen and his purse under contribution. Were articles required, he sent instructions to his friends to write. Thus, to Pendleton, asking him to prepare a pamphlet on the Gerry correspondence, and to Madison asking him to set aside a portion of every post day to write what may be proper for the public. Were pamphlets printed and ready for distribution? Then a letter from Jefferson to men of the standing of Monroe ordering them to place them in the hands of the most influential characters among our countrymen who are only misled. In every state he had men of political sagacity, through whom he could work while maintaining the semblance of aloofness. In Massachusetts, Gerry; in New Hampshire, Langdon; in Connecticut, Bishop and Granger; in New York, Livingston and Burr; in Pennsylvania, Gallatin, M. Keene, and the Muhlenbergs; in Maryland, Mercer and General Sam Smith; in Virginia, Madison, Monroe, Giles, and Pendleton; in Kentucky, John Breckinridge and George Nicholson; in North Carolina, Macon, Jones, and Joseph Gales, the clever and daring editor of the Raleigh Register, who put the Federalists to the torture with the best paper in the state, which was sent free to prospective converts; and in Tennessee, Senator William Koch, an old Amelia County Virginian, and William C. Claiborne. In South Carolina, where the Hamiltonians were strong in the support of the Pinckney brothers, and through the commercial interests of Charleston, he was fortunate in having Charles Pinckney, more brilliant, daring, picturesque, and magnetic than his cousins, and Peter Freno, brother of the poet, and editor of the Charleston City News. Nowhere did the Jeffersonians make better progress against stubborn resistance than in the Palmetto State. Thence Hamilton had long drawn for talent, but his party was being gradually undermined. William Smith, who recited speeches Hamilton had written, had retired to escape defeat to a berth in Lisbon, and Harper, noting the premonitions of a storm, had announced his retirement from Congress to seek consolation in the glamour of the Carroll wealth and in the charms of a Carroll daughter in Maryland. This revolution was largely wrought through the management of a few Jeffersonians who met night after night in Fresno's office on George Street to plan the fight. Either of two participants in these conferences was a host within himself. There was Fresno huge in frame, and aside from height, bearing a striking resemblance to Charles James Fox in voice, conversation, and manners, with a literary style which a contemporary found to combine the beauty and smoothness of Addison and the strength and simplicity of Cobbett. And there was Charles Pinckney, handsome, imposing, a favorite of fortune, dominating in leadership, eloquent and forceful in debate, conspicuous in the Constitutional Convention in his 20s and governor of his state at 31. There about the table, and over their cups we may be sure, they set their traps and planned their propaganda. Fresno would take up his pen and literally dash off a powerful article with a facility and felicity that called for no revision or correction, and Pinckney would write an article to be signed a Republican, or appear unexpectedly at a public meeting to sweep the audience with him by the fire and force of his eloquence. These men sallied forth to battle with a gallant gaiety, suggested by their own facetious description of their conferences as the Rye House plot. Thus everywhere Jefferson had men on whom he could depend, and his orders given, his work done, he could spend the summer and autumn of 1800 with his potatoes. There we must leave him and look elsewhere for the drama of the fighting. Only twice during the campaign did he wander farther from Monticello than Charlottesville. Mounted on his horse, he rode daily over his plantation. Every evening he made his customary notations in his farm account book. When Marie's pianoforte arrived, he might have been seen tuning it himself while the battle raged on many fronts. He wrote his daughter the details of a neighborhood murder and of the prospects of the harvest, but nothing of politics. His work was done. He had plowed and sowed and tended, but the work in the harvest field was for others. In the early summer, a strange tale traveled throughout the country, recorded in all the papers, that he had died suddenly. The papers printed it cautiously, however, and there was no political motive in its circulation. At length it was explained. One of his slaves, named Thomas Jefferson, had died at Monticello. Jefferson was never more alive than that summer on his hilltop. 3. That a tidal wave toward democracy had set in was shown in the early spring in the elections in New York, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. By common consent, New York was put down as the pivotal state, and both parties planned to put forth their utmost efforts there. Jefferson, still in Philadelphia, was keeping in intimate touch with the situation through his correspondence in the state, and placing reliance on the sagacity of Aaron Burr. As early as January, he was writing Monroe with the utmost confidence of the result, on the strength of advices. In March he was assuring Madison, on the representations of Burr and Livingston, that the state was safe if the city of New York could be carried. The Federalists he found seriously alarmed. Their speeches in private, as well as their public and private demeanor toward me, indicate it strongly. Hamilton himself had seemed so depressed that Henry Lee had written rallying him on his pessimism, and urging him to be more like yourself and resist to victory all your foes. He had replied with a touch of petulance that he was not despondent and stood on ground which, sooner or later, will assure me a triumph over all my enemies. But he was then facing the most desperate fighting of his career, with Burr leading the opposition with a smiling gaiety that was disconcerting. The prevailing fashion of picturing Hamilton as a saintly soul sent to his death by a deep-dyed villain of the type once popular in the melodrama, cannot conceal the amazing resemblance of these two men. There were probably no other two men in the America of their day who were so much alike. Physically, both were small, compactly built, of militant carriage, with penetrating eyes of different colors and of persuasive voices. Both were dandies in their dress, the glass of fashion and the mold of form, courtly, Chesterfieldian, and dashing. Both had demonstrated their courage and military sagacity on the field of battle, Hamilton in the assault at Yorktown, Burr in carrying his beloved Montgomery from the battlefield on his back, wading knee-deep in snow, and amidst a rain of bullets. Burr, no less than Hamilton, had served in the military household of Washington, and both alike had resented their leader's rather imperious manner. At the New York bar, both had risen to eminence, and some hesitated to give the superiority to either. Here their methods were different, Hamilton relying on erudition where Burr depended on finesse, the former exhaustive in argument, the latter concise. Both were effective orators in different ways. Hamilton was declamatory, Burr conversational. Socially, they had many points of similarity, and in a social sense, they were not averse to one another's company at dinner. In conversation, one was scarcely more scintillating than the other, and both were fond of badinage and adept in compliments to the ladies. Both were gallants, attractive to and attracted by women of wit and beauty. Neither was above the intrigues of love, with ideas of morality that would have been appreciated in the London of the Restoration. If Burr kept his diary, which seems so shocking to some, Hamilton had his pamphlet on his affair with Mrs. Reynolds, but Burr did not publish his diary. Neither should be judged too harshly, for it was a day of rather loose morals, and the press made free with the gossip concerning Harper and Sedgwick. Both were inordinately ambitious for command, impatient under restraint, and want to dream of leading triumphant armies. The ambition of neither was circumscribed by the boundaries of the country. If Burr wished to lead an army of conquest into Mexico, Hamilton longed to lead the same sort of an army into South America. Hamilton and Burr were natural enemies because too much alike in temperament and ambition, their hopes clashed. Both were deeply in love with their wives, notwithstanding their transgressions. There is something touching in Burr's letters to his sick wife, his anxiety, his consultations with physicians, his instructions to Theodosia. He was idolized by wife and daughter because they, in turn, were idolized by him. Unlike Hamilton, he was even tender with his servants. It is quite impossible to conceive of Hamilton writing friendly letters to his men and women domestics and slaves. To understand Burr's fascination for many, one thing must be borne in mind: he was loved, because he was lovable in his personal contacts. These two men faced each other for a finish fight in the spring of 1800. 4. In the early spring, the surface indications were not favorable for a Jeffersonian victory in the election that was to determine the political complexion of the legislature that would select the presidential electors. The Federalists were seemingly entrenched. Behind them, victories. Hamilton was openly active, Burr watchful like a cat. One of the latter's closest lieutenants wrote Gallatin of the situation developing in March. The Federalists have had a meeting and determined on their senators. They have also appointed a committee to nominate suitable characters for the Assembly. Mr. Hamilton is very busy, more so than usual, and no exertions will be wanting on his part. Fortunately, Mr. Hamilton will have at this election a most powerful opponent in Colonel Burr. This gentleman is exceedingly active. It is his opinion that the Republicans had better not publish a ticket or call a meeting until the Federalists have completed theirs. Mr. Burr is arranging matters in such a way as to bring into operation all the Republican interests. The purpose of Hamilton was twofold: to elect the Federalist electors, and to elect only such electors as he could control against Adams. With this in view, he called a secret caucus composed of his most pliant followers. Preferring tools to men of independence and capacity, the caucus selected men of no popularity and little weight. Burr, who had an incomparable system of espionage in this campaign, was instantly put in possession of the ticket. The brilliant black eyes of the little politician hastily and gravely scanned the list. Then, folding it and placing it in his pocket, he murmured, "Now I have him hollow." Meanwhile, Burr had been busily engaged in the creation of a powerful, compact organization. Like most brilliant men of ingratiating manners, he had drawn about him a formidable array of the young men of the city prepared to execute any orders he might give. This was his purely personal following. He found the backbone of his organization in Tammany. The potentialities of that organization, composed for the most part of men in the ordinary walks of life, the poor, the unimportant, he had instantly sensed. They were Democrats by instinct. Their wigwam, a one-story frame building, was so unprepossessing that the Federalists dubbed it the pig penbutt that did not bother Burr. These men had votes and influence among others of their kind who had votes. They met night after night to smoke their pipes and drink their ale, to tell stories and talk politics. It is not of record that Burr ever entered the wigwam, but he was the Tammany boss notwithstanding, operating through his friends who were the ostensible leaders. It was he, seated in his law office, who molded the policies. His suggestions whipped it into shape as a fighting political organization. For weeks, his home had been crowded night after night with the most daring, adventurous, and ardent members of his party. Most of them were young, fit, and eager for any enterprise. Because there had been factions in the party, he laid down the law on these occasions that personalities should not be discussed or mentioned. These were to be submerged for the campaign. Local considerations were to be ignored. Discipline was to be maintained. Compromises necessary to solidarity were to be effected. The all-important thing was to amalgamate every section of the party and appeal to the people through a ticket notably superior to that of the Federalists. With the audacity of genius, he determined that General Horatio Gates should be a candidate for the Assembly. More daring still, that the venerable George Clinton, many times governor, should stand, and that Brockhurst Livingston, eminent as patriot and lawyer, should run. Samuel Osgood, a former member of Congress and Washington's Postmaster General, was slated. It was easy to put them down. The problem was to persuade them to accept. Here Burr's genius for leadership counted heavily. Time and again he labored without avail on Clinton, Gates, and Livingston. At length Livingston agreed to stand provided both Clinton and Gates would run. Straightway, Burr rushed to Gates. It was a hard struggle. Burr pleaded, cajoled, flattered, appealed to party pride. Finally, Gates agreed to run if Clinton would make the race, and their Burr almost met his Waterloo. The rugged old warhorse was prejudiced against Jefferson. He had ambitions for the presidency himself, and they had been passed over. Burr left the matter open, smiled, flattered, bowed, departed. Then, out from his office, committees began to make their way to Clinton with importunities to stand. The personal friends of the stubborn old man were sent to persuade him. He was adamant. A scene at Burr's home at Richmond Hill, present, the nominating committee and Clinton. A mass movement on Clinton. He would not budge. Then Burr's masterstroke. A community had a right to draft a man in a crisis. The crisis was at hand. Without his consent, they would nominate him. The rebellious veteran, flattered, agreed not to repudiate the nomination. The victory was Burr's and Jefferson's. A little later, the press announced that a meeting of the Democrats had been held at the home of J. Adams, Jr., at 68 William Street, where the Assembly ticket had been put up. Spirited resolutions were adopted. The enthusiasm of the Jeffersonians reached fever heat. Hamilton and the Federalists were paralyzed with amazement. The impossible had happened. Against Hamilton's mediocre tools, this ticket, composed of commanding figures of national repute. Immediately, the frantic fears of the Federalists were manifest in the efforts of Porteous, in the Commercial Advertiser, to frighten the party into action. Jefferson had become a possibility, the author of the Mazzei letter. Clinton and Gates candidates for the Assembly. Old men laden with honors who had retired, in harness again. Clearly no office lured them. It must be the magnitude of the issue. And who were Clinton, Gates, and Osgood? Enemies of the Constitution. To your tents, O Federalists. A few days later, the merchants met at the Tontine Coffee House to endorse the Hamiltonian ticket because the election is peculiarly important to the mercantile interests. In the pig pen, the Tammanites read of the action of the merchants, clicked their glasses, and rejoiced. Hamilton, now thoroughly alarmed, redoubled his efforts. The Federalist press began to teem with hysterical attacks on Jefferson, Madison, and Clinton men who were planning the destruction of the government. Meanwhile, Burr, calm, confident, suave, silent, was giving New York City its first example of practical politics. Money was needed. He formed a finance committee to collect funds. Solicitors went forth to wealthy members of the party to demand certain amounts determined upon by Burr. It was a master psychologist who scanned the subscription lists. One parsimonious rich man was down for $100. "Strike his name off," said Burr. "You will not get the money, and his exertions will cease, and you will not see him at the polls." Another named that of a lazy man liberal with donations. "Double the amount and tell him no labor will be expected of him." With infinite care, Burr card-indexed every voter in the city, his political history, his present disposition, his temperament, his habits, his state of health, the exertions probably necessary to get him to the polls. The people had to be aroused. Burr organized precinct and ward meetings, sent speakers, addressed them himself. And while Burr was working, the lowliest too were working on the lowliest. One evening, a large corpulent person with something of the appearance of Sir John Falstaff was seen in the lobby of a theater, haranguing an old black man who sells peanuts and apples to come forward and vote the Republican ticket. "You pay heavy taxes this year." "Yes, massa, me pay $10. "Well, if you vote the Republican ticket, you will have little or no taxes to pay next year. For if we Republicans succeed, the standing army will be disbanded, which cost us almost $1 million of money last year." The peanut vendor promised to appear at the polls with 6 more freeborn sons of the African race. Whereupon the campaigner had a tale to tell to the boys at the wigwam that night. The polls opened on April 29th and closed at sunset on May 2d. Days of intense, ceaseless activity. Hamilton and Burr took the field. From one polling place to another they rushed to harangue the voters. When they met, they treated each other with courtly courtesy. Handbills were put out, flooding the city during the voting. In the midst of the fight, Matthew L. Davis found time at midnight to send a hasty report to Gallatin in Philadelphia. This day he has remained at the polls of the 7th Ward 10 hours without intermission. Pardon this hasty scrawl. I have not ate for 15 hours. The result was a sweeping triumph for the Democrats. When the news reached the Senate at Philadelphia, the Federalists were so depressed and the Democrats so jubilant that the transaction of business was impossible and it adjourned. Hamilton was stunned and ready for trickery to retrieve the lost battle. The next night, he was presiding over a secret meeting of Federalists where it was agreed to ask Governor Jay to call an extra session of the legislature to deprive that body of the power to choose electors. Hamilton approached Jay in a letter. "In times like these," he wrote, "it will not do to be overscrupulous. There should be no objections to taking of legal and constitutional steps to prevent an atheist in religion and a fanatic in politics from getting possession of the helm of state." Jay read the letter with astonishment, made a notation that it was a plan to serve a party purpose, and buried it in the archives. It was the blackest blot on Hamilton's record. That victory elected Jefferson. It destroyed Hamilton and it made Burr vice president. Scarcely had the polls closed when Burr's friends, giving him the whole credit as he deserved, began to urge on the leaders in Philadelphia his selection for the vice presidency. Davis wrote Gallatin that the Democrats of New York were bent on Burr. Admiral James Nicholas, the father-in-law of Gallatin, wrote that the triumph was a miraculous intervention of supreme power and our friend Burr, the agent. It was his generalship, perseverance, industry, and execution that did it, and he deserved anything and everything of his country. He had won at the risk of his life. On May 12th, Gallatin wrote his wife, "We had last night a very large meeting of Republicans in which it was unanimously agreed to support Burr for vice president." That was a bitter month for the Federalists. In the gubernatorial contests in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, the Democrats had polled an astonishing vote. Painfully labored were the efforts of the Federalist press to explain these remarkable accessions. The Sentinel in Boston had previously sounded a note of warning under the caption, "Americans, why sleep ye?" The Democrats, it said, were organized, officered, accoutered, provided, and regularly paid. They were systematized in all points. In Pennsylvania, a Jeffersonian governor had thrown Federalist office holders headlong from their posts. In New Hampshire, the Democrats were fighting under cover of an ambuscade. In all states, new Jeffersonian presses were established, from Portsmouth in New Hampshire to Savannah in Georgia, through which the orders of generals of the faction are transmitted with professional punctuality, which presses serve as a sounding board to the notes that issue through that great speaking trumpet of the devil, the Philadelphia Aurora. Did not Duane get the enormous salary of $800 a year? Why sleep ye? Dismayed, disgruntled with Adams, but afraid to reject him openly, the Federalist caucus convened in Philadelphia and selected Charles Cotesworth Pinckney as his running mate with the idea of electing him to the presidency through treachery to Adams. 5. When Adams learned of the Federalist defeat in New York, he momentarily went to pieces. His suspicious mind instantly saw in his humiliation the hand of Hamilton and his supporters. He had long been cognizant of the treachery about him in his official household. On the morning of May 5th, McHenry received a note from the house on Market Street. The president requests Mr. McHenry's company for 1 minute. As the poet-politician walked up Market Street in response that spring morning, he could not have conceived of any other issue than a brief discussion of some departmental matter. Only a few weeks before he had, with Adams's knowledge, arranged for a house at Georgetown and for the removal of his family thither. As he had surmised, the subject which had summoned him to the conference was a minor matter relating to the appointment of a purveyor. This was satisfactorily disposed of. Was there something smug or offensive in the manner of Hamilton's messenger that suddenly enraged the old man, smarting under the sting of the defeat in New York? Suddenly he began to talk of McHenry's derelictions, his anger rising, his color mounting, his voice ringing with unrepressed rage. McHenry thought him mad. Washington, said Adams, had saddled him with 3 secretaries, Pickering, Walcott, and McHenry. The latter had refused to give a commission to the only elector in North Carolina who had voted for Adams. He had influenced Washington to insist on giving Hamilton the preference over Knox, which was true. In a report to Congress, McHenry had eulogized Washington and sought to praise Hamilton the president's enemy. He had urged the suspension of the mission to France. The old man was spluttering with fury, and his disloyal secretary was dumb with amazement. It was time for him to resign. McHenry beat a hasty retreat, returned to his office, prepared his resignation, which in decency should have been voluntarily submitted long before, and sent it in the next morning. Having set himself to the task of ridding his household of his enemies, Adams bethought himself of Pickering. 5 days after the stormy scene with McHenry, the austere Secretary of State received a note from the president inviting a resignation. This was on Saturday. On Monday morning, Pickering went to his office as usual, having been long accustomed to ignoring or thwarting the wishes of his chief, and sent a letter dealing, strangely enough, with his pecuniary embarrassments and refusing to resign. The letter had not been sent an hour before an answer was in his hands. It was curt and comprehensive. Divers causes and considerations essential to the administration of the government, in my judgment requiring a change in the Department of State, you are hereby discharged from any further service as Secretary of State. Hamilton, enraged at the dismissal of his servitors, hastened an astonishing letter of instructions to Pickering. He should take copies and extracts of all such documents as will enable you to explain both Jefferson and Adams. No doubt Pickering was aware of a very curious journal of the latter when he was in Europe, a tissue of weakness and vanity. The time was coming when men of real integrity and energy must write against all empirics. To McHenry he wrote that a new and more dangerous era has commenced, that revolution and a new order of things are avowed in this quarter, and, with something of Adams's hysteria, that property, liberty, and even life are at stake. The news that Adams had rid himself of his betrayers and found in John Marshall and Samuel Dexter as successors men incapable of treachery made a profound impression. To Duane of the Aurora, it was a vindication. 2 months before he had divided the cabinet into Hamiltonians and Adamsites, with Pickering and McHenry bearing the brand of Hamilton. Announcing the dismissals under the caption, "The Hydra dying," he described Pickering as an uncommon instance of the mischiefs that may be done in a country by small and contemptible talents, and a narrow mind when set on fire by malignity. The Federalist papers were hard put to sugarcoat the pill. The Sentinel cautiously said that the best men here have variant opinions on the measure of Pickering's dismissal. 3 days later, it rushed to the defense of the humiliated representative of the Essex junto, with the comment that the best eulogy on his official conduct was the chuckling of the Jacobins over his removal, and the assurance that he carried into retirement the regrets of all good men. The Essex junto made no attempt to conceal their disgust. Cabot, Ames, Gore, and Pickering were soon sending their versions to Rufus King in London. "You are so well acquainted with the sort of sensibility for which our chief is remarkable that you will be less surprised than most men," wrote Cabot. Gore wrote that the dismissal produces general discontent. The delicate moral sensibilities of all these politicians were much hurt because Adams had fallen into the habit of swearing and using Billingsgate. He was even speaking with bitterness of the Essex junto and the British faction, quite in the manner of Jefferson. It was even understood, among the Hamiltonians, that the dismissals were the price of the alliance which had been formed between Jefferson and Adams. But Adams knew what he was about. He knew that a plan had been made to trick him out of his re-election. The scheme was bald, bold, stupid. All the Federalist electors in the North would be urged to vote for Adams and Pinckney. In the South, enough would be asked to vote for Pinckney, and not Adams, to bring the Hamiltonian Carolinian in ahead. Hamilton was writing frankly to his friends in this vein, ready to pursue Pinckney as my single object. While Gore was writing King that, the intention of the Federalists is to run General Pinckney and Mr. Adams as president and vice president. When in July, Adams appeared in Boston at a dinner and toasted Sam Adams and John Hancock, the much-abused Jeffersonians, as the proscribed patriots. The Hamiltonians groaned their disgust, and the Democrats shouted with glee. This was well understood by the Jacobins whom it will not gain, wrote Ames. The Aurora observed that he did not give the great orb around which he moved as a satellite. The rupture was now complete. When Adams was permitted to leave Philadelphia without a demonstration the latter part of May, the Aurora was unseemly in its mirth. Did the blues parade? No. What not parade to salute him, whom the people delight to honor, the rock on which the storm beats, the chief who now commands? Did not the officers of the standing army or the Marines parade? The new army officers are not fond of the president. He has dismissed Timothy. Meanwhile, the most consummate of the betrayers, Walcott, unsuspected still, remained within the fort to signal to Hamilton. 6. It was common knowledge early in the spring that Hamilton would exert his ingenuity to defeat Adams by hook or crook. The Aurora declared, March 12th, that the party with Alexander Hamilton at their head have determined to defeat Adams in the approaching elections. The watchful eye of the suspicious Adams, who felt the treachery, unquestionably read the article and heard the gossip. When, after the death of Washington, the Cincinnati met in New York to select Hamilton as the head of the order, Adams was informed that his enemy had electioneered against him among the members. He heard particularly of the action of the learned and pious doctors Dwight and Babcock, who were attending as 2 reverend knights of the order, with their blue ribbons and bright eagles at their sable buttonholes, in saying repeatedly in the room where the society met, "We must sacrifice Adams. We must sacrifice Adams." Thus, when in June, Hamilton, under the pretext of disbanding the army in person, fared forth in his carriage on a tour of the New England states, no one doubted the political character of his mission. His purpose was to prevail upon the leaders to give unanimous support to Pinckney and to drop a few Adams votes, or, that impossible, to give Pinckney the same support as Adams. The records of this dramatic journey are meager enough. It is known that in New Hampshire he talked with Governor Gilman, who was the popular leader, and took pains to impress upon him the errors and the defects of Mr. Adams and of the danger that candidate cannot prevail by mere federal strength. He urged support of Pinckney on the ground that in the South he would get some anti-federal votes. In Rhode Island, he evidently encountered a spirited protest from Governor Fenner. The governor expressed the hope that all the electors would be Federalists, but clearly gave no encouragement to the Pinckney candidacy, according to Hamilton's own version of the conference. There were other versions, however, indicative of a stormy interview. The Albany Register advised Hamilton, in giving the story of his tour to the Anglo-Federal Party, which wishes to make Charles C. Pinckney president, to forget his interview with the governor of Rhode Island. The Aurora followed in a few days with a more circumstantial story. Hamilton had warmly pressed Governor Fenner to support Pinckney, and the old governor's eyes were opened, and he literally drove the gallant Alexander out of the door. 3. But in Massachusetts, albeit the home of Adams, Hamilton could count upon a cordial reception for his views, since it was also the home of the Essex junto. This was composed of the bigwigs of the party in that state, all ardently devoted to Hamilton, sharing in his hate of democracy and doubt of the republic. For years, these men had met at one another's homes and directed the politics of Massachusetts. They were men of intellect and social prestige, intimately allied with commerce and the law. There was George Cabot, the greatest and wisest of them all, and one of the few men who dared tell Hamilton his faults. He was a man of fine appearance, tall, well-molded, elegant in his manners, aristocratic in his bearing, earnest but never vehement in conversation, a man of wealth and a merchant. There was Fisher Ames, brilliant, vivacious, smiling, cynical, eloquent, exclusive in his social tastes, and wealthy. There was Theophilus Parsons, learned in the law, contemptuous of public opinion and democracy, reactionary beyond most of his conservative contemporaries, more concerned with property than with human rights. Tall, slender, cold in his manner, colder in his reasoning, he stood out among the other members of the junto because of his slovenliness in dress. Among his friends at the dinner table, he was a brilliant conversationalist, for he liked nothing better than to eat and drink, talk and laugh, unless it was to smoke, chew tobacco, and use snuff. He was the personification of the political intolerance of his class. There, too, was Stephen Higginson, one of the wealthiest and most cultured merchants of his day, a handsome figure of a man who took infinite pains with his toilet and always carried a gold-headed cane. Given to writing for the press, he made ferocious attacks on John Hancock under the nom de plume of Laco, and the truckmen on State Street, whom he passed on his way to business, taught a parrot to cry, "Hurrah for Hancock, damn Laco." So intolerant and bigoted was his household that a child, hearing a visitor suggest that a Democrat might be honest, was shocked. There also was John Lowell, able lawyer, cultured, ultra-conservative, disdainful of democracy, and there was Christopher Gore, who amassed a fortune in speculation and held a brilliant position at the bar. A striking figure he was when he appeared at the unconventional meetings of the group, tall, stout, with black eyes and florid complexion, his hair tied behind and dressed with powder, courtly in his manners, eloquent in speech, utterly intolerant in his federalism, and completely devoted to Hamilton's policies. These and their satellites were Hamilton's Boston friends. More, they were the backbone of his personal organization, his shock troops. Thus, when he crossed into Massachusetts on his tour, he was going to his own with the knowledge that they would receive him gladly, and they did. Reaching Boston on Saturday evening, he conferred with his friends, and on Sunday, attended divine services at the Reverend Mr. Kirkland S. On Monday, a dinner was given in his honor, where, the party paper insisted, the company was the most respectable ever assembled in the town on a similar occasion. General Lincoln presided. Higginson and Major Russell of the Sentinel were vice presidents. Governor Strong, the lieutenant governor, the Speaker of the House, Chief Justice Dana, Ames, Cabot, several members of Congress, and members of the reverend clergy sat about the boards. The tables were loaded with every dainty the season affords and every luxury which could be procured. It appears that some Adamsites or Jeffersonians declined to do homage, for we find the Sentinel commenting that had a certain citizen known that General Hamilton resembled his demigod, Bonaparte, instead of refusing a ticket to the dinner, he would have solicited the honor of kissing his hand. The Hamiltonians were clearly delighted with the occasion. Hamilton himself expanded and talked with freedom in the friendly atmosphere. He talked for Pinckney and against Adams, and in an especially expansive moment, dwelling on the sinister presumption of democracy, said that within 4 years, he would either lose his head or be the leader of a triumphant army. The dinner over, the conference concluded, he made an inspection of Fort Independence on Castle Island, and was on his way, accompanied as far as Lynn by a cavalcade of citizens. Everything had been carried off with becoming eclat, for had he not stayed at the elegant boarding house of Mrs. Carter? Unhappily, the carriage in which he rode with the cavalcade broke down in the middle of the street, to the delight of the Jacobins, but his composure gave his followers much satisfaction. Had not the Adamsites implied that he had received the cold shoulder elsewhere in Massachusetts, we might never have known his activities beyond Lynn. He was everywhere welcomed with unequivocal marks of respect, cordiality, and friendship. He dined in Salem with Mr. Pickman, drank tea at Ipswich, arrived at Davenport S. late in the evening, departed early in the morning for Portsmouth, and reached Newburyport on Sunday. That is the reason there was no demonstration there. But there in the evening, he stayed with Parsons in company, with some of the most respectable gentlemen of the town. But Hamilton and the junto were not soon to hear the last of that tour. The Democrats harped incessantly on the promise to lose his head or be the leader of a triumphant army. "We have often heard of a French gasconade," said the Aurora, "but we have now to place alongside of it a Creole gasconade in America. Alexander Hamilton leading an army to effect a revolution. Why, the very idea is as pregnant with laughter as if we were to be told of Sir John Falstaff's military achievements." Manlius rushed to the attack, ostensibly in behalf of Adams, in the Chronicle. Why this trip to disband the army? Had Hamilton ever been in the camp before? Had he appeared to plant the seed of distrust in the bosom of the troops, against Adams, And what a painful effect upon the great men of Boston. Your personal appearance threw poor Cabot into the shade. Even what had been deemed eloquence in the smiling Ames was soon reduced to commentary, and so petrifying was your power that our district judge has scarcely since dared to report an assertion from his Magnus Apollo of Brookline, either on politics or banking, and lose his head or lead a triumphant army if Pinckney were not elected. Your vanity was more gross than even your ignorance of the characters of the people of the eastern states. 2 months later, the echoes were still heard. The Reverend Mr. Kirkland, flattered by Hamilton's cultivation and ingratiation, and Young, not content with indiscreetly repeating Hamilton's observations made in company, rushed into the papers with an attack on Adams and a glorification of Hamilton. What a disgrace to the clergy, wrote no politician, for this flattered youth to vindicate the character of a confessed adulterer and artfully to sap the well-earned reputation of President Adams. Even King heard from a Bostonian that Hamilton, in his mode of handling, did not appear to be the great general which his great talents designate him. But Hamilton made his observations and reached his conclusions that the leaders of the first order were in a mood to repudiate Adams, but that those of the second order, more numerous, were almost solidly for him. He merely changed his tactics. Chapter 20. Hamilton's Rampage. 1. Finding that persuasion had failed to shake the fidelity of the second-class leaders, Hamilton bethought himself of coercion. The moment he returned to New York, he wrote Charles Carroll of Carrollton proposing to oppose their fears to their prejudices by having the Middle States declare that they would not support Adams at all. Thus they might be driven to support Pinckney. Both New Jersey and Connecticut, he thought, might agree to the plan, since in both places Adams's popularity was on the wane. In any event, it was not advisable that Maryland should be too deeply pledged to the support of Mr. Adams. The effect on Carroll was all that could have been desired. 2 months later, an emissary of McHenry's, sent to interview the venerable patriot, found that he considered Adams totally unfit for the office of president and would support the election of General Pinckney. Throughout the summer, the leaders in the inner circle of the Hamiltonian conspirators were busy with their pens. Richard Stockton urged on Walcott the wisdom of making a secret fight. Prudent silence, get in our tickets of electors, they will be men who will do right in the vote, and Mr. Pinckney will be the man of their choice. No one was deeper in the business than Walcott, who, holding on to his position and presenting a suave, unblushing front to his chief, was writing feverishly to the leaders of the conspiracy. While Hamilton was receiving the homage of his New England idolaters in June, Walcott was writing Cabot that if General Pinckney is not elected, all good men will have cause to regret the inactivity of the federal party. In July, he was writing McHenry that if you will but do your part, we shall probably secure Mr. Pinckney's election, and to Chauncey Goodrich that good men thought Mr. Adams ought not to be supported. He was receiving letters from Benjamin Goodhue, presumably Adams's friend, concerning Mr. Adams' insufferable madness and vanity, and from McHenry that Mr. Harper is now clearly of opinion that General Pinckney ought to be preferred. In August, he was assuring Ames that Adams ought not to be supported, and in September, the Aurora was charging that during that month he had declared in Washington that Mr. Adams did not deserve a vote for president. Clasping Adams's hand with one of his, this consummate master of intrigue was using the other to wigwag messages to Hamilton from the window of the fortress. But Hamilton found much to disconcert him. Albeit Cabot rather boasted that in July he had not yet paid a visit of courtesy to Braintree, and probably would not, he was writing Hamilton that to discard Adams at that juncture would mean defeat in Massachusetts. He was opposed, however, only to an open rupture. Noah Webster, having made a New England tour of his own and lingered a moment under the trees at Braintree, went over to Adams' bag and baggage. All but 2 of the Federalist papers were supporting Adams with spirit. To prod him more, the Jeffersonian press was pouncing upon Hamilton ferociously. Dictator of the aristocratical party, father of the funding system, working desperately for Pinckney, continually flying through the continent rousing his partisans by the presence of their chief, prescribing and regulating every plan, was Hamilton, charged a Jeffersonian editor. Author of a little book in which he endeavors to give an elegant and pleasant history of his adulteries, he added, Hamilton began to meditate a sensational stroke. 2. Meanwhile, the Jeffersonians, united, enthusiastic, thoroughly organized, confident, were waging war along the whole line. The mechanics who could vote, the small farmers, the liberals and Democrats, the private soldiers of the Revolution who felt they had been tricked, the small merchants, the Germans because of taxes and the proscription of Muhlenberg, the Irish because the Federalists abused them and passed the Alien Law, were almost a unit behind their chief. All the cost of the army and navy, and the frequent outrages of soldiers with nothing to do, brought support. In North Carolina, Gales, in the Register, was using the camp near Raleigh as a veritable recruiting point for Democrats. The 8% loan of that day and the excise law of the day before were bringing great accessions to the ranks. The growing indebtedness of the nation, and Walcott's admission that another 8% loan would be necessary, was making converts. The scandals in administration were creating havoc in administration circles and driving Walcott to distraction. The scandal of Jonathan Dayton, Federalist leader of New Jersey, broke, and the hailstones beat upon the head of Walcott, who was the victim of his credulity alone. While Speaker, Dayton had made writ application at the end of the session of 1798 for $33,000 as compensation for the House. That amount was not needed. Walcott's plea that he did not know he had given Dayton more than necessary was greeted with jeers. His assertion that he had the right to expect the unexpended balance to be immediately refunded only met derisive laughter. Not until the winter of 1799 was the discovery made that Dayton had retained more than $18,000 since July 1798. Walcott, discovering this fraud, summoned Dayton, wrote him a sharp letter, and recovered the money but not the interest. Meanwhile, Duane, in the Aurora, was devoting pages to affidavits concerning Dayton's notorious land frauds. Defalcations were numerous, due, according to the apologists of the administration, to the difficulty of procuring men of standing and character to execute their duties. Then, to darken the picture for the Federalists, stories were afloat corroborative of the Jeffersonian charge that they favored aristocracy and monarchy. Again, Adams appeared as the champion of kingly government. Senator John Langdon, a reputable man, personally vouched in a signed letter to the truth of the charge that, in the presence of himself and John Taylor of Caroline, Adams had said that he expected to see the day when Mr. Taylor and his friend, Mr. Giles, would be convinced that the people of America would not be happy without an hereditary chief and senator at least for life. This was greatly strengthened from Federalist sources. The observations of the president when he went through town last made more Democrats than any other thing beside, wrote Timothy Phelps to Walcott. He told Dr. Dana he did not believe the United States could exist as a nation unless the executive was hereditary. The lesser lights among the Federalists were likewise contributing to the Jeffersonian cause. Noah Webster was being vigorously assailed in the American Mercury for saying that reading and observation had convinced him that republicanism was impossible unless the poorer classes were excluded from the vote. But the climax came with the publication of the stupid pamphlet of John Ward Fenno, who, with his father, had been editor of the Federalist organ for years. In desultory reflections on the new political aspect of public affairs, he clearly reflected the views of Hamilton, to whom he referred as having been pitched down the Tarpeian rock of oblivion, not for subsequent apostasy, but for the very deed of greatness itself. It was a slashing assault on Adams for making peace with France. Glorious prospects had been opening the doors of the Temple of Janus, but Adams had acted in a puerile fashion. The masses were denounced as the stupid populace too abject in ignorance to think rightly and too depraved to draw honest deductions. The patriotic Federalists were, by Adams's action, by one sudden stroke in one short hour, beaten off their ground, overwhelmed with confusion, and left abandoned to all the ridicule and all the rage of their antagonists. And nauseating nonsense, meanness, abject servility, and the effeminacy of Sybaris now reign with a pomposity undisturbed even by any casual exertions of genius or common sense. Pickering had been dismissed because he approached too near to holding a divided empire within the hearts of the people. The time had come to repudiate the author of our evils. More, the form of government should be changed. The continent should be divided into 10, 15, or 20 counties to be governed by a lieutenant or prefect appointed by the executive. Certain subaltern appointments should be in his gift. These prefects would constitute as proper an upper house for one branch of the legislature as could be devised. The franchise should be cut off from all paupers, vagabonds, and outlaws the poor, the Democrats and, placed in those hands to which it belongs, the proprietors of the country. This from the man who had edited the Hamilton Federalist organ in Philadelphia. Copies were carried about in the pockets of the Jeffersonians and worn out by readings in the taverns. On top of this, Federalist leaders, writers, and papers began to hint at secession in the event of Jefferson's election. It had become a habit. There had been talk of secession among them if the state debts were not assumed, talk again if the Jay Treaty was not ratified. Walcott's father had written his son, long before, of its desirability if Jefferson should be elected. 4 years previously, the Hartford Courant, the strongest Federalist paper in New England, began to publish letters by Pelham, paving the way for the secession of the North. The South was bitterly assailed. There were more interesting objects than the Union, thought Pelham. The time had come to secede. A year later, Gustavus began writing in the same paper on the same theme. Jefferson was denounced as an atheist and traitor. In 1800, Burleigh took up his pen to advocate secession in the event of Jefferson's election. In this case, the author was known it was the fanatic John Allen, who, as a member of Congress, had charged Livingston with sedition because of his attack in the House on the alien law. In his initial letter, he urged all Federalist papers to copy, and some did. The election of Jefferson would destroy the Constitution, result in anarchy, expel Federalists from office, wreck the financial system, and lead to revolution, for there is scarcely a possibility that we shall escape a civil war. This would be bad, but less, far less than anarchy or slavery. Secession would be almost certain. Where would the boundary be? At the Potomac, the Delaware, the Hudson? New England might have trouble if New York and Pennsylvania were included in the Northern Confederacy. They are large, wealthy, powerful. They have many men of intrigue and talent among them, desperate in their fortunes, ambitious and unprincipled. It would be hard to get them to join a peaceful body and keep them quiet. These were the leading political articles in the leading Federalist paper in the most uncompromising Federalist state through the campaign of 1800. In the American Mercury, Rodolphus replied with a stinging rebuke. "He tells us," wrote Rodolphus, "that if Mr. Jefferson is elected our towns will be pillaged, our inhabitants rendered miserable and our soil dyed in blood, that we shall have a Jacobin government, that the Constitution will fall a sacrifice, and finally if the man of his choice is not elected, the federal union must be destroyed, and that the northern states must form a separate government." The writer is a Federalist indeed. The Jeffersonians made the most of Burleigh's secession articles. 3. Nowhere were the Jeffersonian activities more annoying to the Federalists than in New England, where federalism thought itself permanently entrenched. It had reached its peak in 1798 during the war hysteria, and the next 2 years were marked by a notable decline. The activities of the defiant Democrats were intensified. Denunciations of the aristocracy that governed, of the political meddling of the clergy, brought the fight personally home to the leaders. In Vermont, where Lyon had been persecuted and his followers aroused, the stamp tax and the extravagance in government made a deep impression on the small farmers. It was a scandal in the best regulated households that Matthew Lyon and his cubs were prowling about the highways. In Massachusetts, where Gerry had made a remarkable race for governor in the spring, the fight was being made in every quarter, and Ames was wailing that, on the whole, the rabies canona of Jacobinism has gradually passed of late years from the cities, where it was confined to the docks and the mob, to the country. In New Hampshire, the Jeffersonians had made an astonishing showing in the gubernatorial contest in the spring, carrying a number of the towns, including Concord and Portsmouth. There, under the leadership of John Langdon, they had capitalized the refusal of the Federalist legislature to grant a charter to a bank which proposed to loan money in small sums and place credit within the reach of the farmers and the poor. Their defeat, notwithstanding their heavy vote, encouraged them to persevere in their attacks on corporations and the privileged few. But it was in Connecticut that the Jeffersonians gave the Federalists their greatest shock by the audacity of their attacks. There the Democrats, though few, made up in zeal and ability for what they lacked in numbers. In the home of Pierrepont Edwards, a federal judge and a foremost citizen, they perfected their plans for the campaign. Aaron Burr spent some time in the state, assisting in the creation of a militant organization. A Federalist complained in a letter to Walcott that the Democrats spent all their time and talents for 8 weeks endeavoring to persuade the ignorant part of the community that the administration was endeavoring to establish a monarchy. And even good Mr. Edwards told them he had held an important office under government, but that he had found them so vile and corrupt, he was determined to resign the office. Nothing could have been more distressing to the aristocratic and clerical oligarchy which had long lorded it over the people. The Courant piously prayed that Connecticut would not exhibit the distressing spectacle of 2 parties rending the state with their reproaches and whetting their swords for civic combat, and held up the awful condition in Pennsylvania and Virginia as a warning. The New York Commercial Advertiser, founded by a son of Connecticut, was disheartened at the effrontery of the Democrats. Jacobinism in Connecticut, it said, has heretofore been confined to back streets and dark recesses, but in consequence of the successes in other states, it begins to creep forth and show its hideous front in good company. In September, the American Mercury of Hartford was boasting through Gracchus that in many towns where there was not a man who a few months ago avowed the cause of republicanism, the friends of liberty and the Constitution have now a majority, although in most towns there was a fight. To Abraham Bishop, the fighting leader of the Jeffersonians, was left the congenial task of whipping the Federalists to a frenzy. A graduate of Yale, of which Dwight, popularly known as the Pope of Federalism, and a man of scholarly attainments, was president, he was invited to deliver the Phi Beta Kappa oration at the commencement. It was assumed that he would speak on some literary or scientific subject, but nothing was more remote from his intentions. Very carefully, and with malice aforethought, he prepared a scathing arraignment of Federalist principles and policies. At the last moment, the clergy discovered the nature of the discourse and recommended its rejection. One indignant partisan wrote Walcott that the society discovered the cheat before it was delivered and destroyed its effect so far as was within their power. The Courant explained that when the invitation was extended, the members of the fraternity were ignorant of his sentiments, and of the fact that he had been once desired by a committee of the society to resign the presidency because of profanity. The moment it was found that the wicked man had written a seditious and inflammatory libel on the religion and government of the country, it was decided to dispense with the oration. But the seditious and irreligious bishop had no notion of being robbed of an audience. The Courant reported that, with an impudence and effrontery known only to weak or wicked men, Bishop proceeded at 7 o'clock to palm off on the public the production. More than 1,500 men, women, and children, including some members of the clergy, heard him, but the Courant, looking over the assemblage, solemnly declared it as a singular fact that every open reviler of religion was there and highly gratified, but that the young ladies of New Haven refused to grace an audience thus collected and consisting of such characters. No more slashing attack was heard during the campaign. The audience was sympathetic, jubilant, the orator in fine fettle, the subject to his taste. He attacked the extravagance in government, sneered at the ceremonious launching of war vessels, ridiculed the military pretensions of Hamilton. The army had not fought, but had stood their ground bravely in their cantonments. The funding system had ruined thousands, but has also led up to an aristocracy more numerous than the farmers general in France, more powerful than all others because it combined the men of wealth. But it was for the political preachers of Connecticut that Bishop reserved his heaviest fire. How much, think you, has religion been benefited by sermons intended to show that Satan and Cain were Jacobins? Then a contemptuous fling at Pope Dwight would Paul of Tarsus have preached to an anxious, listening audience on the propriety of sending envoys. After all, the captain of salvation is not so weak as to require an army and navy and a majority in Congress to support his cause. Then, falling into satire, let no one imagine that I would represent the clergy as acting out of their sphere. For is it not said unto them, Go ye into all the world and preach politics to every creature. When men oppose ye, call them enemies of God and trample them under your feet. When the people are assembled, say to them that the Lord reigneth on the earth in the midst of men of power and wealth, that he delighteth in the proud, even in those who are lofty, that he will exalt the vain, and lay in the dust they who are humble in his sight, that the great are gods, but that the little men are like the chaff which he driveth before the wind. That in the day of his power he will shine mightily on those who are in power, and that he will make the people under them like the hay, and the stubble, and the sweepings of the threshing floor. Immediately the speech was published in pamphlet form and sent broadcast over the country. Editions were printed in numerous towns and states. Within a week an answer had been published in a pamphlet, A Rod for a Fool's Back, but it failed to affect the popularity of Bishop's oration on the extent and power of political delusions, and 2 months later, when he was at Lancaster during a session of the legislature, he repeated the speech on invitation of Governor M. Keene. It was a palpable hit. 4. And it was a hit, primarily because it was an assault on the part the clergy was playing in the campaign. All over New England, and in New York and Philadelphia, ministers were preaching politics with an intemperance of denunciation and a recklessness of truth that seems incredible today. The game of the politicians to picture Jefferson as an atheist, a scoffer at religion who despised the church and laughed at the Bible, was entrusted to the ministerial corps, which did the best it could. It was a line of slander that had followed Jefferson from the moment he forced religious liberty and toleration into the laws of Virginia. The only campaign canard of which Jefferson took cognizance was set afloat by the Reverend Cotton Smith, who proclaimed that the man of Monticello had accumulated his property by robbing a widow and fatherless children of their estate while acting as their executor. If Mr. Smith thinks that the precepts of the gospel are intended for those who preach them as well as for others, wrote Jefferson, he will some day feel the duties of repentance and acknowledgement in such forms as to correct the wrong he has done. All this is left to his own conscience. But if Jefferson was content to leave to their consciences clergymen bearing false witness, his followers were not. When the Reverend Dr. Abercrombie of Philadelphia gravely warned his congregation against voting for an atheist, Duane made a biting reply. He is the man who opposed reading the Declaration of Independence on 4th of July last, he wrote. Need we wonder at his hatred of Mr. Jefferson? When the clergyman, stung by the attack, made a weak reply, Duane asked, during the prevalence of yellow fever. In 1798, on a day, in the house of Mr. Richard Potter in Germantown, did you not provoke an argument in which you supported monarchical doctrines, and assert that the country would never be happy until it had a king? To another minister, fortunately, the late Reverend Dr. J. B. Smith of Virginia, was ascribed one of the most amazing stories of the campaign, that Jefferson, on passing a dilapidated church, had sneeringly said that it was good enough for him who was born in a manger. When the Reverend John M. Mason published a political pamphlet under the cover of Religion, accusing Jefferson of being a deist, and the Reverend Dr. Lynn of New York, actively electioneering for Pinckney against both Adams and Jefferson at the instance of Hamilton, printed another. A Democratic pamphlet appeared declaring that Jefferson is as good a Christian as Adams, and charging that Pope Dwight, 10 years before, had published a poem, The Triumph of Infidelity, in which he named Pinckney as a deist. In this pamphlet, Dr. Lynn was handled as roughly as the Philadelphia pulpit politician. Had he not called on a Democrat while electioneering for Pinckney and been forced to admit that Jefferson was a good man? Had he not, when pressed, been forced to concede that Pinckney was a deist? Had not the wife of the Democrat indignantly taken the clergyman to task for his partiality to a self-confessed adulterer? If the Jeffersonians were attacking the political preachers with meat-axe and artillery, they were not without provocation enough. In Connecticut, these ministers were the backbone of the Federalist Party machine, with Dwight as their leader, than whom none more offensively intolerant ever breathed curses on a foe. In Massachusetts, when the Reverend Ebenezer Bradford espoused the cause of democracy, he was ferociously abused by his fellow ministers and the Federalist papers, ostracized in the name of Christ by his fellow clergymen, and refused a pulpit in Essex County. It was not a time when ministers in some sections were making much of the action of Christ in seeking his disciples among workers and fishermen. The feeling of many of these was expressed by the Reverend David Osgood when, speaking of the masses, he said that they may know enough for the places and stations to which Providence has assigned them, may be good and worthy members of the community, provided they would be content to move in their own sphere and not meddle with things too high for them. In one pamphlet, the case against Jefferson's religion was set forth in detail. He questioned the story of the deluge, did not believe the Bible in its entirety was inspired, and was opposed to teaching the Bible in the public schools. "No one, I believe," wrote this distressed Christian, "has openly and publicly asserted that Jefferson is a Christian." Soon a pamphlet in defense was in circulation. "Read, ye fanatics, bigots, hypocrites, and you base calumniators whose efforts to traduce are the involuntary tribute of envy to a character more pure than your own, read and learn, and practice the religion of Jefferson as displayed in the sublime truth and inspired language of his ever-memorable act establishing religious liberty. Read his views on slavery in his Notes on Virginia. I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." The Chronicle was amused to observe the characters who are professed champions of religious zeal. Who were they? What shall we say of a faction that has at its head a confessed and professed adulterer? In connection with this saint we have a group of zealots, consisting of gamblers, bankrupts, Saturday evening carousers, or, to comprise the whole in one general appellation, a British Essex junto intermixed with a few clerical hypocrites who have formed an alliance, offensive and defensive, to calumniate Mr. Jefferson. The American Mercury dwelt on contributions made by Jefferson to the church and to needy clergymen. Thus, while Mr. Jefferson is practicing the blessed religion of Jesus Christ by acts of charity and benevolence, these political parsons are abusing that holy religion and profaning the temple of God by fulminating lies and slander against Mr. Jefferson. Thus, through the summer and autumn, and into the winter, the political preachers continued their assaults, and the Jeffersonians replied without undue reverence for the cloth. Everywhere the Federalist leaders were assuming a pious pose. Even Sedgwick and Ames and Otis were becoming religious, and the Democrats greeted their pose with ribald mirth. Into an amusing imaginary diary of Jonathan Dayton of the soiled reputation, Duane was writing the notation, "When a church must go to church, Federalists must be pious, will do a great deal of good." When an appeal was made to Catholics to vote against Jefferson, Duane dryly commented, "We presume the reason to be that it was owing to Mr. Jefferson that the Catholic priest was saved from being hanged for going into Virginia, and that to his toleration law it was owing that the Catholic can now build churches and adore God without incurring penalties of fine and imprisonment." Thus religion in virulent form fought with politics in the campaign of 1805. But this sort of fighting and sniping was not working to the disadvantage of Adams, and that was of some concern to Hamilton, who had concluded that he would be happier under the presidency of Jefferson than under a continuation of Adams. Scurrility there was in abundance, but Adams suffered little. Occasional references were made to his vanity, his love of pomp, his partiality to titles, and to his writings as evidence of monarchical tendencies, but these were mild enough. With the political preachers and editors abusing Jefferson, and with the Democrats attacking Hamilton, it was time for someone to assault Adams, and Hamilton delegated himself to the task. During the summer, Adams, smarting under the discovery of the treachery of his party associates, had been freely talking in unguarded conversation of an English party, and naming Hamilton and his friends. This furnished the pretext. On the 1st of August, Hamilton wrote a note to Adams asking a verification or denial of the report that he had said there was a British faction with Hamilton at the head. This was sent to Cabot for transmission to Braintree. The cunning leader of the Essex junto, in acknowledging the receipt of the letter, suggested that perhaps the election of Jefferson would be necessary for the reunification of the Federalist Party. Were Pinckney chosen, he would encounter the venomous hostility of the Adamsites. How would it do for the Federalists to throw their support to Burr? Many Federalists favored such action. Adams ignored the letter from Hamilton, as the latter unquestionably supposed he would. 2 days after its transmission, and before it could have possibly reached the president, Hamilton wrote Walcott of his impatience at the latter's delay in sending the statement of facts which you promised me. The trusted member of Adams's official family had promised his chief's most bitter foe the ammunition for attack. It was plain, said Hamilton, working on Walcott's fears, that unless something were done, the Adams faction will completely run us down in public opinion. Had not Walcott's name been bandied about with Hamilton's as a member of the British party? Later in the month he wrote McHenry, then nursing his wrath in retirement, of his plan to publish a pamphlet defending himself and friends and attacking Adams. He was prepared to put his name to it, but this he could not do without its being conclusively inferred that as to every material fact I must have derived my information from members of the administration. To both McHenry and Walcott he sent a copy of the letter. At the moment he wrote, he was having difficulty with some of his advisers. Cabot and Ames had discussed the wisdom of Hamilton's putting his name to the pamphlet, and both agreed it would be indiscreet. It should be remembered that Adams might be re-elected. Hamilton's sponsorship of the pamphlet would give it force with men who needed no conversion, while with his enemies, it would be converted into new proof that you are a dangerous man. A month later, Hamilton was still in doubt about affixing his name, but evidently anxious for encouragement to do so. Thus he wrote Walcott that anonymous publications cannot affect anything, but that some of the most delicate of the facts stated I hold from the three ministers, yourself particularly, and I do not count myself at liberty to take the step without your permission. On October 1st, Hamilton sent a second letter to Adams, through Cabot, who, 10 days later, wrote that it had been transmitted, but no reply was made. Nothing could have suited Hamilton better. Thus the pamphlet was written and sent to the editor of the New York Gazette to print. It bore the name of Hamilton. It was to be guarded from general publicity and sent only to leading Federalists over the country. And right here the uncanny cleverness of Burr again intervened. The suave little black-eyed master of espionage had known Hamilton's slate for the Assembly within an hour after the caucus had adjourned. When Hamilton's caucus decided to ask Jay to call an extra session of the legislature to defeat the effect of the election, the fact was heralded in the papers the next day, and now Burr was to see a copy of the printed pamphlet before the eye of its author had seen it. Just how he got possession of the copy will never be known. His intimate political associate and authorized biographer merely says that he learned it was in the press, and arrangements were accordingly made for a copy as soon as the printing of it was complete. Parton has a more colorful story. Burr was an early riser, and walking in the street near Hamilton's house one morning, he met a boy carrying a covered basket. He always spoke to children. "What have you there, my lad?" "Pamphlets for General Hamilton." Whereupon he requested and received a copy, immediately summoned Davis and 2 others to his house, where extracts were copied and hastened with the utmost speed to the Aurora and the New London Bee. There is still another version of the general circulation that neither biographer mentions that of the editor of the New York Gazette, who was forced to an explanation in self-defense. The general circulation was contrary to the expectation that it would be restricted to particular quarters. The editor of the Gazette thinks it his duty to exonerate Mr. Hamilton by making it known that the thing has happened in direct opposition to his views. He had given the most precise instructions that the circulation might be deferred. But the editor, having been informed that by a breach of confidence or indiscretion, somewhere it was likely that extracts might appear in some newspapers, communicated the intelligence to Mr. Hamilton, who, being about to depart for Albany, left a letter with a friend directing him that if such a thing should happen, then to permit the letter to be thrown into circulation. This explanation did not appear, however, until Hamilton found that the tremendous sensation the pamphlet created was not reacting entirely in his favor. And for a sensation, there was cause enough. 6. An amazing production this, for the middle of the campaign. Adams did not possess the talents adapted to the administration of government. There were great and intrinsic defects in his character which unfit him. Even during the Revolution, Hamilton had entertained doubts as to the solidity of his understanding. When Adams had conducted Madame de Vergennes, wife of the foreign minister in Paris, to dinner, and been rewarded with her comment that he was the Washington of negotiation, he had interpreted it as an illustration of a pretty knack of paying compliments, when he might have said that it disclosed a dexterous knack of disguising sarcasms. His vanity was so great that it was more than a harmless foible. True, Hamilton had sought to elect Thomas Pinckney in 1796, but this was due to the disgusting egotism, the distempered jealousy, and the ungovernable indiscretion of Mr. Adams's temper, joined to some doubts of the correctness of his maxims of administration. Adams's letter to Tench Coxe, charging the Pinckneys with being English toadies, was silly. His conduct in preventing the French war was infamous. This latter had come out of the vice of not consulting his constitutional advisers, meaning Walcott, Pickering, and McHenry. He had thus fallen into the hands of miserable intriguers, with whom his self-love was more at ease. With gay disregard of the truth, Hamilton denied that there was any conspiracy to interfere with Adams's plans at Trenton. More amazing still, Adams was denounced for the dismissal of 2 traitors in his cabinet, and this, despite the fact that another, who remained, had furnished the writer with much of the material for the pamphlet. There was no cause for the dismissals, none at all. It was only Adams's paroxysms of rage, which deprived him of self-command and produced very outrageous behavior. Pickering had been driven out because he was justly tenacious of his own dignity and independence. The Adams interview with McHenry called for both pain and laughter, an incredible performance. Then followed more abuse because Adams had not given Fries and others to the scaffold. Then a pitiful touch for not appointing Hamilton commander-in-chief to succeed Washington. Here the author entered into more personal grievances. Having pictured Adams as an ingrate, a liar, and a fool unfit for high administrative office, the author concluded with the statement that because the body of Federalists, for want of sufficient knowledge of facts, are not convinced of the expediency of relinquishing him, Hamilton would not advise the withholding from him of a single vote. It was the most astounding political performance in American history, and the nation rocked with mingled imprecations and laughter. Even Cabot was a little shocked. "All agree," he wrote Hamilton, "that the execution is masterly, but I am bound to tell you that you are accused by respectable men of egotism, and some very worthy and sensible men say you have exhibited the same vanity in your book which you charge as a dangerous quality and great weakness in Mr. Adams." Major Russell, of the Sentinel in Boston, was painfully embarrassed and flopped about like a fish on the burning sands. In one issue, he supported Adams and denounced the author of an attack on Hamilton's action as well qualified for the task as a Billingsgate oyster is to contemplate the principles of the Newtonian philosophy. In another issue, he regretted Hamilton's ill-timed epistle and denounced an imported renegado of the name of Cooper, who had written Hamilton a saucy production to the effect that if he would admit the authorship of the pamphlet, he would ask for his indictment under the sedition law. This is evidence enough that Russell had parted with his sense of humor, else he would have appreciated the shot. The Hartford Courant contented itself by merely reprinting, without comment, the Jeffersonian New London B's excoriation of Hamilton. The New York Commercial Advertiser was silent, but gave space to the advertisement of a pamphlet entitled A Letter to General Hamilton, occasioned by his letter to President Adams by a Federalist. The Jeffersonian papers made the most of the opportunity. The American Mercury of Hartford, announcing the arrival of the pamphlet, explained that, since General Hamilton has secured a copyright to his masterly production, only extracts could be given. It was evidently written in the interest of Pinckney, who, having been educated at the University of Oxford in England, was naturally supported by the British faction. "I am sorry, sir," wrote the author of an open letter to Hamilton in the Independent Chronicle of Boston, "that you have been persecuted in the manner you mention, but does it show a man of fortitude and independence to be continually groaning, like some feeble old woman under her troubles? Egotism is the mark of a weak and vain mind. Here, General, you descend from your usual greatness to the level with female vanity." Duane of the Aurora fell upon it with the zest of a kitten lapping cream. John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and the Pinckneys are now fairly before the public, he wrote, not in the partial drawings of their political rivals, the Republicans. Their claims and pretensions to public confidence are exhibited by themselves. The Portsmouth Ledger struck the same note. If President Adams is what General Hamilton and the Essex junto represent him, and if Charles Cotesworth Pinckney is what President Adams in his letter to Tench Coxe has represented him, viz., a British partisan, can anyone hesitate to say that Mr. Jefferson is the most suitable of the three for president? But the most telling reply appeared in a pamphlet ascribed to James Cheetham, the New York editor. Of course, Hamilton was a monarchist, it said. It had been 1,000 times reiterated from New Hampshire to Georgia. The Madame de Vergennes incident, your references to a certain private journal of Mr. Adams was surpassingly brutal and low. They demonstrate the imbecility of your cause and point out the base malignity of your heart. The Adams letter to Tench Cox. Evidently written in some jocular moment. The cause of Hamilton's hostility, envy, ambition, and the loaves and fishes. The French peace. If your intrusive advice had been received, what would have been the condition of your country? Embroiled in an unprofitable war, commerce would have been at a stand, and the cause of liberty on the decline. A standing army would have gluttonized on the substance of society. Adams. True, the Duke of Braintree had very slender pretensions to consistency of character, and the nation's hope was in Jefferson, who has walked with dignity in every public and private calling, whose mind is illumined with science and whose heart is replete with good, who has stood firm and unshaken amidst the venality of courts and the temptations of power. Under such lashings, Hamilton writhed and was eager to make reply. The press teems with replies, he wrote Pickering, and I may finally think it expedient to publish a second time. In this case, I shall reinforce my charges with new anecdotes. My friends will, no doubt, be disposed to aid me. You probably possess some that are unknown to me. Pray let me have them without delay. But his friends had no such disposition. They had had enough. Ames wrote him scornfully of his critics, who were unworthy of notice. It is therefore the opinion of your friends that the facts stated must be left to operate on the public mind, and that the rage of those whom they wound will give them currency. The Federalist party had been split in two with a battle-axe. 7. Its leaders realized the hopelessness of their prospects. Many did not care. McHenry, smarting in Maryland, wrote Walcott that the lack of courage and initiative on the part of the leaders and their failure to fight Adams in the open meant defeat. What did they do? They write private letters, said the scornful poet-politician. To whom? To each other, but they do nothing to give direction to the public mind. They observe even in their conversation a discreet circumspection generally ill calculated to diffuse information. They meditate in private. If the party recovers its pristine character, shall I ascribe it to such cunning, paltry, indecisive, backdoor conduct? And for once in his life McHenry was wise and right. Unable to meet the issues, the Federalist bigwigs still hoped to win through sharp practice. They got their cue from the Jeffersonians, who, finding from the election of the year before that the selection of electors by districts would result in the loss of one or two in Virginia, changed the law and provided for their election by the legislature. This was enough for the Federalists in Massachusetts, where district elections would have given Jefferson at least 2 votes. Otis and others wrote the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate to change the law and have the legislature choose. The change was made. Stopped from complaining by their own action in Virginia, the Jeffersonians denounced the change in Massachusetts as a trick of the Essex junto to rob Adams and elect Pinckney, and much bitterness was aroused. In Maryland, the district system was favorable to the Jeffersonians, and the Federalists there were importuned from without to have the governor call an extraordinary session of the legislature to give that body the power. Owing to the almost equal strength of the parties in that state, however, the leaders were afraid to act, and a series of letters appeared, first in the Baltimore Gazette, and later in pamphlet form, citing the action of the Democrats in Virginia and the retaliation in Massachusetts. Should the state of Maryland suffer itself to be bullied out of its rights? By the clamors of the partisans in Virginia, demanded the author. The Aurora charged that James Carroll had said at Annapolis that the governor should call the General Assembly together to deprive the people of the right to vote for electors. But when it came to the test, the courage of the Marylanders failed, and no change was made. Only in Pennsylvania did the Jeffersonians have a real grievance. The most sanguine of the Federalists could find no silver lining to the cloud here. Fitzsimmons complained that in Philadelphia, a city of 60,000 inhabitants, not a man is to be found who is fit for the station who will accept the nomination for Congress. The envenomed Uriah Tracy, after traveling through the state, thought the outlook hopeless. M. Keene had brought forward every scoundrel who can read and write into office. The Democrats, with the joy and ferocity of the damned, were enjoying the mortification of the few remaining honest men. Tracy had seen very many Irishmen throughout the state, the most God-provoking Democrats this side of hell. Then, the Germans are both stupid, ignorant, and ugly, and are to the Irish what the Negroes of the South are to their drivers. The Democrats were establishing presses and newspapers in almost every town and county in the country, and the federal presses are failing for want of support. Under these conditions, the Federalists conceived the idea of depriving Pennsylvania of any voice at all in the election, an idea not unreasonable, since no provision had been made as to the method of choosing electors. In July, Senator Bingham had written Walcott that there was little probability that the state would have any agency in the election. But in any event, its vote would be equalized from the preponderance which the parties reciprocally possess in the two branches of the legislature. In November, Governor M. Keene called an extraordinary session. In the Senate, the Federalists had a small majority. In the House, the Democrats had the advantage. On joint ballot, the Democrats outnumbered their opponents. The Democrats urged a joint ballot. The Federalists laughed the proposal to scorn. Excitement rose to fever heat. Charges were made that Liston, the British minister, was using money to effect the result. The state, at the moment, was Jeffersonian, and the legislators were deluged with petitions for a joint ballot, but petitions from the people had never impressed the Hamiltonians. These stood firm, holding the power of veto. At length, they made a concession to the end that the state might not be deprived of any voice. The Senate could select 7 electors, the House 8. The Democrats writhed and raved without avail. The Federalists were relentless. Chapter 21. Democracy Triumphant. 1. The final contest was staged in the new Capitol at Washington. It was as though destiny had arranged a new setting for the new drama on which the curtain was now rising. In the glamorous days of Federalist supremacy, Philadelphia, with its wealth, its fashion, and princely houses, harmonized with the spirit of government. The aristocratic party thrived in an atmosphere of luxury. Consistency called for a stage setting of more simplicity, in a wilderness suggesting the frontier, when the curtain rose on the triumph of democracy. When that charming philosopher of cynicism, Gouverneur Morris, just elected to the Senate, reached the new Capitol in the clearing, after days of bumping and hardships on the woodsy road through Maryland, he looked about him with a smile and chuckled. Riding the Princess de la Tourette taxis, he poked gentle fun at the new seat of government. "We only need here houses, cellars, kitchens, scholarly men, amiable women, and a few other such trifles to possess a perfect city," he said, "for we can walk over it as we would in the fields and woods, and on account of a strong frost, the air is quite pure. I enjoy it all the more because my room fills with smoke as soon as the door is closed. I hasten to assure you that building stone is plentiful, that excellent bricks are baked here, that we are not wanting in sites for magnificent mansions. In a word, that this is the best city in the world to live in the future." 10 days before Morris wrote, Mrs. Adams had reached the Capitol in the wilds looking older and graver, and without a ceremonious reception, due to jealousies among the socially ambitious over the choice of a master of ceremonies. After the well-traveled roads to Philadelphia, the journey to Washington had been quite enough to add to both her age and gravity. On the way from Baltimore, her party had been lost in the woods, wandering aimlessly about for 2 hours until rescued by a wandering Negro. "Woods are all you see from Baltimore until you reach this city, which is only so in name," she wrote her daughter. "Here and there, a small cot, without a glass window, interspersed amongst the forest through which you travel miles without seeing a human being." Nor was the grandeur of the president's house entirely to her liking. From her windows, she could see on the Potomac the vessels as they pass and repass. But a rapid survey of the large mansion with its numerous drafty rooms convinced her that it would require 30 servants to attend and keep the apartment in order and perform the ordinary business of the house and stables. Not a single apartment finished. "The great unfinished audience room I have made a drying room of to hang up the clothes in," she wrote glumly. But added the tactful Abigail when asked how I like it, "Say that I write you the situation is beautiful," which is true. A few days later, she wrote of the impatience of the ladies for a drawing room, "But I have no looking glasses but dwarfs for this house, nor a 20th part lamps enough to light it." Had the disgusted Abigail fared forth for a peep into the living arrangements of others, she might have thought herself more fortunate. But surveying the city from her point of vantage, she would have found little to tempt to a tour of inspection. Even then, it was a city of magnificent distances, the houses separated by miles of mud roads, not entirely free from stumps. Travel by night was precarious. Blackness impenetrable, except when the moon was at its full, settled down over the homes and the frog ponds. Morris, having made an evening call, was forced to remain all night, for the road was not merely deep but dangerous to drive in the dark. James A. Bayard and a party of Federalist leaders, venturing forth on a return to their lodgings from the home of a friend 2 miles from town, were caught in a storm. And the coachman losing his way, they drove about the wastelands throughout the night, threatened every moment by the ruts and ravines. Pennsylvania Avenue, stretching from the president's house to the Capitol, bordered by miasmic swamps, did not at this time boast a single building. Nor would it have been possible to have lived along this causeway without devoting its wretched tenant to perpetual fevers. From the steps of the Capitol, one could count 7 or 8 boarding houses, 1 tailor's shop, 1 shoemaker, 1 printing establishment, the home of a washwoman, a grocery shop, a stationery store, a dry goods house, and an oyster market. And this was all. 3/4 of a mile away on the eastern branch stood 5 or 6 houses and an empty warehouse. At the wharf, not a single ship. From the president's house to Georgetown, living conditions were better because of immunity from swamps, but the wretched roads made it all but prohibitive as a place of residence for members of Congress. 6 or 7 of the more fastidious braved the distance and found comfortable quarters. 2 or 3 found lodgings near the president's house, but the remainder crowded into the boarding houses on Capitol Hill. In the best of these, by sharing a room, one could have attendance, wood, candles, food, and an abundance of liquor for $15 a week. However, the fare was unsatisfactory, the beef not good, and vegetables hard to get. Such was the hair-trigger delicacy of the political situation that this packing of the politicians might easily have led to altercations and bloodshed had they not seen fit to herd together according to their political views. There was some gambling, some drinking, but Gallatin observed that for the most part the members drank politics instead of liquor. How the dandies of the Federalist Circle must have missed the royal hospitality at Mrs. Bingham's. Pathetic efforts were put forth to create something that might pass for society, but so limited were the resources that the lone church at the bottom of Capitol Hill, which had previously served as a tobacco house, was found alluring, and women donned their finery for worship. The Thomas Laws, who had one of the few pretentious houses, organized a dancing assembly to which many subscribed. Mrs. Law related to both Lord Baltimore and Mrs. Washington, who aspired to the scepter of Mrs. Bingham, was a worldly woman, overfond of admiration and company, and finally there was a divorce. But at this time she drew the gayer element to her by her merry hospitality. "Lay down your hat, we have a fine roast turkey and you must stay and eat it," she would say to a caller, and soon others would casually appear, and an informal party would result. Callers in the old houses in Georgetown, where Southern hospitality held sway, found bread, butter, ham, and cake set before them. And on leaving they would likely as not carry away cake and apples in their pockets, a bottle of milk in their hands. Great was the amusement of the fashionable men and women, who had been so elegantly served at the Binghams, by the French chef, on finding themselves jolting over the dirt roads to their lodgings with their pockets crammed with cake. This was the Washington into which Jefferson was carried in a stagecoach for the decisive struggle of his career. Wishing to pay his respects to Adams, for whom he felt more respect than did the Hamiltonian wing of the president's own party, he wondered if the inordinate vanity of his defeated rival would interpret the call as an attempt to humiliate him. He determined to take the chance. Entering the president's house, he found Adams, a lonely old man in those difficult days, was all but isolated. One glance was enough to justify the caller's fears. In great agitation, and neglecting first to offer his visitor a chair, Adams burst forth, "You have turned me out, you have turned me out." With the gentleness of an elder soothing a hurt child, Jefferson replied, drawing on his familiarity with the workings of the minds and hearts of men, "I have not turned you out, Mr. Adams, and I am glad to avail myself of this occasion to show that I have not, and to explain my views. In consequence of a division of opinion existing among our fellow citizens, as to the proper constitution of our political institutions, and of the wisdom and propriety of certain measures. That portion of our citizens that approved and advocated one class of these opinions and measures selected you as their candidate, and their opponents selected me. If you and myself had been inexistent, or for any cause had not been selected, other persons would have been selected in our places, and thus the contest would have been carried on, and with the same result, except that the party which supported you would have been defeated by a greater majority, as it was known that. But for you, your party would have carried their unpopular measures much further than they did. Suffering as he was under the treachery of the Hamiltonians, this softened the unhappy president's mood. Jefferson was offered a chair. The two men, who had been intimate in Revolutionary days and in Paris, engaged in a friendly discussion of the topics of the day and parted with mutual expressions of respect. Jefferson returned to Conrad's boarding house, where he had taken a suite of rooms. It was a commodious house, standing on a hill, the precipitate sides of which were covered with grass and shrubs in a natural state. The windows of Jefferson's rooms commanded a beautiful view of the surrounding country, the level plain between the hill and the Potomac, through which the tree-lined Tabor wound its course. And the man of Monticello could look down from his windows on the tulip poplar trees, the magnolia, the azalea, the wild rose, the hawthorn. Characteristically enough, he had gone to Conrad's because of the charms of the scenery. There the man of the hour lived like the other lodgers, with the exception of having a drawing-room for the reception of visitors. Eating at the common table with the others, at the foot of the table nearest the door and most remote from the fire. When Mrs. John Brown, wife of the Kentucky senator, insisted that he sit at the head of the table, as the oldest man if not as the vice president, he waved the suggestion aside with a smile of deprecation. And there, in the coldest part of the room, he continued until he moved into the president's house. But for Mrs. Brown and Mrs. Theodorus Bailey, wife of a Jeffersonian congressman from New York, the mess table would have resembled a refectory of monks. Living under the same roof during the hectic weeks that followed were Gallatin, who shared his room with Varnum, a Democrat from Massachusetts, Senator John Langdon, General Sam Smith of Maryland, Senator Abraham Baldwin of Georgia, Senator Wilson Carey Nicholas of Virginia, his brother, the Virginia representative, and the Browns and Baileys. In the impending crisis, Jefferson could scarcely have surrounded himself with a better board of strategy. There we will leave him for a while to take up the threads of the Federalist conspiracy to prevent his election and thwart the public will. 2. While Jefferson was calmly observing the development of the conspiracy, and Gouverneur Morris was reflecting on the absurdity of the human comedy, Alexander Hamilton sat in his office in New York writing feverishly to the leaders of his party. If he wrote in bitterness, it was because he was fighting for the last vestige of his prestige as a leader. It had been ominous enough when he lost control of the party caucus and the leaders of the second class deserted him for Adams, but now, to his horror, he found the leaders of the first class scheming for the election of Burr, his pet aversion to the presidency. This was too much. Through the latter part of December, the indignant sparks flew from his fast-flying pen as he sought desperately to dissuade the conspirators who had been his faithful servitors. On the 16th, he wrote Walcott of his hope that New England at least will not so far lose its head as to fall into this snare. Jefferson was infinitely preferable, because not so dangerous a man, and because he had pretensions to character. But Burr was a bankrupt beyond redemption, except by the plunder of his country. He was the Catiline of America. Would Walcott communicate these views to Marshall and Sedgwick and reply speedily? The next day Hamilton and his erstwhile idolater Otis were both busy with their pens. The former, in an evident fever of anxiety, was writing again to Walcott. It was incredible that Federalists should be considering Burr. Within the last 3 weeks at his own table, he had toasted the French Republic, the commissioners on both sides who had negotiated the peace, Bonaparte and Lafayette. Could anything have been more monstrous? Alas, when will men consult their reasons rather than their passions? He asked, elect Burr merely to mortify the Democrats by the defeat of Jefferson? This disposition reminds me of the conduct of the Dutch moneyed man, who, from hatred of the old aristocracy, favored the admission of the French into Holland to overturn everything. Adieu to the federal Troy if they once introduced this Grecian horse into their citadel. While Hamilton was writing thus to Walcott, Otis in Boston was writing to Hamilton. It is palpable, he wrote, that to elect Burr is to cover the opposition with chagrin and to sow among them the seeds of morbid division. But how open communication with Burr? We in Massachusetts do not know the man. You do. Please advise us. Hearing a few days later that Sedgwick was deep in the plot, Hamilton wrote him with almost hysterical earnestness. For heaven's sake, let not the Federalist Party be responsible for the elevation of this man. 2 days more, and Hamilton was writing in New York. Harper, who had been his idolater, was similarly engaged in Baltimore. The former was writing Morris, seeking an understanding with Jefferson. Harper was writing Aaron Burr, proffering an alliance. Jefferson or Burr? The former without all doubt, wrote Hamilton. Let our situation be improved to obtain from Jefferson assurances on certain points the maintenance of the present system, especially on the cardinal articles of public credit to navy, neutrality. Make any discreet use you think fit with this letter. Alas, the flimsiness of political friendship. At that very hour Harper was writing Burr that the contest would be settled in the House. The language of the Democrats is that you will yield your pretensions to their favorite. I advise you to take no step whatever by which the choice of the House can be impeded or embarrassed. Keep the game perfectly in your own hands, but do not answer this letter or any other that may be written to you by a federal man, nor write to any of that party. No importunities from Hamilton were necessary in the case of Morris, who had taken the high ground that since it was evidently the intention of our fellow citizens to make Mr. Jefferson their president, it seems proper to fulfill that intention. Such was his response to Hamilton, who responded gratefully to the loyalty of one follower. If there is a man in the world I ought to hate, he wrote, it is Jefferson. With Burr I have always been personally well. But the public good must be paramount to every private consideration. The next day, Hamilton was bearing down hard on James A. Bayard, a Federalist representative from Delaware, with an excoriation of Burr as liable to overturn the government to extend his power. Was it possible that Federalists were thinking of arrangements with a man of Burr's character? No engagement that may be made with him can be depended upon. While making it, he will laugh in his sleeve at the credulity of those with whom he makes it, and the first moment it suits his views to break it he will do so. At the same time, he was appealing to John Rutledge of South Carolina to assist in crushing the Federalists' conspiracy as a service to your country. That month, too, Senator Ross of Pennsylvania heard from New York. Mr. Burr is the last man in the United States to be supported by the Federalists, he read. Why not seek an understanding with Jefferson? But as December faded from the calendar, the colossal genius of federalism found himself in a position of pitiful impotency and isolation. Morris and Jay shared his views, but even the New York friends of his youth, like Troup, were unresponsive, and most of the leaders, who had once responded gladly to his nod, were ignoring his frantic efforts and proceeding with their plans. On the day he was writing Bayard, 2 men knocked at the lodgings of Morris, and Robert Goodhue Harper and Senator Henry Latimer of Delaware appeared to electioneer the delightful cynic whose cynicism held so much of wisdom. The voluble Harper was the spokesman. Burr, he said, was his intimate friend. It was advisable, he thought, to elect Burr without asking or expecting any assurances respecting his future administration. There was enough in Burr's temper and disposition to give ample security for a conduct hostile to the democratic spirit. Morris listened patiently and dryly suggested the wisdom of the House suspending its determination until they can have more light as to the merit and probable conduct of the candidates. Unable to see with the majority of his party, Morris, who had touched life at so many points and in so many places, did not share in Hamilton's rage. Indeed, my dear friend, he wrote Robert Livingston about this time, this farce of life contains nothing which should put us out of humor. With Harper making a personal canvass for Burr, Judge Samuel Sewall of the Essex Junto was urging Otis to stand for a steady and decided vote of the federal party for Mr. Burr, because it might at any rate prevent an election a consummation, most desirable. Meanwhile Burr, pretending preoccupation with the approaching nuptials of his brilliant Theodosia, was suavely simulating, if he did not feel, a distaste for the plan of his intimate friend Harper. When the movement in his behalf was first launched, he wrote General Sam Smith that he would disclaim all competition with Jefferson, that the Federalists could entertain no wish for such an exchange, and that his friends would dishonor his views and insult his feelings by a suspicion that I would submit to be instrumental in counteracting the wishes and expectations of the United States. But 8 days later, Harper had written him an encouraging letter on the prospects, and he appears to have followed the admonition not to reply. After that silence. At Conrad's boarding house, the calmest man at the long table in the dining room was Jefferson. He knew the plans of the opposition to prevent an election or to elect Burr, and noted the gloom among his friends and the exultation of his enemies. He was quite calm. 3. January found Hamilton still feverishly busy at his writing desk. His worst fears had, by this time, been confirmed. His bosom friends had smiled incredulously upon his protests against Burr. The conspiracy was spreading ominously. His voice had lost its potency, his sword its shimmer. Grimly, he fought against fate. McHenry had been impressed with the propaganda for Burr. A number of the Federalist leaders had escaped from the frog ponds of the Capitol to enjoy Christmas festivities in Baltimore, and from these he heard but one opinion: Burr should be supported. Burr's letter to Smith, these worldly Federalists laughed derisively. He would not resent being elected by Federalist votes. Even McHenry thought that with Burr elected, we may flatter ourselves that he will not suffer the executive power to be frittered away. Still, he had misgivings. Can we promise ourselves that he will not continue to seek and depend upon his own party for support? It was with these doubts in his mind that McHenry opened a letter from Hamilton, whom he worshipped. Here he found Burr denounced as a profligate, as a voluptuary, as an extortionist in his profession, as insolvent and dangerous. A word from Hamilton was enough, and McHenry joined his leader in combating the Federalist plans in Maryland, and not without effect. But with Senator William Hindman, who had been a supporter of Hamilton in the House, nothing could be done. He was aggressively for Burr. In early January, Pickering, still pitying himself, was not shocked at the idea of Burr's election. The suggestion that the Federalist interest will not be so systematically opposed under Mr. Burr as under Jefferson impressed him. Then, in case of war with any European power, there can be no doubt which of the two would conduct it with most ability and energy. Meanwhile, Bayard had sent a noncommittal reply to Hamilton. He had found a strong inclination of the majority of the Federalists to support Burr, with the disposition growing. He ought, therefore, to have strong grounds for separating himself from the others. While their action could not bind him, it would be a painful wrench to leave them. Still, the magnitude of the subject forbids the sacrifice of strong conviction. As the pen of Bayard traveled over the page, the conspirators were moving about him, for he wrote in the House of Representatives. In truth, all Hamilton's advices were disturbing. Former Senator Gunn of Georgia, in sympathy with him, was afraid some of our friends have committed themselves by writing improperly to Burr. Even John Rutledge, while disgusted at the idea of either Jefferson or Burr in the presidency, found his party associates convinced that Burr will be the least mischief, and that his election would be prodigiously afflicting to the Virginia faction and must disjoint the party. It is easy to imagine Hamilton laying down the letter of Rutledge with a frown, to open one which had arrived from Sedgwick in the same mail, to get a greater shock. It was a vigorous plea for Burr. The author found it very evident that the Jacobins dislike Mr. Burr as president, and that he hates them for the preference given to his rival. He had expressed displeasure over the publication of his letter to General Smith. Would not this jealousy and distrust and dislike every day more and more increase and more widen the breach between them? Would not the election of Burr by the Federalists cause incurable wounds? Then again, to what evils should we expose ourselves by the choice of Burr, which we should escape by the election of Jefferson? True, given an opportunity, Burr would be more likely to become a usurper, but what of that? About this time, in the middle of the month, the Federalists met to determine on their course. The caucus was not entirely harmonious, but the Burr sentiment was overwhelming. Shocked and inwardly enraged at the disaffection of his friends, Hamilton now redoubled his efforts, and in a very, very confidential letter to Bayard dissected the character of Burr, demolished the arguments of his Federalist supporters, and pronounced Jefferson far superior in real ability. To this he gave a personal touch, something he had hitherto held back. "It is past all doubt," he said, "that he has blamed me for not having improved the situation I once was in to change the government. That when answered that this could not have been done without guilt, he replied, 'Les grands MC souchant più des petits morocs.' And when told that the thing was never practical from the genius and situation of the country, he answered, 'That depends on the estimate we form of the human passions and of the means of influencing them.' Does this prove that Mr. Burr would consider a scheme of usurpation as visionary? For days after sending this letter to Bayard, Hamilton was writing Morris of the inability of the conspirators to get assurances from Burr, who complained that it would injure him with his friends. "Depend upon it," he warned, "men never played a more foolish game than will do the Federalists if they support Burr." But Hamilton was striving against the basest, lowest instincts of his party. One of his Boston followers was writing King at this very time that he favored Burr because his opposition heretofore had arisen from ambitious motives, and because he was not as honest in his politics as Jefferson. No one was a stouter contender against Hamilton's decent patriotic impulses than Sedgwick, who was moved by the motives just indicated. No one knew it better than Hamilton, but he persisted. "I never was so much mistaken," he wrote Sedgwick, "as I shall be if our friends in the event of their success do not rue the preference they will give to that Catiline." Fighting desperately, Hamilton looked clear-eyed upon the repudiation of his leadership of the party, into which he had breathed the breath of life, and given the dignity of power by the prestige of his genius. Among his friends, he made no secret of his depression, admitting to them that his influence with the federal party was wholly gone, and that he could no longer be useful. Had he created a Frankenstein to destroy not only himself but his policies and country? He wondered. All through that month there was only serenity at Conrad's boarding house in Washington. Thoroughly informed of every move made by the enemy, Jefferson discussed the situation in the evenings with Gallatin, the Nicholases, and General Smith. Such was his imperturbable temperament that in the midst of the intense excitement, he was able to write to one friend of a meteorological diary from Quebec, and to another on a similar one from Natchez. His cause was in the keeping of Gallatin, who was quietly checking up on all members of the House, closing his own ranks, preparing for every possible contingency, and concluding that the intention of the desperate leaders must be absolute usurpation and the overthrow of our Constitution. Thus January passed, and February came with its fateful possibilities. 4. As the time for the contest approached, the village capital overflowed with visitors of stern visage. The boarding houses packed with members of Congress, these onlookers found lodgment in Georgetown and in Alexandria. Notwithstanding the bitterness of the fight, there was no trouble due to stern repression. A little spark would have caused an explosion. The American people had determined on Jefferson, and it was no longer a secret that forces were at work to defeat the public will. Some of the Federalist papers deprecated the attempt to elect Burr with Federalist votes. The New York Commercial Advertiser made vigorous protest in denunciation of the conspirators. They are now taking the ground which the Democrats have occupied and descending to the baseness of supporting their cause by railing, abuse, and scurrility. Nothing can be less politic or honorable. It is the duty of good citizens to acquiesce in the election and be tranquil. It is proper that Mr. Jefferson should be made chief magistrate. The same note was struck by the New York Gazette. Many advocate the support of Mr. Burr, it said. In matters of such importance, it is idle to suffer our passions to get the better of our reason, and in statesmanship it would be particularly culpable from such puerile motives to risk the welfare of the nation. Bad as both these men are, there is no comparison between them. But the organ of the Essex junto was openly advocating Burr's election. The Sentinel of Boston teemed with Burr propaganda. The people of New England have yet faith to believe that a good tree cannot bring forth bad fruit, nor vice versa, it said. They think the stock from which Mr. Jefferson has sprung to be bad because his works are known to be so, and that whatever Mr. Burr may be reported to be, he will eventually turn out good. As he is the grandson of the dignified Edwards, the great American luminary of divinity, and a son of President Burr, who was also a burning and shining light in the churches. At times, it fell into verse. Stop ere your civic feasts begin, wait till the votes are all come in. Perchance amidst this mighty stir your monarch may be Colonel Burr. A correspondent from Washington was quoted approvingly on the plan to support Burr, the expediency of which course is so palpable to common sense, that I am astonished any federal man should hesitate upon the subject. And the Sentinel expressed the hope that it would be able, by Saturday next, to announce either that the people will have another opportunity to elect a federal president, or that the House, rejecting a theoretical and experimental philosopher, will prefer, as a very respectable member of Congress describes Mr. Burr, A practical gentleman who will have judgment, taste, and genius enough to appreciate the usefulness of our federal fabric, and nerve enough to preserve its integrity. There was no longer any doubt that the Federalist hotheads were ready for usurpation and revolutionary measures. It was known to every Democrat of any consequence in the country. Gallatin, counting noses, had no fear of desertions from the Jeffersonian ranks. The real danger, as the little conclave at Conrad saw it, was the prevention of an election, and Gallatin was certain that, to prevent this calamity, a Federalist from Maryland and Morris of Vermont would go over to Jefferson. A plan to meet this contingency was drawn up by Gallatin and accepted by the chief. More sinister still was the threat, commonly heard, that should the Federalists succeed in preventing an election, they would pass a law placing the presidency in the hands of Marshall or some other official. This, the Democrats were prepared to resist by physical force. To prevent this usurpation, the Jeffersonians notified Governor M. Keene of Pennsylvania and Governor Monroe of Virginia, who were prepared to march troops instantly upon the capital, for the purpose, not of promoting, but of preventing revolution and the shedding of a single drop of blood. A careful survey convinced Gallatin that this scheme of usurpation would not have mustered more than 20 votes among the Federalist members. Only Henry Lee, a desperate character, and Roger Griswold of Connecticut, a bigot, appeared to Gallatin to be really favorable to such a monstrous measure. Even so, the rumor spread, and it was said that 1,500 men in Virginia and Maryland had agreed in the event a usurper were placed in the presidency to move on Washington to assassinate him. Jefferson had other plans in view, which he conveyed only to Madison and Monroe to call a convention to reorganize the government and amend the Constitution, but he concealed this from Gallatin. The Gallatin plan, with its military feature, leaked out, causing some uneasiness among the conspirators, who proceeded, however, with their plans. The Sentinel boasted that Federalists had no fear of Southern and Western fighters. Our general, if called upon, can assure them that he has seen Southern regiments in former times and knows what they are composed of. Meanwhile, the Federalists proceeded with their plans. Burr, concealing himself in Albany, was maintaining a discreet silence, and on February 1st, Jefferson wrote him a letter. At no time had he any confidence in Burr's political honesty or reliability. During the two Federalist administrations, he had observed that, whenever a great military or diplomatic appointment was to be made, Burr had hurried to Philadelphia and was always at market if they wanted him. Jefferson had thought it wise to remain rather distant, but he was too sagacious to reveal his distrust at this juncture. He had no thought of giving Burr any excuse for treachery, and enemies had been busy with a forged letter bearing Jefferson's signature setting forth uncomplimentary opinions. He wrote to call attention to the forgery and denounce it. It was to be expected, he wrote, that the enemy would endeavor to sow tares between us that they might divide us and our friends. If the letter was ever answered, the reply has been lost. On the day Jefferson sat in his room at Conrad's writing Burr, Gouverneur Morris's morning slumber was interrupted by two visitors who wished to discuss with him the organization of Burr's administration. Laughable enough under the circumstances which now exist, chuckled the cynic. 2 days later, still serene, Jefferson was writing Dr. Caspar Wistar of some bones recently discovered which the doctor wished for the museum. The candidate had taken the trouble to write Chancellor Livingston, and the reply was inspired by the latter's letter in answer. With the village capital crowded, with talk of revolution, usurpation, assassination, he wrote at length. Perhaps it would be better to ask only for the bones missing from the museum's collection, as the town where they were found would probably be loath to part with them at all. Even then, the philosopher and scientist was not wholly lost in the politician. In New York, Hamilton, having gone his limit, was no longer writing letters. The indifference of his erstwhile followers had left him depressed and bitter. Then, one day at the Tontine Coffee House, he had an opportunity to renew his warning in the most dramatic manner. Walcott had resigned from the cabinet, his treachery still unsuspected by Ames, to be wined and dined by the Federalist members of Congress in Washington and toasted by the merchants of Philadelphia and New York. After the regular toasts had been given at the Tontine and volunteers were in order, Hamilton rose and in his most impressive manner proposed, "May our government never fall a prey to the dreams of a Condorcet, nor the vices of a Catiline." The vices of a Catiline was the one expression remembered by the diners as they poured out into the streets. The next day, the balloting was to begin. On the day of the dinner at the Tontine, the commercial advertiser predicted the election of Burr on the second ballot. And that same day, Representative William Cooper was writing a friend of the determination of the Federalists to run Burr perseveringly and to leave the consequences to those who have hitherto been his friends. At Conrad's boarding house, all was serene. 5. In a blinding snowstorm, the lawmakers and spectators fought their way to the Capitol on Wednesday morning, the 11th. Nature spread a white mantle over the crudities of the village as though to dress it becomingly for the great day. The great plain between the foot of the hill and the river was covered with a spotless sheet, and even the shop of the shoemaker and the home of the washwoman took on the appearance of beauty. No one minded the storm, not even Joseph H. Nicholson of Maryland, who, though bedridden with fever, insisted on being carried through the storm to cast his ballot for Jefferson. The electoral votes being counted in a joint session of the two houses, the members of the House retired to their own chamber to elect a president. The crowded gallery was ordered cleared. The visitors, grumbling loudly, filed out into the corridors. When Samuel Harrison Smith, editor of the National Intelligencer, who had established his paper in the Capitol on the advice of Jefferson, insisted on remaining, he was angrily ordered out by Theodore Sedgwick, the Speaker. Arrangements were thereupon made by the Jeffersonians to keep Smith informed hourly of the fortunes of the fight. In a committee room off the chamber lay Nicholson on a bed, burning with fever, an anxious wife at his side to give him water and medicine. Even the conspirators could not restrain their admiration. "It is a chance that this kills him," wrote Otis. "I would not thus expose myself for any president on earth." The stricken Democrat was not there, however, against the wishes of his wife, who had the fighting spirit of a Spartan woman. The first ballot found Jefferson with 8 states Burr with 6-9 necessary to choice. Another ballot immediately the same result. A third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh no change. As each ballot was taken, a teller from Maryland entered the little committee room where Nicholson lay fighting the fever, his head supported by the arm of his wife. He was awakened from his fitful sleep. A pencil was put in his trembling fingers, and with his wife's aid in guiding the pencil, the name of Jefferson was written. The pencil fell from his hand. He slept again. At the end of the 8th ballot, a motion to vote again in an hour prevailed. There was little electioneering. Men's minds were made up. Only a buzz of conversation, some laughter. The 9th ballot, the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th ballots, and no change. Darkness had long since fallen on snow-covered Washington. Bedclothing, blankets, pillows had been brought in. The Federalists had determined to hold on without adjournment. At 9 o'clock, the 16th ballot brought no change. At 10 o'clock, the 17th, at 11 the 18th, and no change. The motion was made to adjourn until Thursday, only to be voted down. At midnight, the 19th ballot was taken, with the lines unbroken. By this time, the members were slipping off to cloak and committee rooms between ballots to sleep, and some slept in their chairs. As a ballot was called, it was ludicrous to see them running from committee rooms with nightcaps on. The crowd in the corridors dwindled, a few stubbornly held on. Every hour a messenger waded laboriously through the heavy snow to the home of the editor of the Intelligencer, with the results. No sleep in that house that night. When the knock at the door was heard, the editor's wife, her heart beating audibly as she thought, could scarcely open to receive the paper. At 1 o'clock, another ballot, then at 2. Nature was beginning to claim its toll when it was agreed not to vote again until 4 o'clock. After that, the ballots were taken hourly throughout the night. When the 27th ballot was taken at 8 o'clock and the motion was made to vote no more until noon, there were no protests. The vote at noon found the opposing lines unbroken. The House adjourned until 11 o'clock on Friday the next day. Friday, larger crowds about the Capitol. Nicholson still on his bed. When the 29th ballot showed no change, an adjournment was taken until noon on Saturday. Meanwhile, the participants in the struggle were sending out meager reports on the results. While the first ballots were being taken on Wednesday, Jefferson had written Tench Cox. For some time since, a single individual has said he would by his vote make up the 9th state. On Saturday last he changed, and it stands at present 8 one way, 6 the other, and 2 divided. Which of the two will be elected, and whether either, I deem perfectly problematical, and my mind has long since been equally made up for either of the three events. Otis, writing his wife, was more interested in the scene at the sick bed than in conjectures. Gallatin wrote Mrs. Gallatin of the results without comment, other than that he had slept from 8 o'clock until noon on Thursday morning. Saturday found the line still holding, but with the conspirators subjected to a heavy and disturbing fire from outside. An imposing petition from Federalists in Maryland had been sent John Chew Thomas declaring that 2/3 of his constituents favored Jefferson. Gallatin did not know what effect they would have, and the thing that worried the Federalists was that they knew no better. Some of these were finding the backfire distressing. Others were openly disgusted with Burr. Had Burr done anything for himself, he would long ere this have been president, wrote Cooper of New York. It was clearly time to push the contest. Thus, on Saturday 3 ballots were taken without results, and the House adjourned until noon Monday. Meanwhile, Jefferson, presiding over the Senate, surrounded by hatred and excitement, presented an unruffled front and untouched temper. From time to time, he could hear the angry discussions of his enemies, but he made no sign. His impartiality was beyond question. A spectator, wrote a contemporary, who watched his countenance would never have surmised that he had any personal interest in the impending event. From the Capitol, he walked like one unconcerned back to Conrad S., enjoying the snow. Some of the politicians sought to wring concessions from him to gain support, but he was adamant. General Sam Smith, without his authority or knowledge, entered into a negotiation, which had no effect beyond furnishing the groundwork for the charge of his enemies in history that he had made arrangements. As far as we know, he was openly approached by but one end. He was acting on the suggestion of Alexander Hamilton. One day, as Jefferson was descending the steps of the Capitol, he met Gouverneur Morris and they paused to exchange compliments. Differing as widely as the poles, they had enjoyed their social contacts in Paris. The conversation turned naturally to the contest, and Morris observed significantly that the opposition to Jefferson's election on the part of some was the fear that he would turn all Federalists out of office, put down the Navy, and wipe out the debt. All that was necessary to his election was the assurance that none of these steps would be taken. I must leave the world to judge the course I mean to pursue by that which I have pursued hitherto, Jefferson replied. I believe it my duty to be passive and silent during the present contest. I shall certainly make no terms, and shall never go into the office of president by capitulation, nor with my hands tied by any conditions which will hinder me from pursuing the measures which I shall deem for the public good. The two parted in the best of feeling. The crisis was now approaching. Public sentiment was asserting itself unmistakably, and statesmen could hear afar off the cracking of the whips. The Jeffersonians would clearly not budge. Even Nicholson was recovering instead of sinking under the exposure and excitement. The Federalists and their caucuses were breaking up after stormy meetings. It was agreed that nothing was left but desperate measures, and while but few urged their adoption, few openly disapproved. Burr was an ever-increasing torment. Only his cooperation was needed, said Bayard afterward, to have won. By deceiving one man, a great blockhead, and tempting two, not incorruptible, he might have secured a majority of the states. But Burr was in Albany, silent as the Sphinx and inactive as a mummy. Over Sunday the leaders caucused and cursed. When the House met on Monday, Gallatin understood that Bayard was going to vote for Jefferson and end the fight. But on the one ballot taken on Monday, he remained with Burr. But it is supposed, wrote Gallatin to his father-in-law, that the cause of delay is to make an attempt on his party and some others to prevail on the whole federal party to come over. The conferences continued on Monday, and by night a decision had been reached. Nothing could be gained by fighting for a man who would not fight. The public was in an ugly mood. Hamilton's friends, like Bayard, were feeling a little ashamed of themselves. On Tuesday, a crowd was packed in the corridors of the Capitol and in front of the building. Weary men in petulant mood pushed their way through these farmers, mechanics, and politicians to the House. A vote was immediately taken. Morris, Federalist from Vermont, withdrew, permitting Matthew Lyon to cast the vote of the state for Jefferson. The Maryland Federalists cast blank ballots permitting the Democrats to put their state in the Jefferson column. Bayard, after much meandering, finally satisfied Hamilton by casting a blank, which, being the only vote to which his state was entitled, left Delaware out entirely. And Theodore Sedgwick, in a rage, was forced formally to announce the election of Thomas Jefferson. The throng in the corridors and in front of the Capitol gave way to noisy rejoicing, and the conspirators hurried to their lodgings to escape the scowls of the populace. 6. While most of them hurried home, 3 members of the House, including 2 of the vanquished, with Thomas Pinckney as spokesman, made their way with many jests, we may be sure, up the slushy avenue between the frog ponds to the president's house to notify John Adams that his successor had been chosen. No record of their reception remains, but the imagination can supply the want. Nor is there any record that Adams sent a note of congratulation to the victor. Those were the days when the Duke of Braintree's morbid vanity was suffering keenly the flings of outrageous fortune. 2 days later, the same committee formally notified Jefferson of his election and was asked to convey a gracious response to the House. Meanwhile, unflurried and unhurried, he went his way, appearing in the Senate, as usual to preside, and continuing to occupy the foot of the table at Conrad's boarding house. He had long since determined upon Madison for the head of the cabinet and Gallatin for the Treasury, gigantic figures compared with those who had occupied these posts after Jefferson and Hamilton had left them in the days of Washington. The other positions were filled during the 2 weeks intervening between the election and the inauguration. On Saturday before his inauguration on Wednesday, Jefferson appeared for the last time in the Senate to withdraw from his post there in a farewell address. There before him sat men who hated him venomously, but the suave, serene victor took leave as though departing with sorrow from a cherished circle of congenial souls. Mistakes he had probably made, but he had sought to observe impartial justice, and his measurable success had been due to the generosity and uniform courtesy of the members. Could he but carry to his new station such support as he had received from the Senate, he would consider it as commencing under the happiest auspices. In tendering his cordial and respectful adieus, he wished for all both health and happiness. With a courtly bow, he descended from the rostrum and passed out of the chamber. On Monday, Gouverneur Morris, chairman of the committee named to make response, reported an answer matching the courtliness of Jefferson's farewell. It lamented the loss of that intelligence, attention, and impartiality with which Jefferson had presided, and expressed appreciation of the kindly expressions on the Senate. Then, as Morris proceeded, there was a savage wagging of heads among the diehards, as he read, "In the confidence that your official conduct will be directed to those great objects, a confidence derived from past events, we repeat to you, sir, the assurance of our constitutional support in your future administration." Instantly, an irreconcilable was on his feet with a motion to strike out the words, "derived from past events." The roll was called. The motion was lost by a vote of 9 to 19. The intolerant Tracy and Ross voted with the 9, but Morris carried some of his party with him. The next day, Morris reported Jefferson's reply a gesture of appreciation. As the day of the inauguration approached, great crowds began to pour into the drab little Capitol from the surrounding country. In the President's House and in the Senate, there was feverish activity. Early in the session, the Federalists, realizing that their power was over in the executive and legislative branches, sought to maintain themselves and provide for their favorites through the creation of many federal judgeships. The purpose was transparent. The Democrats had fought the measure without avail. All that now remained was for Adams to pack the courts with partisans as narrow and intolerant as those who had for 10 years been delivering common party harangues from the bench. With the joyous visitors wading the muddy streets in holiday mood, with Jefferson closeted with his friends at Conrad's, the Senate was busy confirming these partisan judges, and in the executive department, they were busy signing the commissions. Knight came and John Marshall remained in his office making them out. To this drama of hate, Adams gave a touch of irony in selecting the beneficiaries of his generosity. Walcott had left him but a little while before. Through 4 years, he had played the game of Adams's enemies, presenting all the while a smiling countenance to his chief. We have seen him lingering on in the Citadel after Pickering and McHenry had been thrown from the battlements, to wigwag secret messages to the enemy in New York. But Adams had suspected nothing. Moved by an impulse of gratitude, he offered Walcott a life position on the bench, and that consummate actor, smiling still, sent the assurance that gratitude to benefactors is among the most amiable of social obligations, and accepted. There is something of pathos to the Adams of the sunset. something of pathos and inspiration, 2-4, to the disgust of the inner circle of his party, he made John Marshall Chief Justice of the United States, and thus, unwittingly, saved the better part of federalism from the wreckage of the temple, to fight on through many years to come. 7. The morning of Inauguration Day found the entire nation marching in the streets, exultant Democrats following the fife and drum, singing and shouting hosannas. Merchants locked their doors, mechanics left their workbenches, clerks laid down their pens, farmers deserted their homes for the towns, and from Boston to Savannah, men and women celebrated with an enthusiasm not approached since the celebration of the peace in 1783. In Washington, the thunder of artillery ushered in the day. As it shook the heavens, an embittered old man with a sour countenance sat far back in his coach as it bumped and splashed its way through the mire and over the stumps of the Baltimore Road. For at 4 o'clock in the morning, John Adams had slipped out of the House of the Presidents and hurried away, rather than remain to extend the ordinary courtesies to his successor. "You have no idea," wrote Gallatin to his wife, "of the meanness, indecency, almost insanity of his conduct, especially of late, but he is fallen and not dangerous. Let him be forgotten." Somewhere in hiding or in flight was Theodore Sedgwick, Speaker of the House, who could not bear to witness the triumph of a foe. That morning Jefferson remained quietly at Conrad's, receiving friends. As he entered the dining room for breakfast, the wife of Senator Brown rose impulsively and offered him her seat. With an appreciative smile, he declined and sat down as usual at the end of the table near the door. At 10 o'clock, there was a flurry among the men, women, and children standing reverently in front of Jefferson's lodgings, when, with a swinging stride, companies of riflemen and artillery from Alexandria paraded before the boarding house. At noon, dressed plainly, with nothing to indicate the dignity of his position, Jefferson stepped out of Conrad's, accompanied by citizens and members of Congress, and walked to the Capitol. As he passed the threshold, there was a thunder of artillery. When he entered the little Senate chamber, the senators and representatives rose, and Aaron Burr, now vice president, left his seat all standing until Jefferson sat down in the chair he had occupied until a week before. On his right hand, Burr; on his left, Marshall. Only a little while and Burr, arrested for treason at the instigation of Jefferson, would be tried by Marshall at Richmond. After a moment, Jefferson rose and read a conciliatory address in a tone scarcely audible in the tiny room. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this Union, or to change its Republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it." As he concluded, he turned to Marshall, his Hamilton of the future. The Chief Justice administered the oath. It was over. The festivities of '83 had celebrated the achievement of the right of the American people to form their own government and make their own laws. The roar of artillery as the new president emerged from the Capitol meant that the real American Revolution had triumphed, and definitely determined that this should be a democratic republic. In the streets and public houses that afternoon there was rejoicing, shouting, singing, laughing, drinking. Even the more tolerant of the vanquished fraternized with the victors, and the wife of the editor of the Jeffersonian organ poured tea for Gouverneur Morris, Jonathan Dayton, and James A. Bayard. For the moment, all were Republicans, all were Federalists. That night, Washington saw its first illumination. Lumbering along the wretched mud roads in his coach rode Adams, the reverberations of the artillery peal of the morning still hammering on his nerves, meditating bitterly on the treachery of men. Somewhere in hiding, Sedgwick cursing the fates, and somewhere in New York, Alexander Hamilton was tasting the bitter fruits of the victory he had fought to win for his greatest opponent. From his window he could see the marching men, and he could hear the paeans of triumph. The brilliant party he had molded was in ruins, his leadership scorned by the crawling creatures who had shone only in the reflected light of his brilliance. He was alone, isolated. A little while, and he would write Morris, "What can I do better than withdraw from the scene? Every day proves to me more and more that this American world was not made for me." A few months, and he would be describing himself as a disappointed politician, in a letter to Pinckney requesting melon seeds for his garden and paracase for his daughter. 4 years end before Burr's pistol, he would fall on the banks of the Hudson one tragic summer morning. Some years more, and a visitor to the home of the retired sage of Monticello would see in the hall a marble bust of Hamilton, the tribute of one great man to another. The 18th century witnessed their Plutarchian battles. The 20th century uncovers at the graves at Monticello and in Trinity churchyard, but the spirits of Jefferson and Hamilton still stalk the ways of men still fighting. The end. Books, pamphlets, newspapers, and magazines cited or consulted. Adams Abigail, see Charles Francis Adams. Adams Charles Francis, Diary and Autobiography of John Adams, Works of John Adams, 10 vols. Boston, 1853, Letters of Mrs. Adams, the wife of John Adams, 2 vols. Boston, 1840, Life of John Adams with works. Adams Henry, Life of Albert Gallatin. Philadelphia, 1879, Writings of Albert Gallatin, editor, 3 vols. Philadelphia, 1879. Adams John, see Charles Francis Adams, John T. Morse, Korea Moylan Walsh. Adams John Quincy, see Worthington C. Ford. Alexander, D.S. A Political History of New York. New York, 1906. Ames Fisher, see Seth Ames and J. T. Kirkland. Ames Seth editor, Works of Fisher Ames, 2 vols. Boston, 1854. Amory Thomas C. Life of James Sullivan, 2 vols. Boston, 1859. Anderson Dice Robbins, William Branch Giles, A Study in the Politics of Virginia and the Nation from 1790 to 1830. Menasha, Wisconsin, 1914. Austin Mary S. Philip Freno, Poet of the Revolution, New York. Bassett John S. The Federalist System, The American Nation Series, New York, 1906. Beard Charles A. Economic Origins of Jeffersonian Democracy, New York, 1915, An Economic Interpretation of the Constitution of the United States, New York, 1919. Beck James M. The Constitution of the United States, Grays and Lectures, printed in England, 1922. Bemis Samuel Flagg, Jay's Treaty, A Study in Commerce and Diplomacy, New York, 1923. Benton Thomas H. 30 Years View, or A History of the Working of the American Government from 1820 to 1850. 2 vols. New York. Beveridge Albert J. Life of John Marshall, 4 vols. Boston, 19. Biddle Charles, Autobiography, Philadelphia, 1883. Brooks Noah Henry Knox, A Soldier of the Revolution, New York. Brown William Garrett, The Life of Oliver Ellsworth, New York. Burdick Charles K. The Law of the American Constitution, Its Origin and Development, Philadelphia, 1922. Burr Aaron, see James Parton and Matthew L. Davis. Cabot George, see Henry Cabot Lodge. Cobbett William, see Lewis Melville. Cox Jacob editor, The Diary of Jacob Hiltzheimer, Philadelphia, 1893. Davis John, Travels of 4 Years and a Half in the United States of America, 1798–1802. New York, 1909. Davis Matthew L. Memoirs of Aaron Burr, 2 vols. New York, 1836. Dodd William E. Life of Nathaniel Macon, Raleigh, 1903, The Statesmen of the Old South, or From Radicalism to Conservative Revolt, New York, 1911. Drake Francis S. Life and Correspondence of Henry Knox, Boston. Ellett Francis S. The Queens of American Society, Philadelphia. Ellsworth Oliver, see William Garrett Brown. Ford Worthington Chauncey, editor, Works of Thomas Jefferson, vols. 190405. Annas and Autobiography, Writings of John Quincy Adams, 7 vols. New York, 1913. Freno Philip, see Mary S. Austin. Fisk John, Essays Historical and Literary, 2 vols. New York. Gallatin Albert, see Henry Adams and John A. Stevens. Gay Sidney Howard, James Madison, Boston, 1899. Gibbs George, editor, Memoirs of the Administrations of Washington and John Adams, edited from the papers of Oliver Walcott, 2 vols. New York, 1846. Giles William B. C. Dice Robbins Anderson. Goodwin Maud Wilder, Dolly Madison, New York, 1896. Gordy J. P. A History of Political Parties in the United States, vols. Athens, Ohio, 1895. Graydon Alexander, Memoirs of a Life, chiefly passed in Pennsylvania within the last 60 years. Edinburgh, 1822. Griswold, Rufus W. The Republican Court, or American Society in the Days of Washington. New York, 1867. Hamilton, Alexander. C. Henry Cabot Lodge, John C. Hamilton, F. S. Oliver, A. M. Hamilton. Hamilton, Allen McLean. The Intimate Life of Alexander Hamilton, New York, 1911. Hamilton, John C. Life of Alexander Hamilton, New York, 1911. Hammond, Jabez D. History of Political Parties in the State of New York from the Ratification of the Federal Constitution to December. 2 vols. Syracuse, 1852. Hazen, Charles Downer. Contemporary American Opinion of the French Revolution. Baltimore, 1897. Henry Patrick, C. W. W. Henry. Henry William Wirt. Life, Correspondence, and Speeches of Patrick Henry. 3 vols. New York, 1891. Higginson, Stephen. C. Thomas W. Higginson. Higginson, Thomas Wentworth. Life and Times of Stephen Higginson. Boston, 1907. Hill, Frederick Trevor. The Story of a Street. A Narrative History of Wall Street from 1644 to 1908. New York, 1908. Hiltshamer, Jacob. C. Jacob Cox. Hudson, Frederick. Journalism in the United States from 1690 to New York, 1873. Hunt, Charles Havens. Life of Edward Livingston. New York, 1902. Hunt, Gaylord, editor. First 40 Years of American Society, portrayed by the family letters of Mrs. Margaret Bayard Smith. New York, 1906. Iredell, James. C. Griffith J. McCree. Jackson, James, editor. The Thomas Jefferson Bible, New York. J. John. C. George Pellew. Jefferson, Thomas. C. John T. Morse, James Jackson, James Parton, W. C. Ford, Henry S. Randall, Thomas E. Watson, David Muzzy, Sarah E. Randolph, and A. W. Lipscomb. King, Charles R. Life and Correspondence of Rufus King. 10 vols, New York, 1888. King Rufus, C. Charles R. Kirkland, J. T. Life of Fisher Ames with Works. Boston, 1854. Knox Henry, C. Noah Brooks and Francis S. Drake. Lioncourt, Duc de la Rochefoucauld, Travels Through the United States of North America. London, 1799. Lippincott, Horace Mather. Early Philadelphia, Its People, Life and Progress. Philadelphia, 1917. Lipscomb, A. W. Works of Thomas Jefferson. Washington, 1903. Works. Livingston, Edward. C. C. H. Hunt. Lodge, Henry Cabot. The Works of Alexander Hamilton. 12 vols, New York, Alexander Hamilton. Boston, 1899. Life and Letters of George Cabot. Boston, 1877. Studies in History. Boston, 1884. Lyon Matthew, C. J. F. McLaughlin. Maclay, Edgar S. Editor. The Journal of William Maclay. New York, 1890. Maclay, William. C. E. S. Maclay. Macon, Nathaniel. C. W. E. Dodd. McHenry, James. C. B. C. Steiner. McLaughlin, J. Fairfax. Matthew Lyon, The Hampton of Congress, New York, 1900. McCree, Griffith J. Life and Correspondence of James Iredell. 2 vols. New York, 1857. Madison, Dolly. C. Maud W. Goodwin. Madison, James. C. William C. Rives, S. H. Gay. Marshall, John. C. A. J. Beveridge. Melville, Lewis. Life and Letters of William Cobbett in England and America. 2 vols. London, 1913. Monroe, James. C. George Morgan. Morgan, George. Life of James Monroe. Boston, 1921. Morrison, Samuel Eliot. Life and Letters of Harrison Gray Otis. 2 vols. Boston, 1913. Morris and Carey. The Diary and Letters of Gouverneur Morris. 2 vols. New York, 1888. Morris, Gouverneur. C. A. C. Morris. Morris, Robert. C. E. P. Oberholzer. Morse, Anson Daniel. Parties and Party Leaders. Boston, 1923. Morse, Anson Ely. The Federalist Party in Massachusetts to the year 1800. Princeton, 1909. Morse, John T. Thomas Jefferson. Boston, 1899. John Adams. Boston, 1899. Muzzy, David. Thomas Jefferson. New York, 1919. Myers, Gustavus, The History of Tammany Hall, New York, 1917. Oberholzer, E.P. Robert Morris, Patriot and Financier, New York, 1903. Oliver Frederick Scott, Alexander Hamilton, An Essay on the American Union, New York, 1907. Otis Harrison Gray, C.S.E. Morrison. Parsons, Theophilus, Memoir of Theophilus Parsons, Boston, 1859. Parton James, Life of Thomas Jefferson, 2 vols, Boston, 1874. Life and Times of Aaron Burr, 2 vols, Boston, 1892. Payne, George Henry, History of Journalism in the United States, New York, 1920. Pellew George, John J., Boston, 1899. Pickering Octavius, Life of Timothy Pickering, 4 vols, Boston. Pickering Timothy, C.O. Pickering. Pinckney, C.C. Life of General Thomas Pinckney, Boston, 1895. Pinckney Thomas, C.C.C. Pinckney. Purcell, Richard J. Connecticut in Transition, 1775–1818. Washington, 1918. Randall, Henry S. The Life of Thomas Jefferson, 3 vols, Philadelphia, 1871. Randolph, Sarah N. Domestic Life of Thomas Jefferson, New York. Repplier Agnes, Philadelphia, The Place and the People, New York, 1898. Rives, William C. History of the Life and Times of James Madison, vols, Boston, 1868. Robinson, William A. Jeffersonian Democracy in New England, New Haven, 1916. Roosevelt Theodore, Gouverneur Morris, Boston, 1899. Scharf J. Thomas, History of Philadelphia, 3 vols, Philadelphia. Smith Margaret Bayard, C. Gaylord Hunt. Smith, Thomas E. The City of New York in the Year of Washington's Inauguration, New York, 1889. Steiner, Bernard C. Life and Correspondence of James McHenry, Cleveland, 1907. Stevens, John Austin, Albert Gallatin, Boston, 1899. Story Joseph, C. W. W. Story. Story W. W. The Life and Letters of Joseph Story, 2 vols, Boston, 1857. Sullivan James, C.T.C. Amory. Sullivan William, Familiar Letters on Public Characters and Public Events, Boston, 1834. Thomas E. S. Reminiscences of the Last 60 Years, 2 vols. Twining Thomas, Travels in America 100 Years Ago, New York, 1893. Walsh Correa Moylan, The Political Science of John Adams, New York, 1915. Wauncey, Henry, The Journal of an Excursion to the United States of North America in the Summer of 1794, London, 1796. Warfield, Ethelbert Dudley, The Kentucky Resolutions of 1798, New York, 1894. Warville, J. P. Brissot, New Travels in the United States of America, Bowling Green, Ohio, 1919. Watson, John F. Annals of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania in Ye Olden Time, 2 vols, Philadelphia, 1857. Watson, Thomas E. The Life and Times of Thomas Jefferson, New York, 1903. Weld Isaac, Travels Through the States of North America, 2 vols, London, 1807. Welling, James Clark, Addresses, Lectures, and Other Papers, Cambridge, 1904. Wharton, Anne Hollingsworth, Salons, Colonial and Republican, Philadelphia, 1900. Wharton, Francis, State Trials of the United States during the Administrations of Washington and John Adams, Philadelphia, 1849. Wilson, James Grant, The Memorial History of the City of New York, 4 vols, New York, 1893. Woodburn, James A. Political Parties and Party Problems in the United States, New York, 1914. Contemporary Pamphlets. Anonymous, Serious Facts Opposed to Serious Considerations and the Voice of Warning to Religious Republicans, Pamphlets Attacking the Religion of Jefferson, New York, 1800. Beckley, John James, Address to the People of the United States with an Epitome and Vindication of the Life and Character of Thomas Jefferson, Philadelphia, 1800. Bishop Abraham, An Oration on the Extent and Power of Political Delusions, Newark, 1800. Bystander, A Series of Letters on the Subject of the Legislative Choice of Electors in Maryland, Baltimore, 1800. Calendar J. T. Sedgwick and Company, A Key to the 6% Cabinet. Philadelphia, 1798. The Honorable Mr. Sedgwick's Last Will and Testament. Newark, 1800. The Prospect Before Us. Richmond, 1800. Cheatham, James. An answer to Alexander Hamilton's letter concerning the public conduct and character of John Adams. New York, 1800. Cobbett, William. Observations on the Emigration of Dr. Joseph Priestley. Philadelphia, 1794. A Bone to Gnaw for Democrats. Philadelphia, 1795. Cox, Tench. Strictures upon the letter imputed to Mr. Jefferson addressed to Mr. Maz. Philadelphia, 1800. Fenno, John Ward. Desultory Reflections on the New Political Aspects of Public Affairs. New York, 1800. Hodgkinson, Letters on Emigration. London, 1794. Smith, William. Address to his Constituents. Philadelphia, 1794. Taylor, John. An examination of the late proceedings of Congress respecting the official conduct of the Secretary of the Treasury. Philadelphia, 1793. Contemporary newspapers. Boston, The Columbian Sentinel, The Independent Chronicle. New York Daily Advertiser, Commercial Advertiser. New York Journal, American Minerva, The Argus, The Timepiece, Gazette of the United States, Loudoun's Diary or Register. Philadelphia, National Gazette, Gazette of the United States. The General Advertiser, The Aurora, Porcupine's Gazette, Pennsylvania Daily Advertiser. Baltimore, Maryland Gazette, Maryland Journal. Portsmouth, New Hampshire Gazette. Charleston, City Gazette. Windsor, Vermont, Spooner's Vermont Journal. Hartford, The Courant, The American Minerva. New Haven, Connecticut Gazette. Magazines. American Historical Review, October, 1899, January, 1900. Contemporary Opinion of the Virginia and Kentucky Resolutions, by Frank M. Anderson. American Historical Association, Annual Reports, 1912, The Enforcement of the Alien and Sedition Laws, by Frank M. Anderson, -97, Letters of Phineas Bond. The Nation, July 18, 1912, extracts from Diary of Morrow de St. Murray. September 5, 1895, The Authorship of the Giles Resolutions, by Paul L. Ford. Index. Adams, Abigail, New York House at Richmond Hill, 16 on removal of capital to Philadelphia, 116 on Philadelphia, 125, and Mrs. Bingham, 128, 129. Adams, Abijah, bookkeeper for editor of Independent Chronicle, imprisoned for libel, 394, 395. Adams, John, begins reign as vice president, 3, troubled as to proper titles for the president and vice president, 3, on reception of president in Senate, 3, what is the vice president when the president is in Senate? 3, writer of Discourses of Davila, published in Fenno's Gazette, 17 on Hamilton, 37. Jeffersonians attempt to defeat for vice presidency in 1792, 181 elected, but by small margin 183, candidate for presidency in 1796, 310, suspects trickery, 312, retains Washington's cabinet, 314. Sketch of at time of entering on presidency, 316-26 Maclay on, 317, his vanity, 318, jealousy of Washington, 319. Difficult in conference, 320 not in sympathy with democracy, 322, his love of country, 323 moral courage, 325, 326 war with France threatened, 339. Sends special mission to France, 345, reports failure of envoys to France, and recommends Congress to authorize warlike measures, 363, is ignorant that Hamilton through McHenry is dictating policy, 363, action on publication of XYZ papers commended, 366 pulls down the pillars, 412, is troubled about French situation, 412. Offers command of army to Washington, 412, 413, conspiracy in cabinet in favor of Hamilton, 412, 413, nominates Hamilton, Pinckney, and Knox as major generals, 413, Federalist conspirators bombard him with suggestions that Hamilton should be second in command, 414, war plans all in Hamilton's hands, 418-28. Is ignorant of much going on, 426, considers sending new mission to France, 428, submits questions to cabinet for new negotiations with France or a declaration of war, 429, cabinet conspirators with Hamilton write war message, 429a. Rewrites message, 429, 430, is conscious of cabinet conspiracy, 430, appoints minister to France, 430. Contest with Senate over confirmation, 430, 431, agrees to compromise, 432, 433. Confounds his cabinet conspirators, 436-38, depressed by Federalist defeat in New York elections in 1800, 455, 456. Suspects Hamilton, 456. Dismisses McHenry and Pickering from cabinet, 456, 457. Defeated for presidency, 486. Relations with Jefferson, on quitting office, 489, 490. Adams, John Quincy, on speculation by congressmen, 47. On Madison, 57. Adams, Samuel, defeated for representative to First Congress by Fisher Ames, 1. Looked to by Jefferson for aid in forming opposition party in Massachusetts, 144. Chosen by Jefferson as lieutenant, 144. Presides at meeting in Boston on Jay Treaty, 278. Adams, Thomas, editor Boston Independent Chronicle, 152. Prosecuted under sedition law, 390-394. Adet, minister to United States, from French Republic, credited with efforts to influence election in 1796, 311. Alien bill aimed at Irish immigrants, 374. French residents frightened and sail for France, 376. Passed by close vote, 379. Allen, John, representative from Connecticut, 379. American Minerva, on party feeling, 232. Ames, Fisher, representative from Massachusetts, elected over Samuel Adams, 1. Cynical over prospect of improvement in form of government over old Confederation. 1. Not impressed by his fellow congressmen, 1. On cost of federal hall, 2. On titles, 6. Hamilton's defender in House, 47. On Madison, 51. 52. Disgusted with contest for site of permanent capital, 65. On proposed amendment to excise bill, 73. Defends doctrine of implied powers, 76. Elected director of Bank of United States, 90. On Giles's resolutions attacking Treasury management, 201. 203. On yellow fever epidemic in Philadelphia, 237. On Madison commerce resolutions, 240. 241. Sketch of 30204. Makes strong plea in House for appropriations to carry out Jay Treaty, 305. 306. An examination of the late proceedings of Congress respecting the official conduct of the Secretary of the Treasury, pamphlet published in Philadelphia, 205, authorship attributed to John Taylor of Caroline, 206. Assumption favored by North where most of state indebtedness was unpaid, 59, opposed by Virginia, whose debt was largely paid, 59. Defended by Madison, 61. Lobbying for passage of bill, 61. Uneasiness of friends of, 61. 62. Hamiltonian press comments, 63. Adopted after Hamilton's bargain with Jefferson, 65. 68. Aurora, on the Jay Treaty, 273, 274, 276, 277, 280, 286. On Hamilton's Reynolds pamphlet, 355, 356. Austin, Ben, rope maker, Jeffersonian organizer in Massachusetts, 144. Bach, Benjamin F., editor Pennsylvania Daily Advertiser, 152. Bank of the United States, Hamilton's report on, 74. Bill for establishing, 75. 76. Debate on bill in Congress, 75. 76. Constitutionality questioned, 76. Fears of veto, 77. Much speculation in stock, 87. 88. Members of Congress involved, 89. Charges of corrupt squadron, 89. Election of directors, 90. Public indignation, 90. Bill introduced to reimburse for loan to government, 190. Bard Dr. John, fashionable physician 15. Barnwell, Robert, representative from South Carolina, on Giles's resolutions attacking Treasury management, 203. Beckwith, British agent at Philadelphia, cultivates Madison, 80. Jefferson on 80. Protests Jefferson's commendation of Paine's Rights of Man, 83. Biddle, Charles, resolutions of welcome to Jenert prepared at home of, 219. Leads parade in honor of Jenert, 220. Bingham, Marie, daughter of Mrs. William Bingham, 130. Bingham, William, elected director of Bank of United States, 90. Bingham, Mrs. William, social leader in Philadelphia, 127, 128. One of her fashionable gatherings described, 130, 135. Bishop Abraham, Jeffersonian organizer in Connecticut, 145. Blackfriars, New York City Club 10. Bloodworth Timothy on Excise Bill, 72, lieutenant for Jefferson in North Carolina, 150. Bond Phineas, British consul in Philadelphia, 244. Boudinot Elias, speculator in public securities, 62, 170 on Giles's resolutions attacking Treasury management, 201. Bowen's Waxworks, Philadelphia, 138. Bradford William, classmate of Madison at Princeton, 157. Breckle Van, Dutch minister to United States, entertains lavishly, 13. Breckinridge John of Kentucky, in conference with Jefferson on alien and sedition laws, 407 author of the Kentucky Resolutions, 408. Sketch of 408, 409. Brown John, Jeffersonian leader in Kentucky, 180. Burke John D., editor of New York Timepiece, arrested for sedition, 405. Burke E. Dennis, representative from South Carolina, makes vicious attack on Hamilton and his financial measures, 62. Burke Edmund and the French Revolution, 82. Burr Aaron on wines in Philadelphia, 126, 147. Jefferson moves to attach him to his party, 147. Fellow student of Madison at Princeton, 157. Possible candidacy of for vice president in 1792, 181. Leader of Jeffersonians in New York election of 1800, 448. Sketch of contrasted with Hamilton, 449. Combines forces with Society of Tammany, 451. His campaign methods, 450-254, urged for the vice presidency in 1800, 455. Secures copy of Hamilton's pamphlet attacking Adams, publishes it in the Aurora, 478. Butler Pierce, senator from South Carolina, 9A, Democrat whose associates were aristocrats, 134, votes against ratification of Jay Treaty, 280. Cabot George sees irrevocable ruin of country, 63, pained at attitude of Madison, 63, candid friend and supporter of Hamilton, 63, elected director of Bank of United States, 90, on meeting in Boston on Jay Treaty, 278 on Washington's hesitation in signing Jay Treaty, 285. Calendar James Thomas, author of pamphlet, The Prospect Before Us, indicted and convicted under sedition law, 402, defended by William Wirt, 401. Capital of the Nation, battle on permanent site for 64, 65, bargaining to trade votes on assumption, 65, bargain between Hamilton and Jefferson on location of, 65, 67. Hamilton indifferent as to location, 65, Virginians and Marylanders wanted at Georgetown, 65. Jefferson's part in bargain, 66. Carrington, Edward, letter from Hamilton to, in 1792 campaign, 180. Carroll, Charles of Carrollton, senator from Maryland on titles, 5, elected director of Bank of United States, 90. Mentioned for vice president in 1792, 181. Certificates of indebtedness, issued to soldiers of revolution, in lieu of cash, bought up by speculators, 44, 45. Hamilton's plans for redemption by funding scheme known in advance to members of Congress and Friends, 46. Charleston City Gazette, on the Jay Treaty, 281. Chase, Samuel, Judge, and Mrs. William Bingham, 131, presiding justice in alien and sedition trials, 398, 402. Chateaubriand, Viscount de on Philadelphia, 123, 125. Chestnut Street Theater, Philadelphia, 137, 185. Church, Mrs. Angelica, sister-in-law of Hamilton, 12 Letters on Hamilton, 39. Cincinnati, Society of the 48. City Tavern, Philadelphia, 119. Clinton, George, newspaper attack on Hamilton's funding plans ascribed to 50, Jeffersonian leader in New York, 147. In bitter fight with John Jay for governorship of New York in 1792, 178. Urged to become candidate for vice president in 1792, 181. Receives votes of 4 states, though not an avowed candidate, 183. Jeffersonian candidate for governor in New York election of 1800, 452. Clymer, George, representative from Pennsylvania, on Assumption, 58, 62. Dinner party at house of, described, 126, 127. Cobbett, William, author of Reply to Priestley's Addresses, 259, proprietor of Porcupine's Gazette, QV. Columbian Sentinel, on Funding Bill, 57 letters to On Madison and the Funding Bill, 57. Publicola. John Quincy Adams, attacks Jefferson, Paine, and Democracy, 84 on Jeffersonians, 152 on Freno's attacks on Hamilton, 164 on speculative craze, 176, 178 on Indian expedition of St. Clair, 175. On Hamilton's vindication of official conduct of Treasury, 199, on French Revolution, 207, 211 on relations with England, 220 on the Jay Treaty, 278 on prospects of war with France, 366, war propaganda, 370, 371. Congress meets in New York City, 1 Washington and Adams declared elected, 2 ceremonial forms and titles excite much discussion, 36, first tariff measure in 19. Executive departments established, 19, 20 jealousy of executive, 20 Hamilton's report on public credit debated, 44 FF. Debate on funding bill, 48 FF. Scandal over speculation by members in certificates, bank stock, and scrip, 89. Corrupt squadron, 89. Bill to pay loan from Bank of United States hotly debated, 190-92. Giles's resolutions condemning Hamilton, debates on, 199-203. Resolutions defeated, 203. Madison's resolutions on Jefferson's report on commerce, 240. Non-Intercourse Act, as reply to England's high-handed seizure of American vessels, 244. Debates in Senate on Jay Treaty, 272. Debate in House over right to have papers as to treaty, 298. Alien Bill, debates on, 374-79. Sedition Bill, debates on, 378, 380. Connecticut Gazette, on French Revolution, 211, 212 on Jenert, 219. Cooper, Dr. Thomas, scientist and physician, indicted under Sedition Act, 398, convicted and imprisoned, 399, refuses to ask for pardon, 399. Cox, Tench, Assistant Secretary of Treasury under Hamilton, and location of capital, 65. Croswell, Joseph, poem by, on French Revolution, 208. Dallas, Alexander James, one of Jefferson's leaders in Pennsylvania, 148 aids in preparations for reception of Jenert, 219 efforts of, in case of Brig Little Sarah, 227, 228, defends Duane in prosecution under alien law, 396, 397. Davy, William R., on opposition to Jay Treaty, 281. Dayton, Jonathan, 148, scandal over retention of public funds, 466. Democratic Party, see Jeffersonians. Democratic clubs, organized, 222, 223, Federalists insist they must be abolished, 260, condemned by Washington in message, 261. Democratic societies, see Democratic clubs. De Moustier, French minister to United States, Jefferson on 108. Dodd, William E., quoted on Jefferson 96. Duane, William, editor of the Aurora, arrested and prosecuted under the Alien Act. 396, 397 is acquitted. 397. Indicted for sedition. 397. Assaulted and beaten by soldiers. 420. Prosecuted under sedition law. 442. Dewar, William, financial failure of, in 1792 starts panic. 176. 177. Threatens damaging revelations from debtor's prison. 187. Dunlap, William, historian of American theater. 10. Dwight Timothy, on newspapers. 156. Ellsworth Oliver, senator from Connecticut, on titles. 4 and the Assumption Bill. 62 on French Revolution. 209 efforts of, to induce Washington to send Hamilton on special mission to England. 247 on Washington's delay in signing Jay Treaty. 285. Emmett Thomas Addis, Irish refugee, brother of Robert Emmett, of the New York Bar. 375. Everly Nicholas, appointed Comptroller of the Treasury. 21. Excise Bill, warm debate on, in Congress. 71, 73. Amendment proposed to prohibit revenue officers interfering in elections. 73. Debate on duration of tax. 73. Fairfax Estate, Virginia, litigation over. 281. Federal Gazette Frenoin, opposes Bank Bill. 78. Federalists' policy to capitalize politically popularity of Washington. 41. From beginning under domination of Hamilton. 140. Favored by commercial, intellectual, and professional classes. 140. Leaders men of strength in most of the states. 140. 141. Opposition to, inevitable. 144. Denounced Democrats as conspirators. 151. Attack Jeffersonian newspapers in Federalist organs. 203. 204. Sympathies with Royalists in French Revolution. 207. 208. Enforce policy of neutrality in French Revolution wars. 216. Force recall of Jenert. 231. Avert war with England and send Jay to negotiate treaty. 247. Leaders induce attacks on democratic societies. 261. Defend Jay treaty but with wry faces. 285-88. Refuse to confirm nomination of Rutledge as Chief Justice. 289. Pass Alien and Sedition Acts. 375-80. Efforts of leaders to force war with France. 412-28. Mean war to be a Federalist war. 412. Hamilton is to conduct war with no interference from Adams. 412. Secure appointment of Hamilton as second in command. 415. Conspire to prevent Jeffersonians from securing commissions in army. 416. Were not popular among the people at large. 418. Raising funds for war purposes difficult. 418. Taxes for war arouse resentment. 419. Recruiting slow. 421. Public refuse to believe there is to be a war. 421. 422. Logan's visit to France upsets Federalist war plans. 423. 424. The war hawks disappointed. 425. 426. Federalists determined on war. 426. 427. Cabinet conspirators write war message for Adams. 429. Scheme to override Adams. 430. Caucus. 430. Friends of Adams's policy and majority. 430. Losing ground politically in 1799. 440. Plan for changing method of counting electoral votes in presidential election. 441. 442. Bill passes Senate, but fails in the House. 442. 443. Spring elections of 1800 show tide running against them. 448. 451-55. Under Hamilton's influence, leaders planned to defeat Adams for presidency. 455-58. Hints at secession from Federalist leaders in case of Jefferson's election. 468. 470. Party split hopelessly on publication of Hamilton's attack on Adams. 481. 482. Defeated in election. Leaders conspire to have electors vote for Burr. 491. Hamilton opposed to plan. 491-5. 1. Plan fails, after much balloting. 506. Fano, John, protege of Hamilton, establishes Gazette of the United States. 4. His paper aspires to be the court journal. 4. King and Hamilton interested in financing paper, 153-154. Patronage of government printing, 154. Death of from yellow fever, 381. Fenno, John Ward, son of founder of Fenno's Gazette, continues publication, 381. Fitzsimmons, Thomas, representative from Pennsylvania, speculator in certificates, 47. Hamiltonians meet at lodgings of, 58, and the Assumption Bill, 62. Hamilton's lieutenant in the House, 186. Introduces resolution asking Hamilton to report plan for redemption of part of national debt, 186. Resolution precipitates sharp debate, 186, 187. On Giles's resolutions attacking Treasury management, 201. Florida Tea Garden, New York City 10. Ford Paul Lester, quoted on Jefferson, 199. France, Revolution in, Effect of in United States, 207. Asked to recall Jenert, 216. Adams sends mission to, 345. Envoys unsuccessful, 363. Publication of XYZ papers, 364, 365. Adams recommends preparations for war with, 365. Franchise in 1789 limited in most of the states, 142. Property qualifications, 142. Jefferson and 142. French Revolution, its influence in the United States, 207, 208. Hamiltonians instinctively hostile to purposes of 208, denounced by leading Federalist senators, 209, supported by Jefferson, 210. Sympathy for of the common people, 213. Enthusiasm for the French, 213, 214. Enthusiasm for, heightened by arrival of Jenert, 221, 222. Liberty caps and liberty poles, 222. Democratic and Jacobin clubs everywhere, 223. Federalists alarmed, 223. Clubs denounced as vicious nurseries of sedition, 223. Franno Philip, poet of the Revolution, induced by Madison to establish newspaper, 154. Appointed to clerkship in Department of State, 155. Establishes National Gazette, 155. Jeffersonians aided, 155. At once assumes leadership, 155. Paper recognized as Jefferson's organ, 155. Arouses Federalist rage, 156. Influence of paper felt in back country, 156. Classmate of Madison, Lee, Burr, and Brockhulst Livingston at Princeton, 157. Rebel by nature, 158. His career in the Revolutionary War, 158. 159. Gazette carefully watched by Hamilton, 163. Attacks Hamilton's policies, 164-68. Attacked anonymously in Fenno's Gazette, 168. His dignified reply, 168. Denies any connection of Jefferson with his paper, 169. Renews crusade against Hamilton's financial policies, 195, 196. Contrast of newspaper with Fenno's, 163. Criticisms of acts of administration, 163. Brutus article, 164. Sidney articles open attacks on Hamilton, 164, 165. Controversy with Fenno, 166, 167. Charges Hamilton with authorship of anonymous articles in Fenno's Gazette, 169. 170. Patriot, articles in National Gazette, 195-97, analyzes votes in Congress vindicating Hamilton's financial policies, 204. On Jenert and French Revolution, 218, 219. Begins series of attacks on Washington, 221. Funding of debt, Hamilton's scheme for, well received, 44. Protests against, because of speculations in certificates, 45. Funding bill, acrimonious debate on, in Congress before passage, 48 ff. Gallatin, Albert, representative in Pennsylvania legislature, denounces Hamilton's excise bill, 70, leading Jeffersonian in Pennsylvania, 149 elected to Senate from Pennsylvania, but not allowed to take seat on technicality, 289, elected as representative, 289, sketch of, 290-294. Gates, Horatio, Jeffersonian candidate in New York elections of 1800, 452. Gazette of the United States, Court Journal, 4, 10 Adams's Discourses of Davila published in 17. Fenno defends speculation in public securities, 48 Fennoin on criticisms of proceedings of Congress, 57 on funding bill, 57 attacks in on demagogues, 63 on bank, 79 Fenno's verses on passage of bank bill, 79. Probably established with aid of Rufus King, 153. Hamilton interested in raising money for 154 tone pro-English, 154 received government patronage, 154 controversy with National Gazette, 166-70 Fenno engages in controversy with Freno, 166, 167, 169 on Hamilton's defense of official conduct of Treasury, 199 on Boston Argus, 203. On French Revolution, 211 on attacks on Washington, 221. Pacificus, Letters in, by Hamilton, 225, 226, attacks on Jefferson, 233, on the Jay Treaty, 282. Jace's Tavern, Philadelphia, 121. General Advertiser, on defeat of Jay by Clinton in New York election, 178. Jenert Edmund Charles, minister from the French Republic, arrives in Charleston, 124 enthusiastically received everywhere, 218. His progress to Philadelphia continuous ovation, 218, formally welcomed at Philadelphia by people, 219, 220, cordially received by Jefferson, 220, cold reception of by Washington, 220, impudent conduct of 224. Giles, William Branch, representative from Virginia, in favor of Excise Bill 71. 72 opposes Bank Bill, 76 organizer for Jefferson in Virginia, 149. Opposes bill to repay loan from Bank of United States, 190, 191. His personal characteristics, 192, a giant in debate, 194. Selected by Jefferson to lead in attacks on Hamilton's financial policies, 195, 197. Presents resolutions demanding information from Secretary of the Treasury, 197. Presents resolutions condemning Hamilton's conduct in management of Treasury, 199. Minus 203. In conference of Jeffersonian leaders, 205 on Madison commerce resolutions, 241. Golden Lion, the Philadelphia Tavern, 120. Goodrich, Chauncey, on adoption of French Revolution titles, 222. Gove, Christopher, prominent Massachusetts Federalist, 47, speculates largely in certificates, 47. Granger, Gideon, Democratic leader in Connecticut, 145. Gray's Gardens on the Schuylkill, 121, 122. Graydon, Reverend Alexander, on yellow fever epidemic in Philadelphia, 237. Greenleaf Thomas, editor New York Journal, 152. Grenville, Lord William Wyndham, negotiates treaty with John Jay, 269-71. Grout Jonathan, opposes Bank Bill 76. Gunn, Georgia senator, votes for ratification with Jay, 283, burned in effigy along with Jay, 283. Hamilton Alexander, an interested spectator at Washington's inaugural, 7 appointed Secretary of the Treasury, 21 a portrait, 2240 to his personal appearance, 22 his birth illegitimate, 23 his mother brilliant and high-strung, 23 his ambition always military, 24 comes from the West Indies to America, 25 his genius that of writer and thinker on governmental affairs rather than as soldier, 25. His Federalist writings, 26, master of invective, 26, a persuasive orator, 26, 27, refused permission by Congress to present his reports personally, 27, essentially an aristocrat, 28, ideal of government, the rule of gentlemen, supported by a strong military force, 29, distrusted always a democracy, 29, held public opinion of no value, 29. Disapproved of the Constitution as adopted, but urged its ratification as better than nothing, 30. His own plan presented to the Constitutional Convention radically different from that adopted, 30, 31. His republic to be an aristocratic republic, with the states as states abolished, 31 took little part in Constitutional Convention, 32 large factor in making the convention possible, and in securing ratification of Constitution, 32, 33. His sense of system, 33, capable of long-sustained exertion, 33, 34, a hard fighter, 34, honesty, 34, as a party leader, lacking in tact, 35, never consulted but directed, 35, egotistical and vain, 36, lacking in judgment in handling of men, 36, unnecessarily offended sensibilities, 36, 37, lacked sympathy always with the common man, 37, affectionate in his family relations, 38. With his equals socially delightful companion, 38, inordinately fond of women and their society, 38, 39, always of delicate rather than robust health, 39, 40, not a church member but a believer in religion, 40, attitude toward his chief, 41, obsessed by idea of a strong government, 45, believed necessary to enlist propertied interest, 45, indifferent to unpropertied classes, 45, active in interest of funding bill, 49. Bargains with Jefferson on location of new national capital, 66-68, at high tide of popularity, 69, considers himself prime minister, 69, offends other cabinet members by dictatorial manner, 69, indifferent to public opinion, 70, prepares excise bill, 70, 71, takes personal charge of excise bill in Senate, 73, national bank bill, 74, enunciates doctrine of implied powers, 75. Breaks with Jefferson when Jay advises Washington bank bill is unconstitutional. 78. Fenno's Gazette his organ. 154. Report on manufactures filed with Congress. 161. Interests capital in developing Passaic Falls. 162. Portrait by Trumbull subscribed for. 162. Attention attracted by Fenno's Gazette. 163. Believes Jefferson responsible for attacks in paper. 166. Attacks Fenno anonymously, 168, tries to drive Jefferson from the cabinet, 169, in Fenno's Gazette attacks Jefferson, 172, denies his own unfriendliness to Constitution, 173, complains of Jefferson's interference with Treasury Department, 173, warns Adams of effort to defeat him in 1792 campaign, 181. Possible candidacy of Aaron Burr for Vice President Maddening, 181, makes strenuous efforts in Adams's behalf, 181, urges Adams in dictatorial terms to his duty, 182, blackmailing of, by Reynolds, 187, tells complete story of relations with Reynolds's wife to deputation from Congress, 180-890, amazes House by reports, 198. His official conduct of the Treasury vindicated by Congress, 203, alarmed at enthusiasm for French Revolution, 214, urges Washington to return to Philadelphia, 214, takes matters into his own hands and decides on proper policy of Jefferson's Department of State, 215, prepares list of questions for Washington to submit to Cabinet, 215, his position on the reception to be given Jenner, 215. Writes series of papers for Fenno's Gazette justifying policy of neutrality in French Revolution struggle, 225, 226 is answered by Madison, 226, aided by Jenner's conduct, 227, is stricken with yellow fever, 237, 238, sees risk of war with England, 245, is mentioned as special envoy to England, 246. Declines to have his name considered, 247, goes in person to put down whiskey insurrection, 254-56 plans to crush the democratic societies, 256 is aided by Washington's attack on societies in annual message, 262, 264, prepares to leave cabinet, 266, considers his work finished, 266, opens law office in New York, 268. Plans to direct Federalist Party in Congress by correspondence, 268, dubs Jay Treaty an execrable thing, 271, is injured in rioting in New York, 276, 277, consults with leading Federalists on campaign of 1796, 308, distrusts Adams, 308 H. And King decide to offer support to Patrick Henry, 308, 309. H. turns to Thomas Pinckney, 310, plans to bring in Adams II, 311, publishes pamphlet on relations with Mrs. Reynolds, 355 advises Adams through McHenry on French situation. 362 prepares to play trump card XYZ papers to force war with France. 364 advises moderation in framing alien and sedition bills. 376, 377 is nominated Major General in prospective war with France. 413 schemes to be made second in command. 414 directs fight against Adams through his tools in cabinet. 414 in correspondence with Miranda, South American adventurer. 427, 428 opposed by Burr in 1800 New York elections. 448-55 contrast between H and Burr. 449 plans election of presidential electors he can control, with view of defeating Adams. 451 power broken with defeat of Federalists in New York in 1800. 454 tour of New England in 1800. 459 schemes against Adams in contest for presidency. 459-65 writes pamphlet attacking Adams, not intended for general publication. 477, 478 effect of pamphlet when published. 479, 480 Hamilton, Mrs. Alexander, daughter of General Schuyler. 134 Hamilton, William, and trees in Philadelphia. 117 Hammond, George, British minister to United States. 246 more friendly to Hamilton than to Jefferson. 246 Hancock, John, Jefferson's aide in forming new party. 144 Harper, Robert Goodloe, president of Jacobin Club of Charleston. 223 representative from South Carolina. 346 sketch of 347 on the sedition bill. 379, 380 Harrogate Gardens, Philadelphia. 121 Hawkins, Benjamin, senator from North Carolina, in conference with Jeffersonian leaders. 205 Henry, Patrick, on assumption. 60 Hamiltonians offer him support for presidency. 309 declines overtures made through John Marshall. 309 Higginson, Stephen, on Jay Treaty meetings in Boston. 278 Holt, Charles, editor of New London B., convicted of sedition. 403, 404 Humphreys, William, secretary to Washington. 119 Hutchinson, doctor, in yellow fever epidemic in Philadelphia. 237 Independent Chronicle, letters to on funding bill. 57, 58 on funding bill. 58 on First Congress. 79 correspondence to reply to letters of Publicola. 85 other letters in defend Publicola letters. 85 on Frenos paper the Federal Gazette, National Gazette. 155 on Indian expedition of St. Clair. 175 on speculative craze. 176, 177 on Jay Treaty. 281, 283, 284 on XYZ papers. 364 Indian Queen, Philadelphia Tavern. 120 Iredell, James, senator from South Carolina, on Jenert. 218 Izard, Ralph, senator from South Carolina, on Titles. 5 and the Assumption Bill. 62 on John Adams. 316 Jackson, James, representative from Georgia, later senator, opposes Hamilton's financial measures. 45, 49 on funding of debt. 49, 50 on assumption. 60, 61 on excise bill. 71, 72 opposes bank bill. 76 aids Jefferson in organizing party. 150 Jackson, William, secretary to Washington. 119 Jackson, Mrs. William, sister of Mrs. William Bingham. 135 Jacobin Club, Democratic Club of Charleston. 223 Jarvis, Dr. Charles, of Massachusetts, Jeffersonian leader. 144 on French Revolution. 208 unsuccessful candidate for Congress against Fisher Ames. 257 J. John, considered by Washington for post of Secretary of the Treasury. 21 defeated for governorship of New York in 1792. 178 appointed special minister to Great Britain. 247, 248 obnoxious to Jeffersonians. 248 his experience in diplomacy. 248 bitter fight in Senate over confirmation. 249 concludes treaty with Great Britain. 269-71, is denounced when provisions of treaty are published. 274, burned in effigy. 274. J Treaty, the called Grenville Treaty by Jeffersonians. 269, negotiated by John Jay and Lord Grenville. 269-71, provisions of 271 dubbed by Hamilton an execrable thing. 271, debated at length in Senate. 272, efforts of senators to prevent publication. 272, storm of denunciation over its provisions. 273. Rioting in many places. 274-76, endorsed at instance of Federalists by chambers of commerce. 279, mob spirit on account of in Boston. 279. Protests against, from Charleston. 280, 281, meetings in opposition to, throughout the country. 280-185. Demands for papers and instructions as to, made by House before making appropriations required to carry it out. 298. Papers refused by President. 298. Jefferson Thomas, shocked at unrepublican tone of New York society. 12 bargains with Hamilton to aid in passage of Assumption Bill. 66 afterward claimed Hamilton had deceived him. 67 letters on Assumption. 67 letters on Treasury policies. 74. Gives Washington written opinion on constitutionality of Bank Bill. 77 relations with Hamilton strained. 78 tour through New England. 79, 81. Writes letter commending Paine's Rights of Man, which printer uses as preface to pamphlet, with J.'s name and official title. 83 J. Embarrassed. 83 Adams angry at J's supposed reference to him. 84 J. Explains and Adams satisfied. 85 J. Pleased with effect of newspaper turmoil. 85, 86. Position as friend of the man of no importance established. 86. Comment on speculative craze. 87. Makes political issue of speculation by Federalist congressmen. 90. Begins work of organizing an opposition party. 90. A portrait of the man. 92 113 personal appearance. 92 careless in dress. 92 dignified but shy. 93 thought lacking in frankness. 93 glance shifty. 93 entertaining talker. 94 maternal ancestry aristocratic. 94 father a Western pioneer. 95. J. A Westerner with Eastern polish. 95 educated at William and Mary College. 95 well trained in the law. 96. Influenced by Locke's writings. 96 J. S. Democracy inherent. 96. As member of Virginia House of Burgesses, a tax system of land entail and law of primogeniture. 97. Never forgiven by Virginia landed aristocracy. 98. As U.S. Minister to France, intimate of Lafayette. 98. Popular with all classes. 98. Familiarizes himself with French life in the country. 99. Diplomatic reports illuminating. 99. Comments on French system of government. 99. Not hostile to monarchy. 100. Reports to Jay on rioting in Paris. 100. Intimate of the Girondists. 100. Returns to America before the Terror. 101. A humanitarian. 101. Opposed to capital punishment save for treason. 101. A humane master. 102. Hostile to slavery. 102. Wrote the ordinance of the N.W. Territory. 102. Not an atheist nor hostile to Christian religion. 103. Contributed regularly to support of clergy. 103. Hated by the clergy for forcing separation in Virginia of church and state. 104. So-called atheist law. 104. His view of creation. 104. 105. Not hostile to the Constitution and favored its ratification. 105. Called convention, an assembly of demigods. 105. First impressions of Constitution unfavorable. 105. An ardent friend later. 106. Writes Madison praising the Federalist Papers. 106. Writes Washington, hoping a Bill of Rights will be added. 106. His views on, quoted from his autobiography. 107. Without a peer in the mastery of men. 107. His understanding of mass psychology. 107. A voluminous letter writer. 107. Valued the press as engine of democracy. 108. Captivating in personal contacts. 108. Led rather than drove. 108. Original easy boss. 108. Not an orator. 109. Disliked contentious debates. 109. Had great self-control. 109. Never belittled his enemies. 110. Admired Hamilton's ability. 110. Estranged from John Adams for years, revived in last year's the old friendship. 110 not an idealist but an opportunist, 110 a resourceful politician, 111 his diversified interests, 112 loved art in all its forms, 112 arranged in Paris for statue of Washington by Houdon, 112 visited by Humboldt, 113 interested in mechanical and scientific inventions, 113, 114 the life of the farmer his chief interest, 113 democratic in sympathies but lived as an aristocrat, 138 finds commercial interests, professions, and major portion of press federalist, 140 notes resentment of farmers and old revolutionary soldiers, 141 notes dissatisfaction with excise law, 141 fears doctrine of implied sovereignty as undermining sovereignty of states, 141 problem to reach and arouse masses, 142 material for opposition party abundant, 142 J notes local parties in opposition in every state, 143 problem to consolidate and broaden local into national issues, 143 chooses leaders in various states with keen judgment, 143 efforts directed to broaden franchise, 151 importance of a national newspaper, 152 sends letter of resignation to Washington, 166 grows more dissatisfied with policies of government under Hamilton's leadership, 168 is attacked by Hamilton in newspapers, 169 refuses to be drawn into newspaper controversy with Hamilton, 173 official associations and social relations, unpleasant, 173 writes to personal friends with much bitterness of Hamilton's attacks, 173, 174 tries to drive Hamilton from cabinet and fails, 203 no match for Hamilton in field of finance, 206 sees new issue in position of Federalists on French Revolution, 210 ardent in support of French, 210 believes American Republic bound up with success of French Revolution, 210 senses the sympathies of the people of no importance, 213 his position on question of receiving Jenert, 216 agrees to proclamation of neutrality, 216 urges Madison to reply to Hamilton's articles on neutrality, 226 and the brig Little Sarah, 228 Jennert's conduct obnoxious to Jay, 228 plans to divorce Jeffersonians from Jenert, 229 discusses with the president as to Jenert, 230 prepares letter to American minister at Paris asking Jennert's recall, 230 socially ostracized in Philadelphia, 230-233 resigns his portfolio as Secretary of State, 233 his correspondence with both British and French ministers, impartial, 238 report on commerce and Algerine piracy, 238, 239 returns to private life, 239 plans to force fighting in congressional elections of 1794, 256-58 lives in retirement at Monticello, but active in political plans, 259 indifferent as to presidency contest in 1796, 307 concerned as to health, 307 his letter to Philip Maz on American politics, 308 Democrats decide in 1796 on Jay as their candidate for president, 308 Jay receives only 3 votes less than Adams and hence is chosen vice president, 312 J.'s letter to Mazzei again brought up, 351 bitterly attacked in Fenno's Gazette, 352 toasted on Washington's birthday at Harvard College, in satirical vein, 353 J. Silent under slanderous attacks in newspapers, 353 his social ostracism in Philadelphia continues, 354 Jefferson plans opposition to administration policy toward France, 363, 364 the Sprigg Resolutions, 363, 364 publication of XYZ papers, 365, 366 his party seeks on his advice to moderate war feeling, 374 outraged by passage of alien and sedition laws, 407 moves for their repeal, 407 conference at Monticello, 407 inspires Virginia and Kentucky resolutions, 407, 408 fears insurrection, 418 election of, as president in 1800, inevitable, 441 no rival in his party, 444 his political genius, 444-48 elected president, 486, his meeting with Adams in Washington, 489-490, farewell to Senate, 507 inauguration, 509-510. Jeffersonians, party of opposition organized by Jefferson, called Jeffersonians, Jacobins, Democrats, and other names officially Republicans, 144-50, take advantage of divisions among Federalists, 151, Jeffersonian insolence, 151 make gains in the congressional elections, 1792, 180, strong in Virginia, 180. 5 states carried by in 1792, 183, gains by, in election of 1794, 312 sweep west and south in 1796, 312. Embarrassed by publication of XYZ papers, 364, 365. Aided by excesses of Federalists in pushing prosecutions under Sedition Act, 365, minus 411. Win in New York elections of 1800, 455. Confident in presidential campaign of 1800, 465-85. Elect Jefferson president, 506. Johnson, Samuel of North Carolina on Assumption Bill, 63. Chosen Director of Bank of United States, 90 on Jay Treaty, 281. Jones, Willie, North Carolina leader of Jeffersonians, 149. Jumel, Madame, 39. Kentucky resolutions, written and introduced in legislature by Breckinridge at suggestion of Jefferson, 408. King, Rufus, senator from New York on Assumption, 60, Federalist leader in Senate, 60, and the Assumption Bill, 62, discouraged at apparent failure of Assumption Bill, 63. Chosen Director of Bank of United States, 90 on French Revolution, 209. Conference of Federalist leaders in Philadelphia lodgings of 247 on business in Senate, 298, 299. On suppression of Irish rebellion, 375. Protests release by British of Irish prisoners, 375. Kirby, Ephraim, Democratic organizer in Connecticut, 145. Knox, Henry, Secretary of War, 13, resents Hamilton's interference with War Department purchases, 69. Attacked by Jeffersonians for mismanagement of St. Clair expedition against the Indians, 175. On reception of Jenert, 215. Knox, Mrs. Henry, a Mrs. Malaprop, 15. Langdon, John, senator from New Hampshire, Democratic leader in New Hampshire, 146. Votes against Jay Treaty, 282. Lawrence, John, representative from New York, on Madison's amendment to Funding Bill, 55, and Assumption Bill, 62, on Excise Bill, 72, elected Director of Bank of United States, 90, on Giles's resolutions attacking Treasury management, 201. Lear, Tobias, Secretary to Washington, 119. Lee, Richard Henry, Senator from Virginia, on question of titles, 5. Fellow student of Madison at Princeton, 157. L'Enfant, Pierre Charles, designs Federal Hall, New York City, 2. Employed by Hamilton in planning city of Paterson, 162. Little Sarah, Brig, 227. Livermore, Samuel, on effective amendment to Excise Bill, 73. Livingston, Brockholst, classmate of Madison at Princeton, 157, in New York elections of 1800, 452. Livingston, Edward, representative from New York, sketch of 290, 291 asks that the papers and instructions pertaining to Jay Treaty be laid before the House, 294 debate on resolutions of on Jay Treaty, 294-97, resolutions of on Jay Treaty, adopted, 297 on the Alien Bill, 378 on the Sedition Bill, 379. Livingston, Robert R., Chancellor of New York State, defeated for Senate through influence of Hamilton, 36, leading Jeffersonian, 147. Logan, Dr. James, Philadelphia, friend of Jefferson, 138, his visit to France, 423-26. London Tavern, Philadelphia, 120. Lyon, Matthew, Democratic leader in Vermont, 146. ridicules Federalist practice of framing reply to the president's message, 350, attacked in newspapers, 350, 351 in disgraceful wrangle with Griswold, 360, attacked by Griswold and rough-and-tumble fight ensues, 361, victim of reign of terror, under Sedition Act, 380-688. McElnatchan, Blair and J. Treaty, 276. McCormick Dan, His House of Gossip, 15. McHenry, James on Hamilton, 38, member of Washington's military family, 39, in 1792 campaign, 181, 182 on John Adams, 324, Adams's Secretary of War, sketch of 334-38, dismissed by Adams, 456. Maclay William, senator from Pennsylvania, moved to laughter over matter of titles, 4 on Hamilton's funding scheme, 44, 45 on speculations of congressmen, 47, 48. Has plan, substitute for funding bill, 56 on his colleague Scott, 56, 61 on assumption, 61 on Vining of Delaware, 61 letters to, from Rush and Logan opposing assumption, 61. Approached by Morris to join in land speculations, 61, 62 on attitude of congressmen and speculators and assumption, 62 on Hamilton and Congress, 68 on excise bill, 73, 74 on bank bill, 75. Jefferson's aid in Pennsylvania, 148 on French Revolution, 209 on John Adams, 317. Macon, Nathaniel, North Carolina, organizer for Jefferson, 150. In Conference of Jeffersonian Leaders, 205. Madison, James, representative from Virginia on Congress, 3 on titles, 6, seeks postponement of first tariff measure, 19 on Hamilton's report on public credit, 46 on funding bill, 51 part in framing Constitution, 51. Contributions to the Federalist, 51 not an orator, 52 consulted often by Washington, 53 cultivated by Hamilton, 53 loved as a son by Jefferson, 53. Proposes an amendment to discriminate between original owners and purchasers of public securities, 53-54. Federalists and speculators much disturbed, 55-56. On resolutions of commercial organizations, 55. Amendment to funding bill, voted down, 56 votes for assumption bill, 61 letter to Monroe, 63, and bargain on assumption bill, 66-67. Opposes principle of excise bill, but votes in favor, 72 on Hamilton's doctrine of implied powers, 76 advises Washington bank bill is unconstitutional, 77 tours New England with Jefferson, 79, 81 writes articles attacking Hamilton's policies for National Gazette, 169 defends Jefferson's position on Constitution, 172 attacks Fenno's unmanly attack on Jefferson, 172. On Giles's resolutions attacking Treasury management, 201 replies to Hamilton's neutrality articles, 226 prepares resolutions based on Jefferson's report on commerce, 240 attacked by Federalists, 240, 241 excitement in the country, merchants denouncing and populace favoring M.'s resolutions, 240-244 marriage to Dolly Todd, 259. Author of Virginia Resolutions, 409. Marshall John, representative from Virginia, afterward Chief Justice of the United States. Appointed special envoy to France, 345. His return made an occasion for riotous celebration, 368, 369. Opposes the Alien and Sedition laws, in letter to Porcupine's Gazette, 382. Opposes plans of his party, Federalist, for change in electoral count, 442. Appointed Secretary of State by Adams, 457. Martin Luther, the Federalist Bulldog, attacks Jefferson, 352, 353. Maryland Journal on Hamilton, 69 on assumption, 71 on speculation, 88 on speculative craze, 177. Mason Stevens Thompson, senator from Virginia, publishes J. Treaty, 273. Men of no importance, feeling among, against funding and assumption bills, 70 and excise bill, 70-71. Mercer John Francis, representative from Maryland, organizer for Jefferson in Maryland, 149 on Giles's resolutions attacking Treasury management, 201, 203. Mifflin, Thomas, Governor of Pennsylvania, 148, orders militia to parade in honor of President, 359. Mingo Creek Society, Democratic Club, 262. Miranda, Francesco D., soldier of fortune and adventurer, proposes revolutionary scheme in South America, 427, in correspondence with Hamilton, 427, holds out lure of Florida and Cuba to United States, 427. Monroe, James, senator from Virginia, of deputation from Congress to Hamilton on the Reynolds charges, 187, minister to France, 341, 342, banquet in honor of in Philadelphia on return from France, 358, confers with Jefferson and Democratic leaders, 358. Moore Thomas Poet on Jefferson 90. Morrow de St. Mary's, threatened with prosecution under alien law, 405, 406. Morris Gouverneur on Hamilton's speech in Constitutional Convention, presenting plan for Constitution, 32, minister to France, 339-41. Morris Robert, senator from Pennsylvania on titles, 6, through business partner speculated in certificates, 46, legislative agent of Hamilton, 47, discusses with Hamilton on location of capital, 65, 66, rents his residence in Philadelphia as presidential residence, 119, Hamilton outlines his bank policy, 2, 74 on Jenner, 217. Morris, Mrs. Robert, intimate of Mrs. Washington, second lady in the land, 131. Morse Anson D., quoted, 142. Muhlenberg, Frederick A.C., Speaker of the House, pokes fun at senators on titles. 5. Favors Assumption Bill, 58, one of deputation from Congress to Hamilton on the Reynolds charges, 187. National Gazette, on Hamilton's report on manufactures, 161, 163. Attacks in on Hamilton, 166-70. Attacks in on Washington, 221. Attacks Hamilton's conduct of the Treasury, 196, 197. Presence analysis of vote vindicating Hamilton's management of Treasury, 204. On French Revolution, 207, 211, 212 on Jenert, 218, 219, 220. Prince Madison's reply to Pacificus letters in Gazette of United States, 226. Naturalization Act, 264. Neutrality, proclamation of in war between French Republic and England, 216. Dissatisfaction of people, 217, 220 flouted by both French and British, 224. Justified by Hamilton in brilliant series of articles in Fenno's Gazette, 225. 226. The Case of the Little Sarah, 227, 228. New Hampshire Gazette, on the Jay Treaty, 282. New York Argus, on the Jay Treaty, 275, 277, 278, 282, 283. New York City, capital of the nation in 1789, 1 First Congress meets in, 1 Preparations for Washington's inaugural, 2, 3, 7, inaugural ball, 7, 8 Life in, 8, 10 Narrow Streets and Muddy, 10 Theatrical productions, 10, 11 Cost of Living, 12, Tone of Society Not Republican, 12 Republican Court, 13, 15 Wall Street Fashionable Residence Street, 15. Slave Market and Whipping Post prominent in 1789, 9, 10 Taverns, Theaters, 11 Yellow Fever Epidemic, 380. New York Daily Advertiser on First Congress, 79. Publicola, Letters in Columbian Sentinel answered, 84, 85. New York Journal on Assumption, 63, 64. New York Register, on Madison's Amendment to Funding Bill, 177. New York Timepiece, on XYZ Papers, 365. Newspapers, stories in as to speculations in public securities, 50 on the funding bill, 57, 58 on assumption, 71 on bank, 78, 79 on Jefferson and Paine's Rights of Man, 84, 85, on speculative craze, 88, 89, 176, 177, on Hamilton's report on manufactures, 161. On attacks on Hamilton's financial measures, 163-165. Federalist and Jeffersonian organs, 166-70. Hamilton's attacks on Jefferson, 172 on Indian expedition of St. Clair, 175 on election of Clinton governor of New York, 178 in campaign of 1792, 180-183, crusade against Hamilton, 196. On Hamilton's defense of his financial policy, 198, 199, 203, 204, on French Revolution, 207, 211, 212 on Jenert, 218-20, attacks on and defense of Washington, 221 on the Democratic Societies, 253 on the Whiskey Insurrection, 254, 255. On the Jay Treaty, 273-83, in campaign of 1796, 310, 311 on the debates in Congress on trouble with France, 350-61 on the XYZ papers, 364, 365 on supposed French outrages, 366-71 on alien and sedition bills, 374-81. In presidential campaign of 1800, 444-85. Nicholas George Kentucky Jeffersonian challenges Harper to debate on sedition law, 406. Nicholas Wilson Carey of Virginia, in conference with Jefferson at Monticello on plans to repeal the alien and sedition laws, 407. Noailles Viscount de Visitor to Philadelphia, 135, appointed minister by royal princes at Coblentz, received by Washington, 219 Bacchus Daily Advertiser on, 234. Weller's Tavern, Philadelphia, 119, 121, 136, dinner at to Jenert, 220. Order of the Cincinnati, Jefferson on, 262. Otis Harrison Gray on Hamilton, 38 on Philadelphia, 123, 124, representative from Massachusetts, 346. Sketch of 346. Payne Thomas, Rights of Man reply to Burke's Reflections upon the French Revolution, 82, publication of pamphlet in Philadelphia creates sensation, 82-83. Jefferson's letter to printer used as preface, 83. Newspaper controversy, 83-84. Parsons, Theophilus, pessimistic in campaign of 1792, 179. Paterson, New Jersey, manufacturing city promoted by Hamilton, 162. Patterson, William, senator from New Jersey and the Assumption Bill, 62. Pennsylvania Gazette on Bank Bill, 78 on speculation, 88. Perry's Gardens, New York City, 10. Philadelphia, social background, 11639 capital removed to 116, appearance of city in 1790s, 117 government departments closely connected, 118 private houses rooming houses for congressmen, 120 lack of respectful manners of the common people, noted by travelers, 121 life of working and middle classes not easy, 123. Society luxury-loving and aristocratic, 123 English influence prominent, 124 social life, free manners, 126, 127 yellow fever epidemic in 1793, 230-538. Philadelphia Advertiser on Hamilton, 162. Philadelphia County Brigade, 275. Philosophical Society, Philadelphia, 138, Jefferson at rooms of 138. Pickering, Timothy, and the Africa Incident, 287 Rights of British to John Quincy Adams, 287. Secretary of State under Adams. Sketch of 326-31, ignores requests of Adams in French troubles, 430, delays preparation of instructions to French mission, 434, dismissed by Adams, 456, 457. Pinckney, Charles of South Carolina, joins Jefferson, 150, elected to Senate, 383. Pinckney, Charles Coatsworth, minister to France, 342, joined with Marshall and Gerry in special mission in France, 345, Federalist candidate for president in 1800, 459 ff. Pinckney, Thomas, Minister to Great Britain, his efforts to stop British violations of Neutrality Proclamation, 224. Set aside in negotiations of Jay Treaty, 269. Sketch of 309, 310. Selected by Hamilton and King as Federalist candidate for president in 1796, 310. Pintard, John, Chief of Tammany Society, 148. Porcupine's Gazette, active in urging war with France, 350-60. Publishes Martin's attacks on Jefferson, 352, 353. Abusive to Democrats, 354, 355 on Lyon Griswold fight in House, 361. Powell, Mrs. Samuel, aunt of Mrs. William Bingham, 132. Priestley, Joseph, English liberal, addresses Tammany and other democratic societies. In New York, 259. Randolph, Edmund, Attorney General under Washington, considers Hamilton's bank bill unconstitutional. 77 on reception of Jenert, 215. Succeeds Jefferson as Secretary of State, 239, and French Minister Fawcett, 285, is dismissed from cabinet, 286. Reed, Jacob, Senator from South Carolina, denounced in Charleston for supporting Jay Treaty, 281. Reign of Terror, Alien and Sedition Laws produce, in 1798, 380-82. Continued through 2 years, 383 riotings, 384 victims, 386-93, 398-406. Report on Manufactures, Hamilton S. 161. Newspaper comments on 161. Report on the Public Credit, Hamilton S. 4368, debated in Congress 44. Reynolds, James, seeks to blackmail Hamilton, 187. Ricketts, John, proprietor of the Circus, Philadelphia, 138. Rights of Man by Thomas Paine, copy lent by printer to Jefferson, 82. In returning borrowed copy to printer Jefferson writes note commending pamphlet, 83. Jefferson's note used by printer as preface, 83. Effect of publication, 83, 84. Newspaper controversy over, 83, 84. Rittenhouse, David, scientist and friend of Jefferson, 149, and Jefferson in Library of Philosophical Society, Philadelphia, 156 aides in preparations for reception of Jenert, 219. President of Democratic Club of Philadelphia, 223. Rochefoucauld Liancourt, Duc de la, on Philadelphia, 124, 125, in Philadelphia, 135. Rush, Dr. Benjamin, writes letters to Maclay against assumption, 61 on Paine's Rights of Man, 84 letter to Burr, 147. Jefferson's Friend, 149, in Yellow Fever Epidemic in Philadelphia, 237. Rutledge, John, denounces Jay Treaty, 280, appointment as Chief Justice not confirmed, 289. St. Cecilia Society, Democratic Club in Charleston, 223. St. Clair, General Arthur, failure of expedition against Indians made issue by. Jeffersonians in campaign of 1792, 175. Schuyler Philip, father-in-law of Hamilton, elected senator from New York, 36, letter of Hamilton to on Washington, 41, 42, and the Assumption Bill, 62. Scripomony, Jefferson on 87. Sedition Bill, purpose to crush Jeffersonian press, 376, 377. Debates on, in Congress, marked by disorder, 378. Passed by small margin, 380. Sedgwick Theodore, speculator in public securities, defends Funding Bill 4849. On funding of debt 4849, 50 on Madison's plan to amend Funding Bill, 55 speech on the Assumption Bill, 62 and Excise Bill, 72 an amendment to Excise Bill, 73 on Giles's resolutions attacking Treasury management, 201 recommended Adams's nomination as vice president in 1789, 325. On results of 1798 elections, 383. Sedgwick, Mrs. Theodore, 134. Sherman, Roger, representative and senator from Connecticut, on titles 3. Sign of the Sorrel Horse, Philadelphia Tavern, 119. Smith, Mrs. Margaret Bayard, on Jefferson, 92-93. Smith, Samuel, on Madison Commerce Resolutions, 241. Smith, Jeremiah, on Philadelphians, 116. Smith, William, representative from South Carolina, on Madison's amendment to Funding Bill, 55. Chosen Director of Bank of United States, 90. On Giles's resolutions attacking Treasury management, 201. 203. On Madison's Commerce Resolutions, 240, 242. Southwark Theater, Philadelphia, 137. Speculation in government securities, 4447. Members of Congress involved, 4648. In stock and scrip, 87. Fraud and counterfeiting, 88. Hamilton shocked and concerned, 88. Bubble bursts in 1792, 176. Hamilton's policies charged as cause of panic, 177. Newspaper comments on, 177. Spooner's Vermont Journal, on the Jay Treaty, 283. Steele, John, North Carolina, 181. Stewart, Mrs. Walter, daughter of Blair McElnatchin, social leader of Philadelphia, 132. Strong, Caleb, senator from Massachusetts, 9. And the Assumption Bill, 62. Sullivan, James, lawyer, pamphleteer, and orator for the Democrats, 145. Tammany, Sons of Rival Organization to Society of the Cincinnati, 148, at first nonpartisan, then fervid Jeffersonians, 148. Tariff in First Congress, 19, in Second Congress, 161. Hamilton's report on manufactures excites little attention, 161. Taylor, John, of Caroline, a Jeffersonian leader in Virginia, 149, 150. Jeffersonian leaders confer at home of, 205. Pamphlet analyzing vote in Congress vindicating Hamilton, attributed to, 205, 206. Introduces Virginia resolutions in legislature, 409. Tilley Count, 135. Treaty with the Southern Indians, Washington's attitude on presentation to the Senate, 2122. Trumbull, John, paints portrait of Hamilton, 162. Tucker, George, editor of Blackstone's Commentaries, 169. Twining, Thomas, in Philadelphia, 120. United States Chronicle, on Freno's attacks on Hamilton, 164. Venable, Abraham B., of deputation from Congress to Hamilton on the Reynolds charges, 187. Vermont Journal, on Hamilton's Passaic Falls scheme, 162. Vining, John, representative from Delaware and Assumption, 61. Maclay on, 61. Virginia Resolutions, written by James Madison and introduced in legislature by John Taylor of Caroline, 409. Contemporary opinions of, 409-11. Wadsworth Jeremiah, representative from Connecticut, speculator in certificates, 47N. Sneers at soldiers of revolution, 55-56. Elected director of Bank of United States, 90. Warville, Brissatte, and Mrs. Bingham, 128, 129. Washington, George, reception on arrival in New York, 6. 7. Inaugurated president, 7. Bored by dignities and ceremonial of office, 16, 17. His solemn dinners, 18. Presence in person treaty with Southern Indians for ratification by Senate, 20. Annoyed by proposal to refer treaty to committee, 21. Rents house of Robert Morris in Philadelphia, 119. Endeavors, unsuccessfully, to effect reconciliation between Jefferson and Hamilton. 171. Hamilton refuses to discontinue attacks in Fenno's Gazette, 172, and the French Revolution, 214, issues neutrality proclamation, 216. And Jefferson in the case of the Little Sarah, 228, reluctantly accepts Jefferson's resignation, 233, 234, appoints J. Special Envoy to Great Britain, 247. Attacks democratic societies and message, 261, delays signing J. Treaty, 285. His prestige used to make treaty more acceptable, 286, is attacked by Democratic press, 286-88, refuses to comply with request of House for papers pertaining to J. Treaty, 298. Refuses to be a candidate for a third term, 308. Accepts chief command of army in prospective war with France, 413. Selects Hamilton, Pinckney, and Knox as major generals, 413. Washington City, new capital in 1800, 480-689. City of magnificent distances, but mud roads, 487. Whiskey Boys, the See Whiskey Insurrection. Whiskey Insurrection, the 250-56, grew out of enforcement of excise law, 251. Hamilton active in suppressing, 254-56. Ringleaders arrested, harshly treated, and jailed, 255. Most of prisoners acquitted on trial, 255. 2 convicted but pardoned by Washington, 256. Tempest in a Teapot, 256. Williamson's Gardens, New York City 10. Willing Thomas, business partner of Robert Morris, elected director of Bank of United States 90. Wingate Payne on Federal Hall 2. Witherspoon John, president of Princeton, 157. Walcott Mary Ann, sister of Oliver Walcott, afterward Mrs. Chauncey Goodrich, 134. Walcott Oliver of Connecticut on Hamilton's religious views, 41. Mouthpiece for Hamilton, 59. 60 on Philadelphians, 116 on demonstrations against Jay Treaty, 275 Adams's Secretary of the Treasury, sketch of 331-34. Walcott Mrs. Oliver called the Magnificent, 134. With George, Virginia lawyer and politician, 96. Presides at meeting in Richmond denouncing Jay Treaty, 282. XYZ Papers, Federalists familiar with before publication, 364. Hamilton sees trump card in them for war party, 364. Jeffersonians kept in ignorance, 364. Excitement intense on publication, 365. 366. Millions for defense but not 1 cent for tribute. A clarion call, 366. Rioting in Philadelphia, 367. Yellow Cat, the Philadelphia Tavern, 120. Yellow Fever in Philadelphia, 237, 238 in New York, Boston, and Philadelphia, 380. Footnotes: Pickering, Wingate to Pickering, Roman 2, 447. Ames I-31. Writings I-450. Ames I-31-32. Pickering, Wingate to Pickering, Roman 2, 447. Ames I-31. Pickering, Roman 2, 447. Republican Court, 120-22. Story of a Street, 101. Ames I-32-34. Writings I-450. Ames to Minot, I-41-42. Republican Court, 122. Note: Adams's explanation, Works Roman 8, 511-13. Maclay 2-3. Maclay 7-10. Ibid 22-24. Ibid 25-27. Maclay 37. Writings I-470-71. Ames I-46. June 3, 1789. Maclay 31. Daily Advertiser, April 24, 1789. Ibid. Story of a Street, 221. Maclay 710. Ibid. Gazette of the United States, May 2, 1789. Ibid. Ibid, May 8, 1789. Daily Advertiser, May 8, 1789. Daily Advertiser, May 8, 1729. Gazette of the United States, May 9, 1789. Governor Page complained bitterly of hogs and mud. Memorial History, Roman 3, 48. The Daily Advertiser advertises the specifications April 13, 1789. Maclay 90. Gazette of the United States, June 27, 1789. Memorial History, Roman 3, 47. Daily Advertiser, March 6, 1789. Memorial History, Roman 3, 45. Daily Advertiser, April 15, 1789. New York in 1789, 117. Memorial History, Roman 3, 65. New York in 1789, 117-20. New York in 1789, 172-75. Ibid 176. Ibid 178. May 9, 1789. Gazette of the United States, May 13, 1789. Maclay 31. Gazette of the United States, June 6, 1789. Ibid, September 19, 1789. Story of a Street, 112. Gibbs, I-22. Ibid, I-43. New York in 1789, 19. Ibid, 119. Warville, 9697. Republican Court, 210 note. Brooks Knox, 217-18. Mrs. Iredell, McCree Iredell Roman II, 296-97. Gazette of the United States, May 16, 1789. Ibid, May 30, 1789. Daily Advertiser, June 19, 1789. Gazette of the United States, April 15, 1789. Maclay, 257-58. Wharton, Salons, Colonial and Republican, 53. Maclay, 266. Ibid, 7374. Story of a Street, 112, 114-17, 121. Richmond Hill, at present site of Charlton and Varick Streets. Letters of Mrs. Adams, to Mrs. Shaw, Roman II, 201. To Thomas Brandhollies, Roman II, 205. Ames to Minot, I-34. Maclay, 375. Familiar Letters, 86-89. Adams, Works Roman 8, 491-92. Thayer's, Washington, 180-81. Gazette of the United States, May 6, 1789. Republican Court, 149 note. Autobiography, Ford, I-171. Maclay, 138. Iredell Roman II, 138. Maclay, 138. Ibid, 138, 206. Ibid, 101. Maclay, 38. Ibid, 50. Bassett, The Federalist System. Jerry Annals, May 20, 1789. Writings to Randolph, I-471-73. Jackson Annals, I-486-89. Page Annals, I-548-52. Maclay, 128-31. Iredell, Lother to Iredell, Roman II, 258-59. Writings, I-471-73. Warville, 102. Familiar Letters, 236-37. Oliver, 114. Gibbs, I-22. Autobiography, 278. Morris, Diary, Roman II, 456. Oliver, 15. See Appendix, Lodge, Alexander Hamilton. Works, Roman 9, 405-06. Letter to Brother. Ibid, X 109. Intimate Life 3. Life by Son I-4. Fisk, I-104-05. Life by Son I-10. Ibid, 22. Ibid, 263-74. Payne's Journalism, 191-92. Works, I-202. Ibid, I-213-39. Ibid, I-243-87. Life by Son Roman II, 277. Ibid, I-69. Works Roman 6, 276. Life by Son, I-69. Ibid, I-318. Ibid. Lodge, 26. Oliver, 27. Intimate Life, 47. Oliver, 161-62. Lodge, 177-78. Oliver, 163-64. Oliver, 86. Ibid, 263. Ibid, 376. Works Roman 6, 457. Oliver, 149. Fisk, 120. Lodge, 58. Beck, 75. Oliver, 156. Works, I, 347-69. Beck, 76. Life by Son Roman II, 487. Ibid, 487. Ibid, 488. Ibid. Ibid. Ibid, 516. Lodge, 60. Works, I, 404. Gordy, I, 70. Works I 417. Ibid. Works I 420. Lodge 60-63. Statement to Tench Cox quoted by Jefferson. Works of Jefferson, Ford, I 338. Letter to G. Morris, Works X 425. Morris Diary Roman II, 456. Works X 480. Intimate Life 75. Life by Son, I 398. Parton's Jefferson, 358. Familiar Letters, 230-637. Oliver, 177-78. Works X3, Letter to King. Jefferson's Honors, I 180. Morris Diary Roman II, 456. Lodge 156. Works X 354. Morris Diary Roman II, 456. Cabot 298-300. Intimate Life 48. Life by Son, I 236. Ibid 233. Lodge 81. Ibid 144. Oliver 40. Works X 9091. Ibid X 425-26. Works X 123-26. Letter to Lloyd. Parton's Jefferson 355. Intimate Life 46. Works Roman IX 256-58. Familiar Letters 230-637. Morrison's Otis to Mrs. Otis, I 141-43. Cabot 204-05. Morrison's Otis, I 141. Lodge 272. Oliver 76. Ibid 381. Griswold 173. Intimate Life 55. Ibid 56. Ibid 60. Ibid 259. Ibid 73. Intimate Life 17. Works V 61 to Washington, X 256 to William Smith, X 275 to King, X 343 to Pickering. Life by Son, Reminiscences of Troop I 10. Ibid. Works Roman 6 276. Ibid X 432-37. Intimate Life 334. Ibid 406. Oliver and Sumner. Intimate Life 261. Works Roman 9 232-37. Ibid X 356-57. Daily Advertiser, October 9, 1789. Jerry and Clymer, both supporters of the report, objected. Annals, January 9, 1790. Maclay, 177. Writings, J.Q. Adams, I 49. Connecticut Gazette, February 19, 1790. Lodge, 9091. Ibid. Madison's Writings, Letter to Pendleton, I 507-09. Maclay, 179. The member of Congress who sent the vessels was Jeremiah Wadsworth of Connecticut. Professor C. A. Beard makes a conclusive case against both in his Economic Origins of Jeffersonian Democracy. Works of Jefferson, I 354. Mr. Amory, H. G. Otis, and William Wetmore. Writings of J. Q. Adams, I 5659. Maclay, 177-78. Beard's Economic Interpretation, 100 Fortwelve. Gazette of the United States, Common Sense, January 30, 1790. Annals, January 28, 1790. Ibid. Maclay, February 1, 1790. Maclay, 194. Annals, February 10, 1790. New York Daily Advertiser, February 13, 1790. Familiar Letters, 108. Gazette of the United States, April 15, 1790. Fisk, 187. Ames Letter to Minor, I 35. First 40 Years of American Society, Family Letters of Mrs. Margaret Bayard Smith, 61. Works of Jefferson, Ford, I 86. Mrs. Smith, 63. Annals, February 11, 1790. Madison's Writings, I 507. Annals, February 15, 1790. Writings to Randolph, I 512. White Annals, February 16, 1790. White Annals, February 16, 1790. Maclay, 199. Ibid, February 22, 1790. Writings, J.Q. Adams, I-49. Gazette of the United States, June 12, 1790. Sentinel, February 24, 1790. Ibid, March 20, 1790. Pennsylvania Gazette, copied in Maryland Gazette, February 26, 1790. Boston Independent Chronicle, March 4, 1790. Boston Independent Chronicle, March 25, 1790. Ibid, April 15. Maclay, 202. Ibid, 205. New York Advertiser, February 20, 1790. Ibid, February 22, 1790. Controller of the Treasury. Gibbs, I-43. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, I-511. McCree Iredell from Senator Johnson, Roman II, 286. From William R. Davy, Roman II, 281 note. King, I-385. Henry, Roman II, 459. Stone of Maryland. Maclay, 203. Ibid, 209. Ibid, 212. Ibid, 214. Maclay, 227, 230. Ibid, 234. Elias Boudinot of New Jersey. Maclay, 237. Maclay, 248. Ibid, 250. Writings, I-517. McCree Iredell, Roman II, 286. Lodge Cabot, 3536. Ibid, to Goodhue, 37. Gazette of the United States, April 21, 1790. Ibid, April 24, 1790. Sentinel, June 19, 1790. Daily Advertiser, March 24, 1790. Ames to Dwight, I-7980. Maclay, 292. Ibid, 299. Maclay, 310. Works Ford Roman 8, 4245. Ibid, Roman 8, 52. Writings to Monroe, I-522. Maclay, 332. Gazette of the United States, August 25, 1790. February 25, 1791. Brooks Knox, 213. Maryland Journal, February 11, 1791. Josiah Parker. Annals, January 5, 1791. Samuel Livermore. Annals, January 6, 1791. Annals, January 11, 1791. Maclay, 385. Ibid, 385. Maclay, 387. Jefferson's Works, Roman 8, 123. Works, Roman 3, 319-41, 342-87. Ibid, 388-443. Maclay, 364. Ibid, 369. Annals, February 2, 1791. Ames to Dwight, I-94. Annals, February 3, 1791. Jefferson's Works, Roman 3, 145-53. Madison's Writings, Roman 3, 171. Madison's Writings, Roman 3, 171. Ames to Minot, February 17, 1791. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, I-534-35. Hamilton's Works, Letter to Carrington, Roman 9, 513-35. Parton Roman 2, 1. Dustin's Frano, 160. May 11, 1791. Gazette of the United States, April 6, 1791. Daily Advertiser, February 25, 1791. Independent Chronicle, March 10, 1791. New York Daily Advertiser, July 19, 1791. British Agent. Domestic Life, 197-98. Jefferson was living in the country. Maryland Journal, March 22, 1791. Domestic Life, 199. Ibid, 201. Jefferson's Works, Roman 8, 205. Gay's Madison. Madison's Writings, I-534. Graydon, 375. McHenry, Iredell, Roman 2, 335. Ames, I. 454. New York Daily Advertiser, July 8, 1791. Ibid, July 9, 1791. Ibid, July 14, 1791. Independent Chronicle, June 23, 1791. Ibid, July 7, 1791. Ibid, August 26, 1791. Ibid. Jefferson's Works, Roman 8, 192. Adams' Works, Roman 8, 503. Ibid, 505. Madison's Writings, I. 535. Jefferson's Works, Roman 8, 223. Jefferson's Works, Roman 8, 232. Madison's Writings, I. 540. Ibid, I. 534. Madison's Writings, I. 538. Maryland Journal, February 15, 1791. Pennsylvania Gazette, September 7, 1791. August 17, 1791. Hamilton's Works to King, I. 402. August 8, 1791. August 9, 1791. August 13, 1791. Script sold last night. Cash 212 to 2210 to 610 days 216 217 12 214 30 days 223 212 215 45 days 216 60 days 219 Sep 10 224 Deliver and pay December 1 235 Deliver October 1 and pay January 1 242 Monday next 207 Tuesday, 215 12 217 210. New York Daily Advertiser. Daily Advertiser, August 15, 1791. New York Daily Advertiser. Daily Advertiser, August 17, 1791. New York Daily Advertiser, September 21, 1791. Independent Chronicle, September 1, 1791. Independent Chronicle, August 18, 1791. Maclay, 272. Familiar Letters, 148. Maclay, 272. Mrs. Smith, 6. Ibid, 6-7. Lying Court, Roman 3, 157. Parton on the Moor Incident, Roman 3, 115-19. Maclay, 272. Mrs. Smith, 6-7. Maclay, 272. Familiar Letters, 149. Familiar Letters, 148. Maclay, 272. Lying Court, Roman 3, 157. Familiar Letters, 148. Mrs. Smith, 6-7. Randall, I-14. Dodd, Statesman of the Old South, 3-4. Ibid, 9. Dodd, Statesman of the Old South, 23. Parton's Jefferson, I-27. Randall, Roman 3, 448. Autobiography, I-77. Fisk, 148. Works to Mrs. Trist, v. 151. Ibid, to Bellany, v. 151. Ibid, to Mrs. Trist, v. 8182. Ibid, to Bellany, v. 151-54. Morris Diary, I-101. Domestic Life, Letter to Madison, 155. Works, I-130-138. Domestic Life, Letter to Adams, 156. Ibid, to J, 156. Ibid, to J, 159. Works, Letter to Lafayette, Roman 7, 370. To de Saint-Étienne, Roman 7, 370-72. The Charter, Roman 7, 372-74. Ibid, Roman 4, 72. Ibid, to D'Unger, Roman 4, 138-39. Autobiography, I-72. Mrs. Wharton, 391. Parton's Jefferson, I-344. Volume I-77. Works V-34, Letter to Chasselas. Ibid, Roman 6, 428, to Warville. Randall, I-17. Ibid, Roman 3, 556-58, Letter to Rush. Ibid, 671-76. Ibid, also see the Thomas Jefferson Bible, edited by Henry Jackson. Randall, Roman 3, 547. Dodd, Statesman of the Old South, 36. Randall, Roman 3, 620-22. Works, Roman 6, 11-15, to Charles Thompson. Ibid, 227-29, to Edward Carrington, 269-71, to J. Blair. Ibid, 296-3, a 1 to Benjamin Hawkins and George Wythe, 231-32 to Count Del Verme. Ibid, 285-89, to John Adams. Ibid, 368. Ibid, 378-83, to William Carmichael. Works, Roman 6, 380-593. Ibid, 425-27. I have the authority of Josephus Daniels for a tradition in North Carolina that such a letter in the hands of Willie Jones was responsible for the failure of the first convention there to ratify. The letter is apparently lost. Ibid, Roman 7, 26-30, to Carmichael. Ibid, 36-39, to Colonel Carrington. Ibid, 79-88. Ibid, 93-99. Ibid, 183-87. Ibid, 223-31. Works, Roman 7, 319-24. Ibid, Roman 8, 10-13. Autobiography, I 118. Works, v. 147, to F. Hopkinson. Ibid, Roman 6, 55-58, to Carrington. Ibid, 335-36. Randall, I 404-05. Mrs. Smith, 389. Autobiography, I 90. Randall, Roman 2, 403-04. Fisk, 154. Adams, Works, X 414. Works, Roman 3, 358, to Duane. A summary view and a reply to Lord North. Domestic Life, 58. Ibid, 43. Works, v. 33, 42, 59. Ibid, 400-01. Works, Roman 6, 106, Domestic Life, 109. Works, Roman 9, 1719. Ibid, Roman 4, 42. Ibid, v. 180. Ibid, 244-45, Roman 6, 2023. Ibid, Roman 7, 267-70. Ibid, 73-79. Ibid, v. 244-45. Ibid, 22-24. Ibid, 294-95. Ibid, 294-95, Roman 6, 11-15. Ibid, Roman 7, 113-16. Works, Roman 7, 241-44. Watson, 114. Randall, I 481. Domestic Life, 78. Ibid, 87-89. Works, Roman 6, 81-84. Ibid, 102-06. Ibid, 145-46. Mrs. Adams's Letters, Roman 2, 207. Republican Court, I 56. Ibid, I 64. Ibid, 253. Weld, I 56. Republican Court, 256. Annals of Philadelphia, I 225. Twining, 44. Wansey, 184. Lioncourt, Roman 4, 91. Weld, I 8. Twining, 45. Lioncourt, Roman 4, 91. Weld, I 7-8. Warville, 187. Scharf, Roman 2, 875. Warville, 187. Scharf, Roman 2, 875. Wansey, Roman 3. Lippincott, 3637. New York Letter to Maryland Journal, November 19, 1790. Republican Court, 341. Ibid, 366. Davis, Travels, 4041. Wansey, Roman 3. Twining, 31. Ames, I 8889. Scharf, Roman 2, 985. Twining, 3134. Ames, I 8889. Hiltzhamer's Diary, 167. Ibid, 201. Ibid, 205. Ibid, 205. Weld, I 29. Ibid, I 30. Lioncourt, Roman 4, 10809. Ibid. Gibbs, I 561. Warville, 187. Lioncourt, Roman 4, 99. Warville, 188. Wharton, Salons, 71. Lioncourt, Roman 4, 101. Otis, I, 128. Scharf, Roman 2, 907. Weld, I, 21. Lioncourt, Roman 4, 105. Otis, I, 126. Morrison, Otis, I, 126. Lioncourt, Roman 4, 10405. Warville, 190. Mrs. Adams's letters to Mrs. Smith, Roman 2, 211. Ibid, Roman 2, 213-14. Davis, Burr, I, 303. Morrison, Otis, I, 128-29. Scharf, Roman 2, 910, from Biddle. Davis, Burr, I, 376. Morrison, Otis, I, 141-43. Ibid, I, 135. Ibid, I, 135. Wansey, 136. Ibid, 136. Wansey, Twining, Lippincott, Republican Court, Scharf, Roman 2, 911. Warville, 190. Maclay, 366. Mrs. Adams's letters, Roman 2, 211. Republican Court, 291-302. Morrison, Otis, I, 135. Domestic Life, 98-100. Morrison, Otis, I, 137. Republican Court, 309. Oberholzer's Life, Major Armstrong's Letter to General Armstrong, 70. Governor Reed to General Greene, 70. Republican Court, 314. Mrs. Adams's letters, Roman 2, 211. Ibid. Early Philadelphia, 38. Drake, Knox, Roman 3. Brooks, Knox, 60. Ibid, 264. Steiner, McHenry, Williamson to McHenry, 196-97. Wharton, Salons, 54. Intimate Life, 95. Gibbs, I, 161. Queens of American Society, 35. Probably Madame Grand, Intimate Life. Twining, 39. Lippincott, 212. Wansey, 132. Agnes Replayer, 135. Wansey, 131. Wharton, Salons, 157. Lippincott, 282. Lioncourt, Roman 4, 109. Weld, I-24. Hiltzheimer, 204. Lippincott, 118. Mrs. Adams's letters to Mrs. Smith, Roman 2, 213. Scharf, Roman 2, 967. Lippincott, 119. Wansey, 126-27. Scharf, Roman 2, 952. Domestic Life to Martha, 221-22. Parties and Party Leaders, 156-57. Alexander, 15. Biddle, Autobiography, 246. Maclay, 397. Thomas, I-21. Morrison, Otis, I-52. Quoted from Independent Chronicle, by Robinson, 10. J.Q. Adams, Works, I-191. Morrison, Otis, I-52. Connecticut in Transition, 190-91. Ibid, 193-97. Ibid, 222. Republican Court, 49. Isaac Hill, quoted by Robinson, 29. Hammond, I-107. Davis, Burr, I-316-17. Ibid, I-331. Maclay, 260. McCree, Iredell, Roman 2, 232, 239. Dodd, Macon, 38. Dodd, Macon, 51. McCree, Iredell, Roman 2, 233. Senate Docs, Volume 56, 61st Congress, 2D Session, 755. Ames to Dwight, I, 136-37. Robinson, 53. Robinson, 55. Quoted from David Daggett's pamphlet, by Purcell in Connecticut in Transition, 225. Sentinel, August 22, 1792. Gibbs, I, 73. Robinson, quoting from American Mercury, 9. King, Works, I, 357. King, Works, I, 501-02. Payne, History of Journalism, 155. Writings, I, 569-70. Writings, I, 569-70. Rives, Madison, Roman 3, 194 note. Writings, I, 543. September 6, 1792. September 12, 1792. Robinson, 70 note. The Beauties of Santa Cruz, and the House of Night. Life, 129. Hamilton's Works, Roman 491. Ibid. 166. National Gazette, June 18, 1792. Writings, I, 545. National Gazette, November 14, 1791. Spooner's Vermont Journal, July 31. National Gazette, July 14, 1792. National Gazette, September 8, 1792. Ibid, January 2, 1792. Philadelphia Advertiser, July 6, 1792. National Gazette, December 19, 1791. Ibid, January 19, 1792. Ibid, January 16, 1792. Ibid, January 23, 1792. Ibid, by H. H. Brackenridge, February 9, 1792. National Gazette, March 15, 1792. Ibid, March 29, 1792. Ibid, April 2, 1792. Ibid, February 9, 1792. Ibid, July 18, 1792. National Gazette, April 23, 1792. Ibid, May 3, 1792. Ibid, May 7, 1792. Ibid, May 10, 1792. Ibid, January 4, 1792. Jefferson's Works, Roman 8, 341-49. Gazette of the United States, June 6, 1792. National Gazette, June 21, 1792. National Gazette, June 21, 1792. Ibid, June 25, 1792. Gazette of the United States, July 25, 1792. National Gazette, July 28, 1792. Austin Freno, 170 note. No one knew better than Washington that Jefferson would have resigned in the spring had he not been importuned to remain. One of these was Washington, to whom he made the objections mentioned in a previous chapter. National Gazette, August 8, 1792. Hamilton's Works, X 1415. National Gazette, August 15, 1792. Gazette of the United States, August 25, 1792. Hamilton's Works, Roman 7, 30306. The evidence is conclusive on this point. Jefferson's Works, Roman 8, 394-48. Gazette of the United States, September 8, 1792. National Gazette, September 8, 1792. Jefferson's Works, Roman 8, 411. Domestic Life, 214-15, also letter to T. M. Randolph, Ibid, 215. Quoted by Freno, September 19, 1792. October 18, 1792. Randall, Roman 2, 102, to Randolph. National Gazette, October 20, 1792. January 11, 1792. Independent Chronicle, May 2, 1792. Sentinel, June 9, 1792. Jefferson's Works, Roman 8, 315-18. Independent Chronicle, May 17, 1792. March 14, 1792. Sentinel, March 28, 1792. March 14, 1792. Pickering, Letter to Wife, Roman 3, 27. April 13, 1792. April 19, 1792. May 28, 1792. Gazette of the United States, October 10, 1792. Ironicus, April 21, 1792. Sentinel, March 17, 1792. Alexander, 50. Ibid, 53. King's Works, I 408-15. Bach's General Advertiser, July 19, 1792. Ibid, July 13, 1792. Hammond, I 72. Life of Parsons, 468-69. Ibid, 467-68. Robinson 9. Spooner's Vermont Journal, August 7, 1792. McHenry to Hamilton, 136-37. McHenry to Hamilton, 137. Note. New York Daily Advertiser, March 11, 1793, printed a letter from David Ross setting this forth in Hamilton's defense. McHenry, 138. Only one Federalist, William Barry Grove, was elected. Dodd's Life of Macon. Madison's Writings, I. 460-61. Hamilton's Works, Roman 9, 513-35. March 10, 1792. Adams' Works, Roman 8, 514. King's Works, I. 413-427. Hamilton's Works X, 1920, 2021. Hamilton's Works X, 2324. Ibid X, 27. Judge Samuel Chase and Benjamin Stoddard, destined to a place in Adams's cabinet among them. Maryland Journal, October 16, 1792. Maryland Journal, October 23, 1792. Hamilton's Works X, 2829. Gazette of the United States, September 26, 1792. National Gazette, November 24, 1792. November 9, 1792. Gazette of the United States, December 1, 1792. Ibid, January 5, 1793. Bacchus Daily Advertiser, December 4, 1792. Ibid, December 5, 1792. Ibid, December 15, 1792. National Gazette, February 2, 1793. Frano's Description. Annals, November 19, 1792. February 15, 1790. Anna's I, 235-37. Bassett, The Federalist System. Hamilton's Works, Roman 7, 389. Hamilton's Expression, Works, Roman 7, 391. Ibid. Ibid, Roman 7, 424. Ibid, 427. Hamilton's Works, Roman 7, 394. Annals, December 24, 1792. Annals, December 26, 1792. Anderson, Giles 6. Benton's 30 Years View, I. 680-83. Life and Letters, I. 158-59. Oliver's Hamilton, 290-294. Familiar Letters, 46. Justice Story, Life and Letters, I. 158. Ibid. Anderson, Giles, 65-66. Maclay, 374. Anderson, Giles 3. Anderson, Giles 8. Benton, I. 682. Story, I. 158-59. National Gazette, January 9, 1793, from Boston Argus. Ibid, January 12, 1793. National Gazette, January 12, 1793, from Boston Argus. Ibid, January 16, 1793. Annals, January 23, 1793. Gibbs, I-89. Gazette of the United States, March 9, 1793. Sentinel, February 20, 1793. Ibid, February 16, 1793. Gazette of the United States, February 23, 1793. Paul Lester Ford, The Nation, September 5, 1895. Hamilton, February 20, 1793. National Gazette, February 27, 1793. Of South Carolina. Annals, February 27, March 1, 1793. Sentinel, March 13, 1793. Gazette of the United States, March 23, 1793. Ibid, March 20, 1793. Sentinel, March 20, 1793. Sentinel, March 21, 1793. Jefferson, New York Daily Advertiser, April 6, 1793. National Gazette, March 20, 1793. Franklin. Ibid, March 27, 1793. Kentucky Gazette, September 7, copied in Independent Chronicle, October 21, 1793. An original copy is in New York Public Library. Sentinel, January 9, 1793. National Gazette, December 26, 1792. Sentinel, January 26, 1793. Ibid, January 30, 1793. Hazen, 165-69. Maclay, December 10, 1790. Ibid, February 26, 1791. Brown, Ellsworth, 212. Adams, Works, Roman 9, 563-64. Ibid, Acts 12:13. Works to George Mason, Roman 3, 123-25. To Edward Ruddle, Roman 8, 230-34. Ibid, 290-94. Ibid, Roman 9, 6-8. Gazette of the United States, April 13, May 18, 1793. Ibid, April 17. National Gazette, April 20, 1793. National Gazette, April 10, 1793. Sentinel, March 30, 1793. Connecticut Gazette, April 11, 1793. Connecticut Gazette, April 18, 1793. National Gazette, April 20, 1793. Connecticut Gazette, May 2, 1793. Jefferson's Works to Madison, Roman 9, 33-35. Ibid, to Unknown, Roman 9, 44-46. Madison's Writings, I, 576-77. King's Works, King to Hamilton, I, 439. Anna's, I, 268. Anna's, I, 268. Hamilton's Works, Roman 4, 371. Ibid, 370-73. Ibid, 373. Ibid, 374. Hamilton's Works, Roman 4, 385-86. Ibid, 396-408. Jefferson's Writings, Roman 3, 226-43. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 960-68. Madison's Writings, I, 580-83, 584. Morris Diary, Roman 2, 26. McCree Iredell to his wife, Roman 2, 386. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 75-78. Madison's Writings, I, 578. National Gazette, April 27, 1793. National Gazette, April 27, 1793. Ibid, May 4, 1793. Ibid, May 15, 1793. Letter from Philadelphia, from a gentleman in the Treasury Department. Connecticut Gazette, June 27, 1793. Letter from Philadelphia woman to a friend in Alexandria. Connecticut Gazette, June 20, 1793. Biddle, Autobiography, 251. Graydon Memoirs, 381. National Gazette, June I, 1793. Sentinel, April 20, 1793. National Gazette, May 15, 1793. Ibid, June 5, 1793. Gazette of the United States, June 8, 1793. Myers, Tammany Hall 9. Hazen, 249. Sentinel, March 16, 1793. Gibbs, I 87. Ibid. National Gazette, July 17, 1793. Gazette of the United States, June 15, 1793. Thomas, Reminiscences, I 32. National Gazette, April 13, 1793. Gibbs, Governor Walcott to Son, I 179. Jefferson's Works to Monroe, Roman 9, 144. Ibid, to Monroe, Roman 9, 75-78. Pinckney, Life of Pinckney, 109. Gazette of the United States, June 8, 1793. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 144-46. Hamilton's Works, Roman 4, 467. Madison's Writings, I 586, 588, 591, 593-94 Letters to Jefferson. Ibid, I 611-45. National Gazette, June 15, 1793. Adams. National Gazette, August 7, 1793. New York Daily Advertiser, July 13, 1793. Independent Chronicle, September 12, 1793. Ibid, November 11, 1793. Ibid. Biddle, 253. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 211-15. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 211-15. Madison's Writings, I, 595-96, 596-97. Ibid, I, 599. Independent Chronicle, October 10, 1793. Independent Chronicle, October 17, 1793. Madison's Writings, I, 601. Ames, I, 305-08. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 182-09. Randall, Roman 2, 181. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 87-89. To Madison. American Minerva, December 21, 1793. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 117-21. Ames, I, 279. Domestic Life, 220. Gibbs, I, 122. Gazette of the United States, July 31, 1793. Ames, I, 311. Ames, I, 313. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, August 4, 1793. King's Works, I, 490-293. August 10, 1793. Lodge Cabot, 73. A Democrat, August 19, 1793. Brutus, August 26, 1793. Jefferson's Works, to Madison, Roman 9, 227. Gibbs Walcott to Washington, I, 112. Hiltzhamer's Diary, 195. McHenry Iredell, A Servant to Iredell, Roman 2, 401. King's Works Wharton to King, I, 498. Biddle, 256. Pickering to John Clark, Roman 3, 55-58. Gibbs Walcott to Father, I, 110. Biddle, 256. Gibbs, I, 110. McHenry Iredell, Servant to Iredell, Roman 2, 401. Ibid, Roman 2, 400. Pickering to Clark, Roman 3, 55-58. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, August 27, 1793. McHenry Iredell Duffield to Iredell, Roman 2, 400. Ames to Minot, I, 130. Gibbs, I, 112. Pickering, Roman 3, 59. Hiltzhamer, 196. Biddle, 255. Ames to Minot, I, 130. Domestic Life, 219. Jefferson's Works to Madison, Roman 9, 240, 253-54. Domestic Life, 226. Ibid, 226. Jefferson's Works, Roman 3, 261-83. J.Q. Adams, Works, Letter to John Adams, I, 183-86. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 281. Annals, January 14, 1794. Ibid, January 15, 1794. Annals, January 23, 1794. Ibid. Ibid, January 24, 1794. Ibid. Ibid. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, Roman 2, 15. Sentinel, February 19, 1794. Ibid, March 1, 1794. Ibid, February 23, 1794. Morrison Otis, I-53. Independent Chronicle, March 3, 1794. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, Roman 2, 15. Ibid, Roman 2, 56. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, March 27, 28, 1794. Ames, I, 137-38. Printed in London by John Stockdale, Piccadilly. Gibbs, I, 133. Ames, I, 137-38. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, February 1, 1794. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, March 24, 1794. Annals, February 28, 1794. Ibid, March 27, 1794. Ibid, April 21, 1794. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, April 11, 1794. Madison's writings to Jefferson, Roman 2:7-8. Bond's Letters, American Historical Association, Report 1897, pp. 540-345. Bond's Letters, American Historical Association, Report 1897, p. 546. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, April 13, 1794. Ibid, April 14, 1794. Ibid, May 21, 1794. Ibid, April 5, 1794. New York Journal, March 22, 1794. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, April 9, 1794. New York Journal, May 3, 1794. Ibid, May 28, 1794. Ames to Gore, I. 139. King's Works from Alsop, I. 159. Ibid, I. 560. Bimies 45. Ibid, 65. Bimies 104. Bimies 105, 106, 147, 154. Intimate Life, 289. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, April 7, 1794. King's Works, I. 517. Hamilton's Works, v. 114. Familiar Letters, 59. Pellew, 218. Bimies, 20607. Madison's Writings, Roman 2:12. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, April 24, 1794. Adams, I. 472. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, April 19, 1794. Ibid, May 10, 1794. Ibid, June 26, 1794. New York Journal, November 5, 1794. Gazette of the United States, July 25, 1794. Hamilton's Works, v. 11519, Draft of Instructions, Ibid. 12123, Letter to J. Ibid. 12328, Bimies 210. Bimies 212. New York Journal, May 14, 1794. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, Roman 2, 1415. Madison's Writings to his father, Roman 2, 16. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 290-397. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, September 1, 1794. Gazette of the United States, October 21, 1794. Gibbs, I. 156. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, October 13, 1794. Philadelphia Democratic Society, Gazette of the United States, August 7, 1794. German Republican Club, Philadelphia, Ibid. September 1, 1794. Democratic Society, Washington, North Carolina. South Carolina, Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, October 6, 1794. Democratic Society, Canaan, New York Journal, September 4, 1794. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, September 10, 1794. September 13, 1794. Gazette of the United States, September 5, 1794. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, September 15, 1794. Ibid, September 24, 1794. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, August 20, 1794. Hamilton's Works, Roman 6, 420-21. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, November 10, 1794. Ibid, September 8, 1794. Ibid, November 6, 1794. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, Roman 2, 1819. Hamilton's Works, Roman 6, 457. Ibid, X 77. Bond's Letters, 558. Stevens, Gallatin 90. Gazette of the United States, Letter from a Soldier, October 16, 1794. Biddle's Autobiography, 262. Sentinel, October 25 and 29, 1794. Ibid, November 1, 1794. November 3, 1794. Independent Chronicle, November 6, 1794. Madison's Writings, Roman 2, 29. New York Journal, December 10, 1794. Ames to Dwight, I. 158. Dodd-Macon, 77. Ibid, 78-79. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, Roman II, 1920. Madison's Writings, Roman II, 27. Goodwin Dolly Madison, 26. Randall, Roman II, 245. Domestic Life, 231. Intimate Life, 69. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, April 10, 1794. Gazette of the United States, November 1, 1794. Ibid. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, May 7, 1794. Ibid, October 24, 1794. Professor Morse, in the Federalist Party in Massachusetts, makes this point. Madison's Writings, Roman II, 2123. Ibid, 2327. Ibid, to Jefferson, 2830. Washington's Phrase. Jefferson's Works to Madison, Roman IX, 290-397. Hamilton's Works, X, 78-79. Annals, November 25, 1794. Annals, November 25-27, 1794. January 24, 1794. Gazette of the United States, December 11, 1794. Ibid, October 14, 1794. Gazette of the United States, December 29, 1794. Annals, January 1, 1794. Annals, January 1, 1794. Intimate Life, 230. Hamilton's Works, X, 78. Gazette of the United States, February 9, 1795. Philadelphia Daily Advertiser, February 10, 1795. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, Roman II, 35. Gazette of the United States, February 18, 1795. Ibid, February 20, 1795. Ibid, February 22, 1795. A Favorite Actor. New York Journal, February 28 and March 4, 1795. McHenry, Iredell, Roman II, 442. Intimate Life, 205-06. King's Works, Roman II, 56. King's Works, Roman II, 7. Beard, Economic Origins, 295. Bimes, 271. Pinckney, Life of Pinckney, 123-24. Bimes, 224. Ibid, 225. Ibid, 226-27. Ibid, 246. Bimes, 232-51. Ibid, 261. Bimes, 267, quotes a French scholar, R. Guillot, as describing the Jay Treaty as almost equivalent to a treaty of alliance. Related by Talleyrand to Volney, who told it to Jefferson Annas, 330-637. Senator Lodge, in his biography of Hamilton, accepts this characterization as not improbable. Jefferson's Works, Roman IX, 313-14. Hamilton's Works, X, 98-99. Ibid, X, 101-02. See Beard's illuminating chapter on the economics of the treaty. Economic Origins, 268-98. King's Works, Roman II, 14. Hamilton's Works, X, 109. Walcott's Phrase and Letter to Mrs. Walcott, Gibbs, I, 199. Hamilton's Works, X, 107. Aurora, June 16, 1795. Ibid, June 18, 1795. Ibid, June 20, 1795. Ibid, June 26, 1795. Aurora, July 3, 1795. Argus, July 15, 1795. Gibbs Walcott to Mrs. Walcott, I, 209, Philadelphia. The Place and People, 310, Hiltzheimer, 215, New York Argus, July 8, 1795. Charleston City Gazette, August 22, 1795. Aurora, July 7, 1795. Gibbs, I, 217. Rowan was a patriot, tried by a packed jury, and defended by John Philpot Curran in his classic defense of the freedom of the press. He was convicted, escaped, and came to this country. Gibbs, I, 217. Pickering, Roman III, 183. Aurora, July 10, 1795. July 6, 1795. July 23, 1795. Beard, Economic Origins, 290. Alexander, 79. Argus, July 6, 2021, 23. Aurora, July 10, 22, 23, 1795. Gibbs to Walcott, I 218. Ames to Dwight, I 173-75. Argus, August 13, 1795. Sentinel, July 15, 1795. Pickering, Roman 3, 177. King's Works, Roman 2, 1820. Lodge, Cabot, 84. Pellew, 282. Federalist Party in Massachusetts, 154-55. Ibid. Gibbs, I 229. August 15, 1795. Lodge, Cabot, 84. Aurora, July 29, 1795. Charleston City Gazette, August 1, 1795. Thomas, Reminiscences, I 35. Independent Chronicle, August 17, 1795. August 26, 1795. Article Roman 9. Giles 42. McCree, Iredell, Roman 2, 450. Ibid, Roman 2, 459. Madison's Writings, Roman 2, 43. Giles 38. Henry, Roman 2, 568-71. Letter to Mrs. Ault. Argus, July 30, 1795. Gazette of the United States, August 14, 1795. Argus, July 24, 1795. New Hampshire Gazette, July 21, 1795. Spooner's Vermont Journal, September 11, 1795. Gibbs, I 215. Independent Chronicle, August 13 and 27, 1795. Ibid, September 3, 1795. Argus, July 15, 1795. Aurora, July 13, 1795. Argus, August 14, 1795. Ibid, August 8, 1795. Gibbs, I 249. Steiner, 194-95. Weld, I 102-03. Lioncourt, Roman 2, 79. Argus, July 16, 1795. September 3, 1795. Gibbs, I 219-20. Pickering, Roman 3, 185. King's Works, Roman 2, 2021. Brown, Ellsworth, 219-20. Hiltzheimer, 215. For Randolph Incident, Pickering, Roman 3, 213-14 and 216-19. Lodge, Cabot, 91-94. Pickering, Roman 3, 196. Ibid, 197. King's Works, Roman 2, 24. August 14. Brown, Ellsworth, 220-21. Pickering, Roman 3, 199. Aurora, August 21, 1795. Ibid, August 22, 1795. Gibbs, I 222. King's Story. Aurora, November 17, 1795. Pickering, Roman 3, 231-39. Ibid, Roman 3, 239. Argus, August 15, 1795. Ibid, August 27, 1795. Hamilton's Works, X, 113-14. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 309-11. McCree, Iredell, Roman 2, 459. Jefferson's Works to Giles, Roman 9, 314-18. Adams, Gallatin, 152. Gibbs to Goodrich, I 303. The second phase of his remarkable career is treated in the author's party battles of the Jackson period. Adams, Gallatin 17. Adams, Gallatin 80. Ibid, 81. Ibid, 103-04. Ibid, 111. Ibid, 113. Adams, Gallatin 88, Writings I 34. Annals, April 27, 1796. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 328-29, to Monroe. Judge Jonathan Elmer, Cumberland, New Jersey, Gazette of the United States, March 12, 1796. Gazette of the United States, March 26, 1796. Melville Cobbett, I 101-02. Annals, March 11, 1796. Familiar Letters 108, Twining Travels 5152. Aurora, March 28, 1796. Hamilton's Works to Walcott, X 145. Ibid 145-46. Ibid 151. Ibid 152. Ibid 152-54. Annals, March 30, 1796. Annals, April 6, 1796. The vote was 57-36. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 330-31. Madison's Writings, Roman 2, 89-91. Hamilton's Works, X 157. Hamilton's Works, X 160. Ibid 161. Ibid 161-62. Madison's Writings, Roman 2, 95. Ibid 98. Morrison Otis, I 56-57. April 21, 1796. Gibbs, I 327. Ibid 325-26. Ibid, Walcott to his father, I 331. Thomas, Reminiscences 53. Kirkland, Life of Ames, Thomas, Reminiscences, Familiar Letters 24-25. Ames to Dwight, I 173-75. Ames to Dwight, I 175-76. Ibid 177. Ibid 180-81. Ibid 183-84. Ibid to Jeremiah Smith, 184-85. Aurora, February 2, 1796. Ibid, February 8, 1796. Ames to Dwight. Ibid to Minor, I 190-91. Ames, I 199-100 note. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, Roman 2, 100-01. Ibid 103-05. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 330-31. Randall, Roman 2, 273. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 335-37. Ibid 339-43. Ibid, Letter to Williams, 346-48. Jefferson's Works, Maze Letter, Roman 9, 330-537. Beveridge, Marshall, Roman 2, 156. King's Works, Roman 2, 46. Henry, Roman 2, 515. Beveridge, Roman 2, 157. King's Works, Roman 2, 48. Beveridge, Roman 2, 158. Hamilton's Works, X 163. King's Works, Roman 2, 47. King's Works to Hamilton, Roman 2, 46. Gazette of the United States, November 3, 1796. Aurora, September 1, 1796. Gibbs, I 332. Walcott to his father, I 350-52. Ibid, Walcott to his wife, I 209. Hamilton's Works to Washington, X 198-200-200-01. Madison's Writings to Jefferson, Roman 2, 103-05. Steiner, McHenry, 203. Aurora, November 24, 1796. Ibid, December 27, 1796. Gibbs, Roman 2, 386-88. Ibid, I 408-09. Ibid, I 400-03. Gibbs, I 411-13. Ames to Dwight, I 208. King's Works, Roman 2, 148. Madison's Writings, Roman 2, 108. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 352-55. Ibid, 355-57. Ibid, 355-57. Ibid, 367-69. Aurora, March 6, 1797. Gibbs, Roman 2, 213. Twining 38. Maclay 30. Twining 37. Twining 37. Familiar Letters 116. Maclay 44. Diary Roman 2, 25. Twining 37. Maclay 14. Ibid 30. Ibid 206. Ibid 145, 206. Diary Roman 2, 57. Ibid 25. Gibbs I 455-57. Walcott SR. Hamilton's works, Roman 7, 734. Morse, 242. Maclay, 86. Jefferson's works to Madison, Roman 6, 6367. Lodge Cabot, 65. Lyoncourt, Roman 2, 124. Madison's writings to Jefferson, Roman 2, 111. Gibbs, I, 468. Ibid, Roman 2, 215. Ibid, McHenry to Walcott, 395. Steiner, 477. Diary, Roman 3, 392. Ibid, Roman 3, 393. Adams, works to James Lovell, Roman 8, 493-94. Autobiography, Roman 2, 438. Adams, works, Roman 4, 420. Ibid, Roman 6, 462. Morse, 247. Maclay, May 28, 1789. Written by Samuel Adams. Autobiography, Roman 2, 310. Ibid, 508. Adams, I, 404. Adams, works, Roman 6, 484. Autobiography, Roman 2, 210. Ibid, 214. Ibid, 215. Ibid, 232, 311. Jefferson's Tribute. Morse, 59. Ibid, 60. Ibid, 61. Hamilton's works to John Steele, v. 25. Jefferson's works to Madison, Roman 6, 6371. Hamilton's works, Roman 7, 314. Gibbs, I, 475-77. Steiner, 569. Autobiography, Roman 2, 230-32. Adams, I, 446. Diary, Roman 2, 62. Volume, Roman 2, 145. Morse, 79. Diary, Roman 2, 179. Ibid, 381. Lodge, Studies in History, 201. Pickering, Roman 4, 386, 391. Pickering, Roman 2, 156. Ibid, Roman 3, 170. Ibid, Roman 3, 171. Louis Philippe, Pickering, Roman 3, 284-85. Pickering, I, 215. Ibid, 351. Studies in History, 219. Pickering, I, 5. Ibid, I, 2330. Pickering, Roman 2, 381-90. Ibid, I, 14. Ibid, Roman 2, 66. Lodge, Studies in History, 221. Pickering, Roman 2, 71. Ibid, Roman 2, 74. Ibid, 78. Ibid, 80. Ibid, 81-85. Pickering, I, 483-84. Ibid, 487. Ibid, Roman 2, 442 and 445. Ibid, 451. Ibid, 452. Ibid, 488. Gibbs, I, 18. Ibid, 21. Ibid, 20, Wadsworth to Walcott. Noah Webster's impression, Gibbs, Roman 2, 11. Gibbs, I, 65. Gibbs, I, 449. Steiner, 2. Steiner, 97. Ibid, 100. Ibid, 99. Ibid, 107. Ibid, 124. Ibid, 129, 132. Ibid, 140-41. Ibid, 156. Ibid, 51. Steiner, 123. Ibid, 145. Hamilton's works, X, 129-31. Steiner, 30. Life of Hamilton, by his son Roman 2, 241. Steiner, 159. Letter to Hamilton. Roosevelt Morris, 127. Morris Diary I, 14. Diary I, 35. Ibid, 133. Ibid, 181. LaBelle Pamela, 217, note. Diary I, 75. Ibid, 572. Ibid, 556. Roosevelt Morris, 221-23. Ames to Gore, I, 134. Familiar Letters, 350–657. Madison's writings, Roman II, 91–92. Gibbs, I, 359. Ibid, 366–68. Hamilton's works, X, 234. Ibid, 241. Ibid, 243–46. Ibid, 246–47. Gibbs, I, 484–85. Ibid, 486–87. Ibid, 489–90. Hamilton's works, X, 251–52. Hamilton's works, X, 253. Gibbs, I, 537. Lodge Cabot, 129. Ibid, 130–31. Ibid, 137. Hamilton's works, X, 261–65. Steiner, 208–09. Ibid, 213. Adams, works, Roman 8, 532–34, 535–36. Gibbs, I, 463. Lodge Cabot, from Adams's Letters in the Boston Patriot. Gibbs, I, 483. Thomas, Reminiscences. The Aurora, March 21, 1797, printed his application for membership. The Aurora, June 17, 1797, asked whether he was spy or parasite while dining with the French consul. Familiar Letters, 107. Annals, May 22, 1797. Ibid, May 23, 1797. Annals, May 24, 1797. Ibid, May 25, 1797. Steiner, 301. Murray to McHenry boasting that Harper's pamphlet had gone through several editions in England. June 1, 1797. Aurora, May 31, 1797. Gazette of the United States, May 30, 1797. Adams, Gallatin to Nicholson, 183–84. Annals, May 30, 1797. Porcupine's Gazette, June 3, 1797. Annals, June 3, 1797. Porcupine's Gazette, June 6, 1797. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 335–37. Gazette of the United States, May 19, 1797. Ibid, May 30, 1797. Madison's Writings, Roman 2, 118. Porcupine's Gazette, July 17, 1797. Porcupine's Gazette, December 14, 1797, January 13, 1798. It was this Luther Martin who assailed Jefferson so bitterly in connection with his defense of Aaron Burr in the trial for treason. Ibid, January 29, 1798. Gazette of the United States, March 6, 1798. Ibid, April 18, 1798. Porcupine's Gazette, July 5, 1797. Ibid, October 23, 1797. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 408–11. Domestic Life, 245. Ibid, 249. Porcupine's Gazette, December 4, 1797. Ibid, June 14, 1797. Ibid, July 11, 1797. Porcupine's Gazette, November 8, 1797. Ibid, November 10, 1797. Ibid, August 8, 1797. Ibid, July 5, 1797. Ibid, August 8, 1797. Gazette of the United States, April 5, 1797. Aurora, July 19, 1797. Aurora, October 10, 1797. Pinckney, Life of Pinckney, 179. Porcupine's Gazette, March 10, 1798, has a letter quoting some of the filthy lines. Adams, Gallatin, 185–86. Ibid, 184–85. Melville, I, 108. Porcupine's Gazette, August 4, 1797. Aurora, April 14, July 11 and 13, 1797. Gazette of the United States, April 23, 1797. Ibid, May 1, 1797. Porcupine's Gazette, July 1, 1797. Adams, Gallatin to his wife, 186-87. Adams, Gallatin, 187. Description of Banquet, Aurora, July 17, 1797. Porcupine's Gazette, July 3, 1797. Jefferson's Works, to Mercer, Roman 9, 421. To Madison, Roman 9, 40507. Gibbs, Roman 2, 12. Porcupine's Gazette, November 6, 1797. Aurora, November 15, 1797. Jefferson's Works, X, 1922. Adams, Gallatin to Mrs. Gallatin, 191. Porcupine's Gazette, February 16, 1798. Ibid, February 9, 1798. Ibid, February 15, 1798. Ibid, February 14, 1798. Henry Adams says, Lyon, though a very rough specimen of democracy, was by no means a contemptible man, and, politics aside, showed energy and character in his subsequent career. Adams, Gallatin, 192. Steiner, 291, 295. Adams, Works, I, 515-17. Coit, Annals, February 28, 1798. Annals, March 2, 1798. Ibid, March 13, 1798. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 437-39. April 14, 1798. Jefferson's Works, Roman 9, 405-07. Annals, March 27, 1798. Hamilton's Works, X, 279. Independent Chronicle, March 26, 1798. New York Timepiece, April 13, 1798. Jefferson's Works, X, 2224. Ibid, X, 2426. Madison's Writings, Roman 2, 133. Ibid, to Jefferson, Roman 2, 138. Sentinel, May 30, 1798. Independent Chronicle, November 22, 1798. Porcupine's Gazette, May 7, 1798. Ibid, May 7, 1798. Madison's Writings, to Jefferson, Roman 2, 142. Bach in a statement ascribed the incident to the intoxicated condition of the youths. Timepiece, May 14, 1798. Hamilton's Works, X, 275-79. Independent Chronicle, May 10, 1798. Gazette of the United States, May 10. Porcupine's Gazette, May 10, 1798. Aurora, April 27, 1798. Independent Chronicle, May 21, 1798. New York Commercial Advertiser, October 19, 1798. Ames, I, 232-35. Gibbs to Walcott, Roman 2, 49. Ibid, Roman 2, 117-20. Porcupine's Gazette, June 20, 1798. Jefferson's Works, X, 4553. Beveridge, Roman 2, 340-647. Jefferson's Works, X, 4553. Beveridge, Roman 2, 348. New York Commercial Advertiser, October 31, November 5, 1798. Titus Manlius, Hamilton's Works, v. 259-301. Jefferson's Works, X, 2224. Porcupine's Gazette, May 23, 1798. Ibid, May 24, 1798. Ibid, May 26, 1798. Porcupine's Gazette, June 7, 1798. Ibid, June 8, 1798. Ibid, June 12, 1798. Lodge Cabot to Walcott, 153-54. Independent Chronicle, April 9, 1798. Gibbs, Roman 2, 46. Independent Chronicle, August 9, 1798. Ibid, December 6, 1798. Sentinel, September 29, 1798. Sentinel, December 15, 1798. Porcupine's Gazette, April 11, 1798. Jefferson's Works to Madison, X 3336. Ibid, X 4749. Ibid, to Samuel Smith, X 55. Porcupine's Gazette, June 1, 1798. Gazette of the United States, August 9, 1798. Independent Chronicle, May 21, 1798. Timepiece, May 25, 1798. Ibid, May 28, 1798. Ibid, June 11, 1798. Jefferson's Works to Madison, X 1619. Timepiece, May 18, 1798. May 24, 1798. October 15, 1798. Jefferson's Works to Lewis, X 3637. Ibid. Jefferson's Works to Madison, X 2224. To John Taylor, X 6367. Ibid. To S. Smith, X 5359. King's Works Troop to King, Roman II, 430-132. August 20, 1798. New York Commercial Advertiser, November 20, 1798. Sentinel, July 18, 1798. Ibid, July 14, 1798. Jefferson's Works, X 1314. Ibid, 1516. Ibid, 5354. Porcupine's Gazette, July 21, 1798, makes a sneering comment. Porcupine's Gazette, July 23, 1798. Timepiece, July 30, 1798. Timepiece, June 13, July 2, 11, 13, 1798. Aurora, November 7, 1798. Porcupine's Gazette, December 22, 1798. Ibid, May 8, 1798. King's Works, Roman II, 376. Randall Jefferson, 400 note. Volume 2, 75-77. Timepiece, June 1, 1798. Jefferson's Works to Madison, X 3336, 4043. Porcupine's Gazette, July 11, 1798. Jefferson's Works to Madison, X 40. Madison's Writings, to Jefferson, Roman II, 142. Hamilton's Works, X 293. Porcupine's Gazette, April 30, 1798. Ibid, May 1, 1798. Hamilton's Works, X 295. A reference to Hopkinson's song. Annals, June 21, 1798. Annals, July 10, 1798. July 28, 1798. July 19, 1798. Jefferson's Works, X 5961. King's Works Troop to King, Roman II, 430-132. Davis, 4648. King's Works Troop to King, Roman II, 430-132. Gazette of the United States, September 1, 1798. Gibbs, Roman II, 55. Gazette of the United States, September 6, 1798. Ames to Dwight, I 240. September 17, 1798. Henry, Roman II, 612. Ames to Gore, I 246. Commercial Advertiser, October 17, 1798. Porcupine's Gazette, November 30, 1798. Lodge Cabot, 179-81. Lodge Cabot, 147. Ibid to Pickering, 179. Ibid, 172. Aurora, February 12, 1800. Aurora, February 22, 1800. In Porcupine's Gazette, February 2, 1799, Strubling attempts to explain his failure to fight when resistance was offered. Aurora, May 20, 1799. Gazette of the United States, April 15, 1799. April 29, 1800. Judge Alexander Addison, Gazette of the United States, February 15, 1799. Judge Iredell, April 9, 1799. Gazette of the United States, May 10, 1799. New York Commercial Advertiser, December 29, 1798. Gazette of the United States, January 2, 1799. Commercial Advertiser, December 28, 1799. McLaughlin, Lyon, Wharton, State Trials, 333-44. Sentinel, February 27, 1799. Aurora, June 20, 1799. This connection was real. Ames, I 247. Independent Chronicle, June 17, 1799. Gazette of the United States, June 17, 1799. Enforcement of the Alien and Sedition Laws, by Anderson, American Historical Association Report, 1912. Independent Chronicle, February 18, 1799. Ibid, October 25, 1798. Ibid, October 29, 1798. Ibid, November 5, 1798. Independent Chronicle, February 25, 1799. Ibid, April 11, 1799. March 28, 1799 from a friend. Ibid, March 7, 1799. Independent Chronicle, March 28, 1799. Ibid, April 25, 1799. Ibid. Hudson, Journalism, 211-13. Wharton, State Trials, 345-91. Hudson, Journalism, 213-14. Aurora, October 22, 1799. It was true, of course. Wharton, State Trials, 658-81. Aurora, April 25, 1800. Adams's Answer in the Case of Lyon. Aurora, May 17, 1800. Scharf, I. 505. Robbins was turned over to the British, who claimed him as a national, and was executed for murder on the seas. Even Gallatin thought this an outrage until Marshall made his memorable speech in Congress in defense of the president's action. Wharton State Trials. Hammond, I. 123-24. Ibid, 131-32. Alexander, 89. Carey's Diary. Aurora, January 17, 1800. Commercial Advertiser, April 23, 1800. Aurora, April 9, 1800. Independent Chronicle, August 9, 1798. Ibid, November 1, 1798. Ibid, November 26, 1798. Enforcement of the Alien and Sedition Laws, by Anderson American Historical Association Report, 1912. Steiner, 436. Thomas, Reminiscences. The Nation, July 18, 1912, Morrow's Journal. Gazette of the United States, July 10, 1799. Aurora, November 4, 1799. Independent Chronicle, September 27, 1798. Ibid. Ibid. Jefferson's Works to Madison, X 119-21. Ibid to Senator Mason, X 6162. Warfield, The Kentucky Resolutions, 130-365. Ibid 55. Ibid 70. Frank M. Anderson, Contemporary Opinion of the Kentucky and Virginia Resolutions, American Historical Review, October, 1899, January, 1900. Professor Anderson calls attention to the fact that in Maryland, the endorsement of the Alien and Sedition Laws was made more prominent than the condemnation of the proposed remedy. Independent Chronicle, February 14, 1799. Sentinel, February 27, 1799. Professor Anderson comments on this unfairness. Anderson Op. Cit. Professor Anderson says, the imprisonment of Adams indicates that the Federalists were ready on the slightest provocation to treat opposition to the policy of the administration, whether federal or state, as crime. That case certainly does much to explain why Jefferson and other Republican leaders could fear that Republican institutions were about to be overthrown. American Historical Review, January 1900, p. 229. Anderson Op. Cit. Intimate Life, 323-24. Hamilton's Works, X 287. Hamilton's Works, X 301. Ibid 297-98. Ibid 310. Ibid 311. Hamilton's Works to McHenry, X 307. Gibbs Roman II, 93-99. Ibid. Lodge Cabot, 165-67. Lodge Cabot, 170-71. Pickering Roman III, 432. Gibbs Roman II, 99. Ibid 100. Beveridge Roman II, 420. Steiner 354. Here, however, he qualifies. Hamilton's works, X 286. Parton Burr, I 235-36. Gibbs Pickering to Walcott, Roman 2 71. Ibid, from Goodrich, 105. Steiner McHenry to Tracy, 328. Ibid, from James Ash, 333. Ibid, 368. Adams Works X, 120-23. July 12, 1798. September 17, 1798. July 30, 1798. King's Works from Troop, Roman 335. Hamilton's Works X, 354. Jefferson's Works to Pendleton, X, 104-10. Gibbs Higginson to Walcott, Roman 2, 177. Adams Works X, 126-31. Ibid, January 28, 1799. McMaster, Roman 2, 435, makes the statement that Republicans were fully determined that the direct tax should not be gathered. There is abundant evidence, including the letter from Jefferson, previously quoted, that the Republicans thought an insurrection against the collection the worst possible thing for the party. March 22, 1799. This refers to Hamilton's efforts to involve Gallatin in the Whiskey Rebellion. Aurora, April 14 and April 27, 1799. McMaster, Roman 2, 438-39. Ibid, May 16, 1799. Hudson, 214. McMaster, Roman 2, 439. Gazette of the United States, May 16, 1799. Aurora, June 25, August 5, 1799. Ibid, September 24, 1799. Adams Works X, 116-19. Ibid, Aurora, January 10, 1800. Ibid, February 27, 1800. Gibbs, Roman 2, 241, Morse to Walcott. May 14, 1799. June 1, 1799. May 16, 1799. July 18, 1799. Gibbs, Roman 2, 313-18. Steiner, 382. August 21, 1799. Jefferson's Works to Madison, X 4953, to Jerry, X 7486, all of which is borne out by the signed statement of Logan, whose veracity was more reliable than that of Harper. New York Commercial Advertiser, November 15, 1798. Ibid, November 22, 1798. Adams Works Roman 8, 615. Gibbs, Roman 2, 195. Aurora, January 3, 1799. Ibid, January 16, 1799. Morrison, Otis, I, 168-71. Adams Works Roman 8, 617. Jefferson's Works, X, 86-89. Gibbs, Roman 2, 313-18. Adams, I, 523-24. Lodge Hamilton, 212. Hamilton's Works to King, X, 314-15. Ibid, 315-16. Randall, Jefferson, Roman 2, 464. Hamilton's Works, X, 389. See King's Works, Roman 2, 649-66, Roman 3, 556, 565. Adams Works, X, 145 and 147. At the rate of 4 for Connecticut, with a population of 250,000. Adams, I, 536. Adams, I, 538-39. Jefferson's Works to Madison, X, 110-13. Ibid, to Madison, 119-21. Pickering, Roman 3, 439. According to another version, Adams received the committee politely until Sedgwick angered him with a slurring remark on Jerry. Porcupine's Gazette, February 20, 1799. Ibid, February 21, 1799. Ibid, February 28, 1799. Adams, I, 544-45. King's Works, Roman 3, 68. Steiner, 416. King's Works, Roman 9, 249. Lodge Cabot, 224-26. King's Works Roman 3, 710. Lodge Cabot, 221. Gibbs to Walcott, Roman 2, 229-30. Morrison, Otis to Otis, I 171. Ames to Dwight, I 252. Morrison, Otis, I 174-75. Anna's, I 351-52. King's Works Cabot to King, Roman 3, 111. To Pickering, 228. To Walcott, 229. Aurora, April 27, 1799. Sentinel, June 8, June 17, 1799. August 28, 1799. Lodge Cabot, 237. Adams, I 554. Stoddart was reported to have told General Sam Smith that this was in his mind. Anna's, I 349-50. Lodge Cabot, 240-42. King's Works Cabot to King, Roman 3, 114. Sentinel, October 9, 1799. Anna's, I 349. Brown, Life of Ellsworth, 279. Ibid. Aurora, October 23, 1799. Ibid, October 25, 1799. Aurora, July 26, August 5, 1799. Morrison, Otis, I 137. McCree, Iredell Roman 2, 571. Jefferson's Works, X, 154-59. Aurora, April 2, 1800. Ibid, April 4, 1800. Annals, March 28, 1800. April 2, 1800. Beveridge, Roman 2, 453. King's Works, Roman 3, 237-38. The nature of the amendment is not disclosed in the Annals. April 16, 1800. Aurora, April 28, 1800. Ibid, April 30, 1800. Aurora, January 2, 1799. Jefferson's Works, X, 7074. Ibid, 74. Ibid, 8992. Adams' Works, X, 116-19. Commercial Advertiser, February 13, 1800. Randall, Roman 2, 470. Jefferson's Works, X, 9597. Ibid, 8689. Ibid, 9597. Ibid, 9799. Dodd-Macon, 15759. Thomas, Reminiscences, Roman 2, 5456. Jefferson's Works, X, 13436. Ibid, 15459. Ibid. Randall, Roman 2, 538. Hamilton's Works, X, 363. Parton, Life and Times of Aaron Burr. Davis, Memoirs of Aaron Burr. Familiar Letters, 237. Oliver Hamilton, Bradford, Damaged Souls. Adams, Gallatin, Matthew L. Davis to Gallatin, 232-34. Parton, Burr, I 247. Myers, Tammany Hall, 12. Commercial Advertiser, April 26, 1800. Commercial Advertiser, July 26, 1800. Ibid, April 29, 1800. Ibid. Commercial Advertiser, April 29, 1800. Adams, Gallatin, 237-38. Adams, Gallatin to his wife, 240-41. Hamilton's Works, X, 371. Adams, Gallatin, 238-40. Ibid, 241. Gibbs, McHenry to his brother, Roman 2, 246-48. Gibbs, Roman 2, 246-48. Steiner, 454. Pickering, Roman 3, 487. Ibid, Roman 3, 488. Hamilton's Works, X, 376. Steiner, 457. Aurora, March 6, 1800. Aurora, May 9, 1800. Sentinel, May 21, 1800. Sentinel, May 24, 1800. King's Works, Roman 3, 249. Ibid, 250. King's Works from Pickering, 260-263. Ames to King, 275-76. Goodhue to Pickering, 243-44. Ibid, from Pickering, 248. from Cabot 249. Hamilton's works to Sedgwick, X 375-76. King's works Roman 3, 250. Ibid 275-76. Aurora, July 17, 1800. Aurora, June 7, 1800. Hamilton's works to Bayard, X 380-487. Hamilton's works to Bayard, X 380-487. Quoted by the Aurora, July 30, 1800. August 5, 1800. Familiar Letters 373, Lodge Cabot. Memoir of Theophilus Parsons, 328-29. 330-642, 345, 418, 436. Thomas, Reminiscences, I. 17. T. W. Higginson, Stephen Higginson, 137, 272, 280, 273-76. Familiar Letters, 370-71, 381. Sentinel, June 21, 1800. Sentinel, June 21, 1800. Ibid. Aurora, June 21, 1800. Aurora, June 30, 1800. Sentinel, June 28, 1800. August 9, 1800. Chronicle, July 31, 1800. Ibid, August 18, 1800. King's Works J. Hail to King, Roman 3, 270. Hamilton's Works, X, 379-80. Gibbs McHenry to Walcott, Roman 2, 414-15. Gibbs, Roman 2, 374-75. Lodge Cabot, 278-80. Gibbs, Roman 2, 381. Gibbs, Roman 2, 382. Ibid, 379. Ibid, 384. Ibid, 405. Aurora, September 11, 1800. Lodge Cabot to Walcott, 282. Lodge Cabot, 286-88. Gibbs Phelps to Walcott, Roman 2, 380. American Mercury, September 11, 1800. Lodge Cabot Walcott to Cabot, 278. Aurora, July 26, 28, 1800. Gibbs, Roman 2, 162. Aurora, November 15, 1800. Langdon to Samuel Ringgold. Gibbs, Roman 2, 418-19. August 7, 1800. This pamphlet is in New York Public Library. Welling S. Lectures, 274-75. Hartford Courant, June 23, 30, July 7, 14, 21, 26, August 4, 11, 18, September 1, 15, 22, 1800. American Mercury, July 10, 1800. Robinson, Jeffersonian Democracy in New England, 27. Robinson, Jeffersonian Democracy in New England, 27. Sentinel, March 1, 22, 1800. Gibbs Phelps to Walcott, Roman 2, 418-19. August 4, 1800. New York Commercial Advertiser, May 13, 1800. American Mercury, September 19, 1800. Gibbs from Phelps, Roman 2, 418. Courant, September 15, 1800. Ibid. Connecticut in Transition, 315-16. Courant, September 15, 1800. Original copies published in both Philadelphia and Newark are in New York Public Library. Courant, September 22, 1800. Courant, November 17, 1800. Jefferson's Works to Uriah McGregory, X, 170-73. Aurora, September 1, 1800. Aurora, September 4, 1800. Courant, August 25, 1800. A Voice of Warning. Serious Considerations. Serious Facts. Morse, Federalist Party in Massachusetts, 133-34. Morse, Federalist Party in Massachusetts, 95 note. The claims of Thomas Jefferson to the presidency examined at the bar of Christianity, probably by Asbury Dickens, in New York Public Library. Address to the People of the United States, etc., by John James Beckley, in New York Public Library. Independent Chronicle, June 30, 1800. American Mercury, October 2, 1800. Aurora, March 31, 1800. Ibid, October 14, 1800. Lodge Cabot, 283-84. Hamilton's Works, X, 383-84. Ibid, 388-89. Lodge Cabot to Hamilton, 284-86. Hamilton's Works, X, 389-90. Lodge Cabot, 293. Davis Burr Roman 2, 65. Parton I 126-27. Davis Roman 2, 65. Coppet in the Commercial Advertiser, November 27, 1800. Hamilton's Works Roman 7, 309-64. Lodge Cabot, 298-300. Sentinel, November 15, 1800. Ibid, November 26, 1800. October 27, 1800. November 4, 1800. October 30, 1800. December 1, 1800. October 29, 1800. Reprinted in the Aurora, November 13, 1800. Answer to Alexander Hamilton's Letter Concerning the Public Conduct and Character of John Adams. Hamilton's Works, X, 391. Ames, I, 283-85. Gibbs, Roman 2, 384-86. American Mercury, June 19, 1800. Steiner, Hamilton to McHenry, 466. Dickinson to McHenry, 471. A series of letters on the subject of the legislative choice of electors in Maryland, by Bystander. August 4, 1800. Gibbs to Walcott, Roman 2, 388-90. Ibid, Roman 2, 399. Ibid, Roman 2, 387-88. Aurora, November 11, 1800. Morris Diary, Roman 2, 394-95. Gibbs Walcott to wife, Roman 2, 456. Adams, Letters of Mrs. Adams, Roman 2, 239-41. Ibid, 243-44. Morris, Diary, Roman 2, 396. Mrs. Smith, 910. Adams, Gallatin to his wife, 252-55. Ibid, 255. Ibid, 255. Mrs. Smith, 1315. Ibid, 4. Mrs. Smith, 3. Ibid, 5. Gallatin's Expression, Adams, Gallatin, 252-53. Hamilton's Works, X, 390-93. Hamilton's Works, X, 390-397. Parton Burr, I, 267. Hamilton's Works, X, 397. Ibid, 390-397. McLaughlin, Matthew Lyon, 386. Parton Burr, I, 270. Hamilton's Works, X, 401. Ibid, 402-04. Ibid, 404-05. Ibid, 405-07. Morris Diary, Roman 2, 397. Morris Diary, Roman 2, 404. Morrison, Otis, I, 211-12. King's Works, Roman 3, 363. Steiner, 485-88. Ibid, 489-90. King's Works, Pickering to King, Roman 3, 366. Parton Burr, I, 272-73. Ibid, 274. Parton Burr, I, 274-75. Ibid, 277-78. Hamilton's Works, X, 412-19. Hamilton's Works, X, 419-20. King's Works, J. Hale to King, Roman 3, 372. Ibid, Sedgwick to King, 455. Hamilton's Works, X, 420. King's Works, Troop to King, Roman 3, 391. Jefferson's Works to Hugh Williamson, X, 188. To William Dunbar, 191. Adams, Gallatin to his wife, 257. Commercial Advertiser, January 17, 1801. Reprinted in Connecticut Courant, January 26, 1801. Sentinel, January 28, 1801. Sentinel, January 7, 1801. Ibid, February 11, 1801. Ibid. Adams, Gallatin, 248-51. Adams, Gallatin, 248-51. Ibid. Sentinel, February 18, 1801, before the result of the election was known. Ames, I. 381. Morris, Diary, Roman II, 403. Jefferson's Works, X, 196-97. Connecticut Courant, February 11, 1801. Parton, Burr, I. 288. Morrison, Otis, I. 207-08. Mrs. Smith, 24. Commercial Advertiser, February 16, 1801. Mrs. Smith, 24. Jefferson's Works, X, 198-99. Morrison, Otis, I. 207-08. Adams, Gallatin, 260-61. Ibid, 261-62. Parton, Burr, I. 288. Mrs. Smith, 23. Parton, Burr, Letter to Hamilton. Adams, Gallatin, 262. Annals, February 21, 1801. Annals, March 2, 1801. Gibbs, Roman II, 497. Adams, Gallatin, 265. Mrs. Smith, 12. Ibid, 26. Mrs. Smith. Hamilton's Works, X, 425. Ibid, X, 444.